shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't. When she enters the room, be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would even place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, I came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
running in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you put in your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley.
A new day arises, and even more battles await. Titans clash as they jockey for position to reach the peak. To them, glory awaits the end of the road. Only the best of the best will end this path at the top. Who will get a taste of victory and write their own history today? Well, it's time to find out. Heads down, eyes up. Another day is upon us, and the future is radiant.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
Guys, good morning and hello to everyone watching. This is the Paps, and welcome to the second day of the VCT Stage 1 Challengers Philippines. The time has finally come again for the country's esports fan to witness the Philippines' best of best duke it out as they all aspire to reach that one goal to be crowned as the Valorant champions at the international stage. And all of this is made possible by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. We would also like to thank our official gaming hardware partner, ASUS Republic of Gamers. This event is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Now, as we explore more of the storylines that have yet to unfold, I'm joined here by Asrai and Nomad, and this is the Updraft by ROG. So guys, here we are, day number 2. I can't believe it. It's just like we went to sleep, woke on up, it's the morning yet again, and I have to ask you, Asrai, how you doing? Because today is going to be another great day of games.
First things first, I'm a morning person, so it's totally good. I'm feeling energized. It's a great way to start the day. You know, Valorant in the morning, Valorant till the night, Valorant every day. And yeah, looking forward for the matches today because yesterday we saw a unprecedented outcomes of results from what happened with the team. So I'm expecting something somewhat similar to happen for day 2 as well.
Well, first off, I'm not a morning person. I'm mostly living the DJ hours, but you know, we're still having fun here. Yesterday, yeah, I agree with Asrai. A lot of surprising outcomes. Most of our predictions were broken, but at the end of the day, it was still beautiful Valorant gameplay from all of the teams yesterday. So I'm expecting a little bit more of that moving forward today.
And guys, I'm very excited because this is just another day of VCT 2022. I can't believe it's another year with all of us together, and there were just so many incredible moments from yesterday already, and we're gonna be able to check that out later on. But this is truly the best of the PH scene. This is what the local scene is all about. And I really want to ask y'all, how do you feel about the games yesterday? Because it really felt like we just had high octane matches, and especially that last series that went the distance.
Ooh, that's a fair question. I think yesterday just showed to us what teams can actually do in the group stage, right? Again, we have our predictions, we had our ideas of what the outcomes would be, we had some form of information about certain teams, certain players, but it doesn't really matter until the games themselves end. And that was, I think, very cumulative, especially with the Zeal matchup against Southbuilt. That was really something coming out from them. I saw one of the tweets from Fire Saiyajin that he was just ecstatic about the win, and they are here to prove themselves. So looking forward again to seeing what they and the other teams can bring to the table.
I mean, yeah, the 2-0s from Naus and Zeals were good, but the Action PH and the Bren Esports matchup that went the distance was even more surprising. I mean, we expected it to go 2-1, but we didn't expect it to go to Action PH's way. We were looking at Bren Esports being the top team in that matchup, but Action PH just proved everybody wrong. And just the sole performance of Georgie and the rest of Action PH is making me excited to see how well they're going to be faring against their matches today, actually.
Yeah, and just to quickly recap what happened yesterday, Naus Esports took down Looking Forward, the former SB Empire roster, 2-0. Zeal Esports, pretty much the biggest surprise of them all, taking down Southbuilt 2-0. And finally, as you guys mentioned, Action PH versus Bren Esports going 2-1 instead. So already, you could see that those matches, they did not disappoint whatsoever. Their surprises, their close moments. We can't forget that first match all the way at the first game. It really seemed like it was just such an indicator of what was to come for VCTPH. And for today, I really feel like it's time for us to just unveil the veil. I know there's a certain team will be finally playing at the very end of the matches for today here, Nomad. But before we talk about that a little bit more, let's check out the highlights from yesterday, because I want to see what's been happening here. What are the moments that we can witness here, Asrai?
Moments that we can witness. I feel like, again, while we're seeing this specific team, which was the Action PH versus Bren matchup, it really did feel somewhat that Bren kind of went the pace of Action. I think Illustrado said it perfectly, that Bren kind of felt like they were forcing themselves too much to go for the fight, and that's totally fine. They have players like EJ, they have players like Savvy AK that can match up against the Action roster, but up against the I like to kind of dub them now as the Splash Brothers with Emma and Georgie, the package deal, as I think you mentioned it, Dax. Very aggressive players. Akshan just kind of accentuates this entire team. It worked so well from them from yesterday, and that's just, I feel like, how Akshan does it, you know, the speed at which they play, it worked so fantastically well for them. And then moving forward into these other matchup as well, Naos was just playing their game, really set plays, and then for LFO, didn't have too much of the showcase that they wanted to go for, but they are looking to bounce back here for the following matchup that they have.
Yeah, I mean, they could also they could also just keep up with the performances. I mean, we're looking at Zeals Esports right now and South Built Esports. We're not saying that South Built Esports was playing, you know, subpar to their level. It's just that Zeals Esports was able to just get everything together for themselves as an entire team. We've seen a lot of good plays. I mean, it took a while for Fireside Jin to finally heat up his diesel engine, but when he did, he just came out of the bat and just came and delivered a highlight reel for himself and as well for the entirety of the team. But we're not discounting South Built Esports as well. There are still 36 shots that came from Pro, that came from Aziz, that tried to keep everything together in Haven for the most part. They still kept fighting, and that's the fighting spirit that I kind of want to see moving forward in the rest of the matches that we have for the group stages.
You know, the reports that Zeal Esports' demise was already reported from last year, and it's been greatly exaggerated. And Tier 2 team, by the way, no. We only have the best of the best with the 8 that we have here. And we know there are going to be even more incredible matches for today's session. You got Oasis versus Action PH to start things off. And if you've been a Action PH fan from yesterday, you're going to be enjoying our kicker here for today. Then LFO versus SBE. And finally, Team Secret versus Oasis Gaming. But we want to show you guys who will be competing here in the group stage. And without further ado, let's meet the squads who'll be here in VCT.
Crazy guy finds a double. He's on round one. On a rain out that. Brute force is pretty much their double kill. That's fine. Still with
Well, we just saw the 8 faces that will be competing in the group stage, but I have to ask you, Nomad, for today, who's your eye on? Because immediately looking at the schedule, it does feel like there's a bit of heavy-duty action for a certain team here.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking out for, a lot of the people are looking out for Team Secret, but I'm specifically looking out for Oasis Gaming because they're going to be pulling a double shift today. They're going to be playing the first series of the day and the last series of the day. I'm looking forward to see how well they're going to be resetting themselves in between the matches and how well Fluffy, their new coach, would be able to guide them to the victory, because it's not an easy match that they're going to be going up against later on against Team Secret, but against Action PH, I feel like it's an even playing field.
At least for me, and totally fine, no man. I mean, I've been muting myself multiple times because I'm a coffee boy for some reason.
My bad.
Anyways,
That's my bad.
Yeah, it's totally fine, man. For Oasis Gaming, again, I think Dax mentioned it as well, that they took hiatus for quite some time and came back with a refreshed vigor. One of the things that I am kind of looking forward as well for this particular team is how well they can accommodate with the addition of Wild Oreo. Back in December 2021, when they were doing a lot of tournaments, it seems like he was sort of struggling, but now he's coming together nicely for the Oasis team. So looking forward to seeing how he can do with this roster.
And it's a bit of homecoming, even facing off against his former team, Action PH, in the first matchup. So that's going to be interesting. But let's not forget, guys, that VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the ROG Zephyrus M16 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside with top-notch performance, an amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor. The ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more info. And come on, ASUS ROG really helping us out for quite a while already. Personally, I've been a fan of the products, pretty much everything. My whole setup involves ASUS ROG, so I can attest to the beauty of that. But look at that, even Nomad getting into the ROG action. But let's not forget, guys, that we have amazing broadcasts in both English and Filipino, and we can give you the links there for where you want to catch us. For the English broadcast, twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH for Filipino broadcast. You go on over to facebook.com/PPGLGG instead. And we don't have backups as well as streams on YouTube for both the English and Filipino broadcasts. You can find us as youtube.com/c/PPGLGG. And I've heard of reports that we even got featured in the official channels, that there's so many international viewers right now, especially on the YouTube side. So we really thank you to everyone who's been tuning on in for VCT in itself. Second day already. We have had so much fanfare, and coming into, well, today's matches, it's gonna be even hotter than before. But beyond that, looking into maybe a bit of redemption arc, perhaps. Guys, I'm checking out that second game, Southfield Esports versus Looking for Org, and Asarai, really, is this the day for a reckoning or some retribution, perhaps, for some of those teams?
Wow, that's I think for Southfield, they seem to be a team that does struggle on group stages but perform when they need to during the playoffs, but they can't really do that right now since we are on the double round robin. For Looking for Org, it's kind of the same thing, but questions will be answered later on, I believe. So yeah,
well, there you go, have it, guys. Thing is, though, they're still in the running even though they lost yesterday, because they have a different kind of format for this week, and let's check out how it runs. There you go, guys. We just saw the format in itself. 6 teams will go to the playoffs. 8 teams right now, so the bottom 2 will be eliminated. And immediately you can see already those standings. And most interesting part, you got Naus and Zeal at the very tippy top with a perfect run so far. And Asrai, any thoughts about the results yesterday? Because it really feels like there were a bit of surprises in how some of these matches did go.
Man, I briefly recapped on that, but there was so much information I feel to unravel here, to unpack here. Yesterday, again, with the Zeal versus Southfield Esports, it really did show that Zeal still has the deal to be able to go against the top dogs here. Again, there was a lot of, let's say, comments going around the web space talking about how maybe they're struggling right now, not the form that they were seen previously, but it's not that. They are looking so good with Senior Carl as well as Fire Sage and coming back to form with their aggressive stances, similar I think to what Ascent PH has been doing with Emin and Georgie, but also the addition of Beats as he plays these newer agents with that chamber on split really was something to behold. So with that particular team, again, much to look forward to. On the other hand as well, I guess didn't really brush up too much on LFO, Shouty and Exotic. A lot of teams with new additions. Shouty and Exotic, good at the start, but they need to do something about how they deal with the pressure once the enemy team starts to get steam. How do they develop that? How do they answer that? That is, I think, a big question for LFO to kind of answer.
Well, I would answer that with the Naus Esports showing up for the entirety of the day yesterday. Yeah, these two teams were full of experience, like the veterancy and all and whatnot, but Naus just came out on top. Looking for Org looked like they were still looking for answers on how to respond to Naus Esports as we look at the schedule for today, Dax.
Yeah, and you can see it here. We start things off with Oasis Gaming versus Action PH, South Built Esports facing off against Looking for Org, and finally the debut of Team Secret back on the local stage versus Oasis Gaming yet again. And I have to ask you, fine gentlemen, which matchup you're looking forward to? Nomad, who are you really excited for today?
I'm excited for Team Secret versus Oasis. I mean, aside from what I said earlier on that Oasis is going to be pulling a double shift today, I'm looking forward to see how Team Secret have adjusted after the champions, because they've got a new pickup onto Jeremy. They have a new coaching staff as well. I'm wondering how good their performance is going to be and how well Oasis Gaming is going to be keeping up with Team Secret's, I wouldn't say dominance just yet, but their steamroll of a train, so to speak.
Yeah, I guess promise is a good word to showcase there. I am also looking forward to seeing how Team Secret adjusts, because I believe that they're not playing together physically in like a house or gaming house or something. They are playing in their specific like locations and stuff, so that could be a detriment to them. Last time it wasn't the case, so this time that might be a merit to them, but still, of course, a very, very aggressive and scary team to deal with. The matchup that I'm looking forward to the most here actually has to be any Oasis Gaming match, because there is a lot, again, of promise to this team. They were the one team that we saw last year that had, I think, the first team that started to play very methodical and strat heavy, as we saw. I remember there was a match on Split where Marky was just doing some set plays as he was playing with Jet, dashing in while the rest of his team was setting up for him with certain abilities, and it worked fantastically well. So can we see that next level for Oasis with the help of Fluffy as their coach?
I mean, they were liking the breach already earlier on than anyone else in VCTPH. But guys, we're getting ready for Oasis Gaming versus Action PH. So we'll go on a quick break. Dax here with Asrai and Nomad yet again, and we'll be right back in just a bit.
Test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the slide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders. To let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way it uplifts. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Welcome back, guys, here to VCT Challengers PH 2022 second day, first series. Zaps here, joined by Asrai and Nomad yet again. But first things first, guys, we are going to be kicking things off with Oasis Gaming versus Action PH. Any initial thoughts? Because it does feel like this series has a lot of heat riding behind it, because these two teams, Asrai, have been absolutely on fire for the past few weeks or even few months.
Yeah, again, I did say my piece already about Oasis, that it seems like they are integrating a lot of new things to their roster. It seemingly has proven to be working because they have I believe that was dubbed as the perfect run during the open qualifiers for VCT Stage 1. So with that being said, that just means that they're doing something right. They are making adjustments that are proving to be good, and possibly with the new addition again of Wild Oreo, who has played with Ascent PH, who has played with a lot of previous teams then, and he has had a lot of success as well, being as that duelist, and specifically a raised duelist. That could be something that Oasis has been optimizing and utilizing quite well.
Yeah, the adjustments at Oasis should come into play here, because if we're going to be looking at the previous match histories of both of these teams, it's relatively even. Like, they've had 4 wins against their past 4 matches, and I'm looking forward to see if this is actually going to be a close fight. That's what I'm looking for.
I mean, we already talked about Oasis Gaming. Let's check out who's going to be playing for the squad. Well, here we have it. Oasis Gaming, a roller coaster ride of performances. Let's remember the highs of last year, making it to SCA, suddenly disappearing a bit of a break, but they have returned here in 2022 and looking absolutely revamped as well on the roster. You guys mentioned it, Wild Warrior, the addition, but the biggest thing is Courtesy does step on out for a little bit in terms of that starting five. You got Coco who can go for the shot call. Envy, absolutely incredible for himself. You got Marky there as well, and of course that coaching staff in behind, plus Ripper who does play those mean smokes. That's why this Oasis Gaming roster, they're feeling the hot streak after the year started. And what gives about Oasis Gaming right now?
I feel like Oasis again has, I keep mentioning it already, but now we can finally deep dive into it. Oasis Gaming has optimized, I feel like, their new particular roster, whether it's the addition of Wild Oreo or just kind of setting the existing players into comfortable roles. It has worked. And what I mean by this is that previously last year, late last year, December, they had, I think, a kind of trial session that they fought against, you know, these top teams, South Build, Bren, I believe they've also fought, where they've actually initially put Envy, who we all know is a fantastic flex player and solo player, on a Reyna. Didn't really do too well because I think they were still trying to figure out where Wild Oreo falls into place. And then once they adjusted, they brought Envy back to his Sova. Wild Oreo started doing better again on that raise. He was accompanied by, I believe, Marky as well, who has been shifting between initiator, healer, and duelist. It has worked out pretty well for Oasis here. So they're it's seemingly all the pieces that they're kind of Tetrising together as it falls down is actually working as of the moment. And with that being said, there is a lot of things to definitely be excited for the Oasis team. And here's another thing, kind of a weird coincidence, maybe even the map pool that they have as of the recent matches that they've played, but it seems like all of the matches that they played always have had a healer, whether it's a Sky or a Sage. Maybe that's just the Oasis style of playing slow, you know, a little bit more control. They find for engagements, they hold back a little bit. If they take damage, they heal up, and then now they can control the tempo of the game. That could be something as well, or maybe just a natural evolution of how they've been playing the matches, but or at least maybe something to just keep in mind when you're watching the match for later on.
Yeah, and to add to that, the experimentality, the experiments that Oasis has been doing in the off season, where they got tricks, they let go of Mark, they let go of tricks, Kagadors for the past year, just to eventually get the form that they have right now, is something really commendable, because not a lot of teams are really willing to just experiment with their player base, have trial players to play to see which fits which. And just by the way that they got Fluffy in his current role as a coach, he's definitely bringing out the best of his players right now in their current roles. And I do honestly believe that Wild Oreo in his current spot right now would actually shine for Oasis Gaming.
I mean, the configuration of Oasis Gaming has been working out so far. Will it continue here in the group stage? Because we have to check out their opponents, Action PH. There we have it, Action PH. Yesterday, such a grueling matchup for them versus Bren Esports, but they willed themselves to victory in the last two maps. The streak, something to watch out for RUM and Georgie Motsky, as well as Surodetyo, or Tesseract from way before. And no man, really, this Action PH roster, when they get hot, they're super hot fire. They just keep winning if you give them the chance. And I feel like that's how they close out the last two games in their matchup against Bren Esports yesterday.
Yeah, we were hyping up the Georgie Emin versus the Savi and EJ duos, but it's a three-headed machine here, just like what Raph mentioned yesterday. The rest of the Action PH roster were just on fire. I mean, Bren Esports was calculated. during the first part, but they ran out of gas quite easily. And as soon as Brent Esports ran out of gas, Action PH just injected nitrous in their systems and just went for the win. It wasn't an easy win, so to speak. The last game still went. I would honestly say that it could have went overtime if Brent Esports had a little bit more in their gas. But if Action PH just continues on with this, even more so for Georgie and Emin and Modski, everything else is just gonna fall into place for them.
That's actually a really good way to describe how Akshan have been playing. Yesterday on their first game on Haven, it seems like Tesseract was the one that stepped up to the plate, although he did fell short as Sir Dedethio, or Tesseract, I believe played the Sova. Then he had about 23 kills, if I'm not mistaken, on yesterday's matches. But Emin and Georgie were very, very slow to that pace. I think the specifics of how they were able to flip the switch, turn the tide, as so to speak, is they started matching up or even just overwhelming the tempo of Bren. You saw, I think specifically on Icebox, there was a play from Bren there where they wanted to do like a Viper push to Orange onto Kitchen, and then Akshan just said, screw it, let's just keep pushing them, use Emin and Georgie to full extent, and it worked out fantastically well because it seems like Georgie was already on point, Emin was on fire as well, and when these guys have all of their cylinders unlocked, you can really see Akshan just kind of mesh together as an entire team, and it worked out so fantastically well. We'll see how, again, Oasis deals with this dynamic duo.
I mean, they drove through the path to victory, especially in those second halves on Icebox and Ascent. And speaking of maps, let's check out the Veto, because the battlefield going to be absolutely important for our two teams. And looking immediately, we have Haven, we have Ascent, and we have just one more to saw. There's a map right in front of you guys.
It's Icebox.
It's Icebox. There you go. I can squint a little bit, and we can find out the order here. And there you have it. Haven picked up by Oasis. Ascent going to Action PH, and Icebox gonna be the default there later on. And that's right. Thoughts about these map picks right now, because we saw yesterday kind of how slow Action PH was able to pick up on Haven in the first place.
Yeah, I think it is a stifling defense of teams, and the power, I think, of Astra specifically on Haven that really stumps a lot of these attacking sided teams, especially with Akshan PH. So it really is a smart decision from Oasis here to pick up Haven at the very start. As I mentioned also yesterday, that we are going to be seeing some of these older maps get into the rotation of maps that we will be seeing in play because of Breeze Fracture always getting the banhammer, so to speak. So it's a really good start for Oasis here. They're playing the game as soon as the drafting phase starts, so I really like this setup with that Haven pick. Ascent and Icebox, I'm pretty much 50-50 with this one, but Haven really is a good pick for Oasis.
Yeah, I would agree with you on the Icebox pick, because honestly, these three maps, I'm expecting this to be picked up because these are their best maps, like altogether as those two different teams. The Icebox map, if we ever go to game 3, which is highly likely, is a 50-50, and I have to agree with you there, Asarai. It's still up in the air if Oasis can close it out or if Action PH would get this. But with regards to the respective map picks, like in Haven and Ascent, I feel like the team that picked it is the team that's going to carry it away.
No, I completely agree with you guys. I do want to double down on that Icebox map there at the very end. For the side of Action PH, you have that package deal of Georgie and Emin. They're already the Dreamfire duo, doing it yet again, the speed and how they can play it out. But as you guys mentioned, Haven, I feel like for Oasis, that's just their perfect ramp to get off the good start, prevent Action PH from having any kind of initial momentum. It does feel like that's the kryptonite right now of Action PH. If they can't get off to a good start in the first half, they kind of flounder trying to get back to that road to recovery. In the meantime, we saw how they played the set against Brent Esports. There was so much dynamism and how they went for the push, went for the holds, and it was just an absolutely incredible affair from Action PH there. So already you can see the map pool in itself splitting us in the opinions. We're just trying to figure it out in this potential 50-50 matchup who can actually get that victory. And I really want to see what they're going to bring us here, because I have to ask you guys for your thoughts, your predictions for this matchup. I guess I'll start things off with my own prediction. For Oasis, they've always won my heart, and then we are seeing for them, this could be their first matchup. I feel like, though, the momentum of this year has just given them really that rise, and I'm going to give it to Oasis 2-1.
Oh, man, it's really hard, because again, I'm a fan of both these teams. Emma and as well as Wild Oreo are players that I very much look up to. But if I'm gonna be put on the pedestal here, I have to also go with Oasis, but 2-0. I feel like if they go to a game 3, Ascent PH will just take it away from their hands. So they need to stop it at the very start, especially when they've picked up a somewhat weaker map for Ascent PH, which is that first Haven pick.
I will say, forget your stats. We believe in magic. That's the Oasis way. So I'm going to go 2-0 for Oasis here.
Wow, I was thinking, okay, guys, we're gonna be split on this. No, it feels like it's just Oasis on the board. That perfect run that we saw in the open qualifier. Let's not forget that tagline. Keep the stats. They prefer the magic indeed, as Nomads had said. But this is going to be quite a magical journey. Do we get the Oasis style of play to get those victories? Or will Ascent PH punch the ticket for dominance yet again? Time for us to get into the game. Let's head on over to the casters for Oasis versus Ascent PH.
Hello and welcome here. First game of day number 2, and I am Black and Blue. With me, Mr. Elu. I appreciate the jacket as well. Well, man, Oasis versus Action. How are you feeling about this to get the day going?
Oh, dude, I am so hyped. We're finally going to get to see Oasis, what they look like in VCT. They have been on this sort of meteoric rise for the past few, for I don't know how long. They very much struggled for what felt like the entirety of last year, but this is one of the best looking forms I've ever seen them. And if there's any time for them to be able to take down a team like Team Secret, it's gotta be now. So there's a lot riding on this one game here today.
I agree. I mean, as Dax talked about it on the panel, this team, they have their ups, they have their downs. When they go up, they skyrocket up there. We're going to be looking at our agent select here right now for our opening map on Haven. And what's interesting that, one of our panelists did point out is that Envy, a player that was always a reliable player that we normally would see in a Sky in the past few months, hasn't really been picking that. And so we see him on the breach this time with Wild Oreo on the Sky. What do you think about what we got here on the table?
Yeah, well, historically, Envy can play anything, right? That's one of the things we know him for. Obviously, Envy was the player last year who was like, he'll play in the best of 5 grand finals when Hashira beat Brenny Sports. This was when Envy picked for all 5 maps a different agent each time and still managed to top frag in, I think, most of them. So he's going to be playing whatever he wants, and on the initiator role, he's going to feel absolutely comfortable.
Well, that's kind of where he made his mark, right? To be that flex player. But looking at the composition-wise, both Jets on either side. I think, they're both kind of running double innie as is standard here. One side on Oasis, they're running the breach to complement that Sky. And on the other side of things, here for Action, they're going for the Sova and Sky. So a bit more information gathering on one side, a bit more initiating power, and a hell of a lot more flashes on the other. And I do think also that Action, running a Cypher as opposed to the Killjoy here. Rather, they're running the Cypher on the Oasis side as opposed to the Killjoy on Action PH's side. So they also got some information gathering tools to kind of supplement the fact that they do not have maybe another type of innie. So what do you think about how we're going to this? What should be the game plan of these two teams, and who do you think is going to come out on top? Well, I think Elu has left us for a moment. So, yes, here we go. Map number 1, Action PH versus Oasis. Now, Oasis, they're going to want to end this series as quick as they can because of course, we start with a technical pause. As soon as I say we're going to be ending quick, because Oasis are going to be playing 2 series today. They're going to be playing Action right now, and later on, the third match of the day, they're going to be playing against Secret. And I guess most people kind of look at this like, that's kind of tough for Oasis, right? Well, after talking to Fluffy last night, apparently their coach, for Oasis, he was like, well, we don't mind too much. That kind of helps us, their momentum, and Oasis as a team kind of feel like this is what they are used to. So if you're an Oasis fan, do not fret. I can bet that these guys are going to give their 100% for both of the series they're going to be playing today. But man, oh man, Ilu, Action PH, what a name to suddenly storm up into the scene again.
Yeah, absolutely. And apologies, guys. I had a little bit of a tech issue on my end as well, and it's not this tech pause is not my fault. Okay, no, it's not on my behalf.
Blame Ilu.
One of the
Hashtag
players.
Come on, chat.
Yeah, no. It's always gonna be blame Asarai. We all know it. I don't know how much Asarai paid you to shift the hashtag, but it's gonna be always hashtag blame Asarai forever and always.
I have to agree. Okay, well, we'll flip that back around, but technical pause. Not Ilu's fault, maybe, perhaps, as somebody tells us, but I might beg to differ. Well, considering the fact, Ilu, that the tech pause is still going on, I think you're in the clear.
Wait, hold on. Right. Wait. Oh, okay. I'm seeing things wrong because on my schedule it said Team Secret was playing first. Did we swap?
Yeah. So apparently the games were swapped here for first and third. So Secret are playing the third series, and obviously this is up front.
Bro, I was supposed to cast Team Secret.
Rip. It's all good. It's all good. We're here. I think
we're here.
Aren't you paneling that? Perhaps.
No, I'm done. I'm only on the first two series. But yeah, anyway. Couple of interesting points to bring out here for Team Oasis. One of the reasons why they do look so good. Wild Oreo is an amazing player. I'm not 100% sure if he's the IGL. I think because Wild Oreo has historically been one of the players who can. Oh, it's Coco this time, right?
Yep.
Okay, that's definitely interesting. But yeah, Wild Oreo definitely one of the players who can step up as an in-game leader, or if it's a secondary IGL role, that's definitely something that he can absolutely fill.
He's always been a player who has been one of the standouts in any team that he's been on. And same as Envy, I know you have personal experience with him, and I remember during those Hashra days, during year one, after they beat Bren, now Secret, everyone was looking at Envy like, dude, this, as you said a while ago, he played like 5 different agents and 5 different maps. And that was something almost unfathomable for most players in the scene. And Envy, it's so nice to see that such a young star has, made his name and really found a place here on the Oasis squad.
We didn't get to talk about our predictions because personally, I'm going to say Oasis have this like in the bag. Because if there's a team that can match Georgie and Emma and tit for tat when it comes to firepower, absolutely, Oasis Gaming, they have this in spades. Because, you got some of the young stars. Ripper, who's an absolute fortress on the defense. You got Wild Oreo, who pops up everywhere and does amazing setting up for his team. And then there's Marky. Let's not forget Marky, obviously. And then there's Indy, who's supposed to be the support player, but ends up playing the carry most of the time as well. It's going to be a very, very interesting battle all across the map, depending on, how things go. But let's go into it. Game number 1. Here we are starting round number 1, and they're going straight for the B site. Very typical Oasis Gaming strategy. We've seen this a lot. Marky, great entry, flash behind, dashes away, doesn't get any more, a little bit off timing, but mostly gets a double. Zero Deathio was able to get that kill onto Wild Oreo. So this quick B rush maybe looking a little bit ill-advised, maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves here as we now find ourselves in the 2v4. Ripper is able to find one, traded out by Eman, but Eman getting a double, the last 2 kills of the round as Action PH manages to take us in a 1-0. They win the pistol.
A funny stat for you all, actually not even a stat, just an observation that I've noticed doing my own homework, as an analyst and all, is most of the teams in our top 8 playing on Haven, if they start on the attacking side here in Haven and on the pistol round, most of them go for a B rush to start off the game. Like that's just flat out majority of the rule here for a lot of the teams that you're going to see in the top 8. And it's not surprising that Oasis went for that play, but Action, great job at repelling that. It wasn't really much of a fight, honestly. They came into the slaughterhouse, and Action PH showed them the way on out with force.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great strat right there, but, we see this, happen quite a bit, The B rush early on when players, try to go for that, that early... I'd say catching people off guard in terms of that B site, but it's very 50-50. So I'm not 100% sure that I like it, especially that teams are very aware of the possibility that it happens on the pistol round. We saw it kind of fall apart a couple of seconds ago. even though Marky, that's the thing about B side, right? Because even though Marky did get a good entry frag, it's still really not enough because you do get the B side, but then, what then, right?
Yeah. Sometimes getting a pick on the B site just isn't enough, and I think that's more true for the B site as compared to A and C here. I see it a lot more often where Jet was gonna dash in. Hell, it even happened the exact same way to South Built yesterday. ASUS dashed on in, he got a kill on the guy there towards A link, and then the rest of the team just collapsed. Yeah, exactly. So it's super common for teams to go B site on the attacking pistol round, but it's super common for them to just die after the opening entry as well. And that's kind of what we've got here. Tech pause this time, not Elu's fault. No one blame him. We're gonna blame Master Life potentially.
It's actually is that an Oreo?
Oh, that's such a cool spray for him.
Dude,
I
need that in my life.
Elu, is an Oreo a cookie or a biscuit?
Oh, dude, maybe we should ask Wild Oreo though.
I think he has some valid opinions in that.
Is an Oreo a cookie or a biscuit? Okay, let me think about that. I think, man, that's a tough one. It's a cookie. It's got to be a cookie.
Cookie. Not a biscuit. We're on PH broadcast. We can do things like this.
Yeah, all right. Okay. Back to the game since action has restarted. Now it's looking like a quick hit towards that A side. Aggression comes in, but Action PH ready for it. As the defensive line hold the front here, Eman, Trailblazer, stuns him up completely. Oh, look at that click from Eman, melting them away. It's a beautiful 4K on this eco round. Lovely, lovely stuff from Eman. This is the second 4K Eman has gotten in Haven in rapid succession.
Sheesh Louise, Eman. Great Trailblazer there to get him information. Obviously, the stun on Wild Oreo on the opposing Sky. Great shots as well to follow through the Ghost, certainly making spirits of whoever was remaining in his sights. Well, that's the opening 2 rounds. They're kind of expected to win the second after winning the first. But now, this is where they can potentially build some bank if they can get the 3rd round on Oasis once more.
Building that bank is absolutely crucial. You get the bonus round, you're going to be able to buy for quite a few more, be able to build that momentum and really shut down the opposing side, as we all know. So interesting, as once again Oasis just goes straight for that A side. Quick tag comes up, Wild Oreo brought down at half HP, about tries to land a shot. Mochi's able to find it. That's a really another good hold here. Ripper finally able to break through the defense. They only found one. They still have to clear the rest. Ripper with a double, and it's the controller who's doing all the entry work right now. Still leaving us in a 3v3. Action PH. It comes to a grinding stop here on towards the A side.
Well, they've upgraded to rifles here on Action PH's side, which is a smart idea. They're able to repel this attack from Oasis, which is a very, very hot attack, mind you. They really like to go hard and in, so okay, information to be found. Emma finding another pick. He's just been completely shutting them apart. The initiators here from Action PH finding everything and anything that comes across their way.
Wow, Action PH winning that bonus round. It's going to skyrocket their economy. Look at where they're standing right now. We already have 6,200 on Zero Deathio. We do have just about 5,000 on RU. He still has that Spectre in hand because he has not gone down. Now on the other side of Oasis, they are worse for wear. This is a map that Oasis is comfortable playing on, but I'm a little bit worried for Oasis right now. Action PH are looking comfortable on every single map they play on. Remember, these were the picks that came out yesterday, and they won both against South Built. So, as I say that, though, Georgian, Zero Deathio, and Eman, it's another clean round here, looking for Action PH.
Rounds up, and this should be done pretty much. As you said, very comfortable.
Okay, maybe not.
Okay. The Grim Ripper, it seems like, for a short moment there, but Georgie's going to clean up house, and that's the round done before it even got started. Now Oasis, 5th round for them to play on, and the first potentially for them to take. They've yet to really find much, and that's saying quite minimal because literally 3 players of them don't have a single frag just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. But it is early on in the game. Not a little bit too worried about them. But yeah, again, it is now the next chance here, the bye round. Eman already 9-0. A little bit of a gross statistic if you think about it. We've only had 5 rounds. He's had 9 kills and 0 deaths. This guy is absolutely on a tear. One of the biggest win conditions for Action PH is for them to just wreak havoc. And it's looking like in the smoke, Ryu finds a triple kill, melts him away from within, playing up close. And Oasis looking shocked after trying to work their way into a smoke that he's gonna absolutely be punished for.
Brute force tactics won't work against a team like Action PH, who know when to bring the heat. Another round, Elu, done before it even starts. We're only getting to that minute timer, and it's once again Coco, the only player remaining here on attack. It's for a map that is commonly attacker-sided, at least during year one. It's been quite the opposite here, at least so far in the 2 days. We're not even, well, completely done with 2 days, but the 2 days we have seen so far here in the VCTPH. Lot of defender-sided halves, it does seem. And Eman, he gets the final one of the round. 5-0. Man, oh man, what a start for Action.
Like, honestly, this is quite a sight that we're seeing. Eman still hasn't died. Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Man, the spray control that we've been seeing for the past couple of days, Black and Blue, it's just unreal.
And so many Astras hiding in so many smokes, getting so many kills these entire 2 days. Like, I can't even count the amount of times I've seen an Astra do that just here at Haven, and like the 3 maps that we've seen Haven on. So, well, lots of deja vu moments, but not one that Action, rather Oasis, want to relive here. They've got an eco buy, but they're going to get shredded on this long-range engagement. Emma and Georgie find the opening. So Defio doing the same as well. Envy's able to answer back, but Elu, I think this is done.
Yeah, pretty much. We go through, it's a almost perfect anti-eco round here for Action PH. And they're 6-0. Dude, I don't, you know, if we had a little bit of a session like studying about all the teams and whatever, and I think Action PH was one of the teams we were all like, yeah, they're probably gonna win a couple here and there, and then suddenly they play like this today and yesterday, and it's like, oh god, this could be a deep run team. This team could like go to the finals. They are so good.
I think so, and in my humble opinion, I don't even think it's necessarily about anything super strategic. These guys are just feeling it right now. Sometimes newly established teams, newly formed teams can either go super up or super down. So like they're gonna have a kind of feeling out moment, or they're just gonna click for those first opening months and maybe kind of settle down a few months later on. And so for this team, they're definitely doing the latter, where they're really pumping things up. And look at this aggressive position by Georgie. This is what he's known for.
Yeah, oh, okay, Trailblazer, right timing, but they don't land the shot onto the operator right there. Georgie really toying with fire here, does not want to back off. Considers even using the shorty up close in case he gets pushed on. Flash does come through, it doesn't pop. Shot does go off, but doesn't connect. It's gonna be a 6-0 right now, as once more, Action PH, they're denied of any control towards A. Instead, they're gonna be trying their hand at B, at C rather. They will find it wide open, but C, it's a site that's a little bit difficult to hold after a post plant as well, considering that Action PH, they haven't really given up so much utility. They still have a lot to make this retake happen, and it's looking like it's possibly a 7-0. It could be a 7-0.
Ryu still has a star on him here for Action PH to block off that C-long position. Here comes the stun, it doesn't connect, but the Rolling Thunder will. Emon trapped out on his own summit, or Georgie dies to his friend. What are you doing, Sova? Stereo, you've killed 2 of your own teammates. Ryu has done the same. He's able to find both Oreo, but Ripper and Coco will clean things up. What has happened? Complete catastrophe on the site.
Siradethio kills 2 of his own teammates. I've seen 1, but I have never in my life as a professional caster seen 2. I need a replay of this.
Can we roll that back, please?
He's gonna feel so bad after that. I'm gonna. Oh my.
Oh man.
The first round that Action PH give up, it has to be because Siradethio gets a double kill on his own teammates. That's gotta feel bad.
Actually, well, maybe, but knowing these guys, I'm sure they'll laugh it off after this, and they know they're in the lead. They've got some, cushion to work with, and you gotta focus on the game, because right now we have another gun round, Elu, and it's a heavy A attack seemingly from both of these teams.
Trying to stack up on site 3 players to work on it. Georgie, nice tap. Gets rid of Coco. And it's going to be the aftershock, not going to connect. Still allows him to stay on site. Marky right there with a double. Almost with a triple. He does get it. Georgia gone down. It's all Marky. Marky all day long who cleans up house in A site.
Very, very nice entry from Oasis. They're building up some steam here, Elu. And this could be where they really flip things around. They've gotten around and potentially a second here. It's going to be really difficult for Modsky to destroy this crossfire they've got. Ryu, he's all alone. He's got some money to try and go for it and get a kill or two, but that's about it. 6-2, Oasis finally stringing 2 rounds in a row here.
All right, so a little bit of time to breathe here for Oasis. They've gotten a couple. They still got a lot of work to do if they want to break down the economy of Action PH. They have gotten 6 in a row, so it's going to take a minute. But still, it's impressive stuff here from Oasis. One of the things that we talked about is that Action PH, they're a team that likes to start strong and use that momentum, carry it through all the way to the finish line. But if they stall out, they really stall out. So Action PH, they want to nip this in the bud. They want to get this momentum stopped. And here's another look at the team double kill.
Timeout called.
Gotta feel bad.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, timeout called by Action PH. This is not something you see too often. You have a 4-round lead, the other team wins 2. You call your only timeout for the game. But I don't think it's a misjudgment of their use. I think it's pretty smart for them, actually. They know that they're a team that really runs off momentum, and if they give Oasis that momentum, then they're going to struggle quite a bit. For a name like Action, I think they're actually pulling a lot more thought into this than most people would assume.
Indeed. And they left a spike. They'll pick it up. Yeah. All right. They're sending Wild Oreo to go and get it.
Well, 6-2. Continue on. Round number 8. Going for the aggressive peek, and Georgie finds the opposing jet on Marky. Quick peek.
Okay, well, a little bit of a revenge from the previous one. As Marky was the one to open the site up completely. Sir Deathio is good for 1. He's able to pick up the rifle of his fallen teammate. Good flash there from Envy. Actually breaks the Seekers. Look at that quick reaction. As now found ourselves in a 3v3 right now. Still 2 players in the A site. Full opportunity for Oasis to go ahead and rotate. They're going to try their luck on a different site.
Well, it's a 3v3 still, which allows them, a lot more space to work around with, especially in the attacking side. You know for sure that in a 3v3, that at some point, one of the sites on the defensive side will be a man down, or will, will be less strong to hold. And they're right on that. Stick together. You're in a 3v3. You're almost assuredly going to find the man advantage coming your way. All he has to do here is find 1 at the very least, but he's going to be in for a rough time, blind completely, and Wild Oreo is going to dunk him in the milk.
And stun. That was the easiest kill of his life. Absolutely. It's like a layup that he just hit. Their open basket as Modsky brings to a 1v2. Oh dear. And the timing does just not go his way. Really great split right now from Oasis. They're making this comeback happen. 3 rounds that separate them. They could make a strong argument for their team just because of these past 3 rounds. They have actually already almost broken the economy of Action PH. So if they win this round, we might actually have to see an eco and potentially a tie half.
Yeah, they've got this 1 bye left for Action. If they lose this round, that's an eco. And 6-6, definitely viable here for Oasis. I love how they play that, recognizing kind of the fundamentals of the game. 3v3, stick together. They're going to be a lot weaker in the defense in this situation. And Envy, just to go back another basketball reference, well, throwing the alley-oop to Wild Oreo on the backside pillar guy, and Ryu had no chance.
Yeah, it's a great round as we have 3 rounds that separate these 2 teams. Eman 12-3. He is definitely on fire. He's on something. He's got more kills than anybody on the server by quite a while. By quite a lot, except for Ripper, who is behind by a couple. But still, a little bit of the slowing down. This is one thing that we did talk about. When Action PH starts to slow down, it starts to become a little bit worrisome because when they do slow down, they slow down a lot.
Well, the team named Action, as it might suggest, if they're not constantly moving, constantly doing something, then like a shark who has to always keep on swimming, and like a fish, they're just gonna sink. And that is the problem here for Action PH. But at the same time, we also have to give props to Oasis, the adjustments that they've been doing, not really going hastily as we saw in these opening 6 rounds where they were just, bum rushing on in. Now they're taking things slow, but when they do execute, that's when it goes fast, as we saw there in the C site, as we saw the A site right prior, and another technical pause. Unfortunately, nature of the beast, but Ripper, he has been doing work on that Astra.
Yeah, he has. Absolutely. The Astra coming alive here in the first game of the day. Ripper is one of those players who we have known. He's been on the Oasis roster for quite a bit. He's been a really strong player. Even back in the different iterations of Oasis, he's always been one of the stalwarts, one of the consistent players. And I'm happy to see him come alive. We had a lot of talk about Ripper, and he's a very young kid who has such a lot of potential. Always been the smoke player, always been the controller player who always puts up the numbers as well.
Look at this shot from the observers. I appreciate the observers really giving us a bit of, kind of beautiful scene in a lot of these technical pauses. It's all we can really, I guess, observe in these moments. But look at the ultimates here in Oasis Gaming. Because of that run that they've had, these 3 rounds where they've been getting a lot of orbs in their way. They got a Blade, so even if, Marky is low on money, he can use that. They got the Cosmic Divide, and they've got the Lockdown. This suggests to me that potentially a C-site execute could be coming up soon.
Yeah, could be. As we now resume the game after the technical pause, which obviously Asura is at fault for. You're looking absolutely correct. It is looking like a C push here. As Oasis, they're gonna barrel their way here into the corner, but they still have to deal with RU, who is yet again playing in the smoke fantastically, still alive. They're getting that lockdown, but it could be a little bit of a pixel where he's safe. Nice shot right there from Eman, though. Oh, actually does deny the lockdown. That's going to be a 3v2 at the very end of all this action. Ripper looking to get that headshot in. It's Georgie traded out by Wild Oreo. 2v1. Wild Oreo left standing 36 HP. They know where he is. He's tagged up and he's taken down. It's a brilliant half for Action PH as they come back into this, deny Oasis another round.
Eman is just so smart with his timing to be able to do that, but there's also a bit of a misplay there for Oasis. That is why when you do that play, you either place an alarm bot or a nano swarm, a molly, on that window exactly to deny that from happening. And with Eman noticing that, hey, there's nothing to stop me from jumping out of this aside from a smoke, he went exactly for it, and the smoke dissipated right to help his favor as well. So great job by Action PH on that one. Most teams who aren't too used to or aren't quick on the fly might not be able to react to, a play like that from Oasis, but Action PH, they're on their toes and they are really keeping their head on a swivel.
Yeah, they're prepared for almost everything here. After a little bit of, oh my god, they cannot find RU, man.
No way.
Oh, they finally get him. I thought he would get out for a second there. It looked like he would. But there are so many times that RU is just able to tuck himself in the corner and take down like 1, 2, maybe even 3. Oh, Georgie, awkward timing on that duel here. Mark, you might have landed the second one. Little bit too greedy there, I think, Georgie. And yeah. Oasis Gaming, they do punish that overextension from Action PH.
Even without the tracers, Marky knew where he was, and rightfully so, punishes him for, as he said, overextending. Eman and Modsky, the last 2 alive, but I'm pretty sure that they can make something work here. Bring it down to 3v2. Eman's gonna find another. He's so consistent this entire stage so far. One of the biggest reasons why Action does it and Modsky can do it. As I told you, man, 4v2. Eman and Modsky got something to do, and that they proved to be true.
I am thoroughly impressed by this Action PH roster. Every single time that they come on to play, it's like Yeah, your predictions, we don't care. We just don't care. Not everybody, what everybody thinks of them. Because yesterday, the team they played up against was a little bit of, I'd say 50-50, you know? It's a little bit of a good test. You know, but today, they're playing up against Oasis, who we know is really, really strong. And they're winning quite handily. The Hunter's Fury does come in. Good tag. Envy, not going to get tagged up through it. Dashes out, and Wild Oreo survives for now. Cloudburst tries to... Cloudburst does actually give him a bit of time to escape.
They could end this half 8-4, but that's not really a great scoreline to end on, but not too terrible at least. Much better than 9-3 for sure. Although, who knows, maybe the curse would help their favor out. Yeah. Still a 5v5, Envy taking some damage, Operator has been given away, and Georgie is going to go down for that. Overextending once again. Wild Oreo punching for that. Great flash with the Seeker on Eman, and he just completely did it by himself to open up the site here. Serio is going to try and fight back, only good for one.
They get the site, and it's looking like it's going to be an 8-4 half. Unless the two players, Aryu and Modski, can pull off a 2v4. Ooh, misses the right click. Marky maybe getting ahead of himself a little bit. This is quite dangerous now. Information given. Oh, the timing through the wall. It doesn't go his way. Really unfortunate. The Cosmic Divide. Oh, man. Could have been his kill. It just wasn't.
Switching sides.
Oh, so unfortunate on the timing there. You know, I realized I never really put my prediction out, and because I never really had the time to, but I did a while ago when I was watching the panel, and also you and everybody saying Oasis. I wanted to say, okay, that would be my esport answer too, because Oasis have proven more. But knowing how curses go, when the entire panel all votes and all kind of predicts one team to win, then that probably won't happen. Just looking at how the curses have went this entire stage, hell, even last year. But Oasis, they still got a chance at this. I'm not saying they're out of it just yet, because at least that final round looked quite better, especially from Wild Oreo there, opening up the sewers himself, no help to be given, and none taken.
Dude, like, there's something about VCTPH that just brings out the most, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just like, what happens that all of the upsets like just go down?
Hey,
and speaking of the quick B rush, we talked about the quick B rush earlier on. It happened in the first round of the game. They go ahead and do it themselves, but Action PH, they're successful. Oasis Gaming, they double up on everywhere else. Flashes come through to help Envy try to retake the site, and they will find their way onto the site, but it's a scuffle here towards grass as Aryu and Modski, they find their way with a couple of kills. Oreo is able to get a double here. Eman and Modski, they clean things up as well. And Action PH have taken another round. They win the pistol, and things are looking really good for Action PH right now.
Their B rush worked. Oasis's didn't, unfortunately. I do think that that flank from Marky and Ripper could have actually worked out. Once that plant went down and they were pushed up C long, if they walked their way towards the grass, then they probably wouldn't have been as ready. Like, Eman wouldn't have been as ready, Modski wouldn't have been as ready to repel them. But the fact that they ran at the last, like, 2 seconds before they actually peaked gave their intent away, because nobody really assumes you're going to go for a double flank from C long, and that was a crucial mistake that did ultimately punish them, as a C site this time, taking that long range advantage, is theirs.
Cage triggered. Okay. Timing just doesn't go their way right now, once again. But on this eco round, rather, Action PH gonna be too worried. They do lose one, but one is all they lose, and they're gonna be happy about that. Double digits, as Action PH are something else in this tournament, man. They have, I'd say, impressed everybody. You know, back when Marky and back when Georgie and Eman used to play for Dreamfire, a lot of similar playstyle like this did come through, but I don't feel like it was as structured as this, because it looks like they've refined this sort of gung-ho, sort of in-your-face kind of playstyle that really catches up structured teams like Oasis, and they just win their duels as well. It's so difficult to play up against, and who would expect this? A quick B rush on the bonus round here. They go for it. They just go for the plant. very good attempt here. Georgie's able to get one. Georgie with a double. Again, this is just a bonus here, and they've managed to find 2 kills in a spike plant, so it's already good for them. They tap away, and they're gonna try to fake a defuse right now. Nobody really biting. Georgie gonna line up a third here. 1 player left, and if Action PH wins this could just be all said and done. Marky around the corner. Could he be the hero for his team in this 1v2? Goes for the free fire. He lands it. He doesn't get it. It's RU who wins it for his team, and Action PH finds 11.
Out of the charges.
Wow.
2B site executes, and both of them quite successful. Not an easy thing to do. And a lot of people might wonder, why do they go B so often in these rounds? Well, when you have your bonus round, 3rd round, you're in SMGs, and the opposing side is on Phantoms, Vandals, basically assault rifles, you kind of want to close out that range of engagement. And on the B site, you're not going to be fighting anything at long distance, unlike an A site execute or a C site execute.
And it's easier to plant.
Yeah, it's way easier to plant when you have less weapons on your side, less firepower. So great job and great strats here coming from Action as Marky gets a pick off on Georgie.
All right, so they make it expensive for now, but okay. Good job, Marky. He brings it to a 3v5. This is an eco round. They could potentially win this eco round 3v5. You do have Mochi watching the rifles, making sure nobody does pick them up, and as well as Eman, who brings it back to a 4v3. They won't be recovering those rifles anytime soon here. They're sending off a lurk in the form of RU to scope out C. And to scope out Garage here. If he gets caught off, this could be really bad, but RU, he wins that duel and opens up the C site for the rest of his team. He's going to call everybody else in.
3v3, doable if they can find a pick and retrieve a rifle.
You want to find it?
There was a gun dropped towards A long, but they don't seem to prioritize retrieving that for the meantime. RU does not get blind, able to dodge a flash. The second one won't connect either. He's going to find an easy kill in Wild Oreo from that intent. Coco has made his way out the garage, but he's going to follow suit just as his teammate does in V. 12-4, match point. I think we're moving to map 2.
Match point.
Yeah, I think so. This is looking like it's done. I mean, this is like the very last chance, and there's way too many rounds for Action PH to make a mistake. I just don't see a world where Action PH lets this lead slip away from them. They're making a statement right now on Oasis's map pick. But having said that, Action PH have shown that they're good on Haven and Ascent. So these are really 2 good maps for Action PH. They could just win the series 2-0.
You know, as this push happens, that's awkward timing here for Georgie. He gets punched by Marky, but they go 1-for-1 at the very least on either side. You see Long execute. Looking a bit difficult to try and punch through. Envy gets a pick on RU, which does open up an avenue of attack, and he's going to try and use his Rolling Thunder completely blind, but they don't know because they're stunned as well. That's a good counter flash to try and fence him off.
Oh, they're pinned down in a corner, but it seems like they might be able to wiggle their way out. They're waiting for the right time to peek it. There's 3 players. They have the spike. It's a crossfire of doom here. It seems like Action PH are winning this engagement here. Seekers to help identify, get them out of that corner. And Action PH, they're surviving. I thought they were worse for wear, but the sustain coming in right now from Emma is keeping them alive, and they get out of that tough spot. Oasis, I thought they had them locked in, but they don't. They turn this around in their favor.
That's what you thought, but that's not what they believe. Action PH still think that they are at the advantage here right now, but that's not going to continue on for too long as Oasis shredding them down. Coco barely saving them there in the end. Last one left remaining in another round to continue on further. Oasis, good job on that rappel, and by all means though, if Eman did not throw out that flash when they were all rolling thunder, that could have been the end of the round, but still, you can see that when Action PH are getting beat, they fight back.
Yeah, but look at the money right here. Because of the fact that 4 people died on Oasis, they don't have a lot. And Envy, he's, you know, as one of the best players around, you want him on a rifle, but he's got to be sitting. Okay, he's got a rifle. They do have Ripper on the Spectre though, so it's not the nicest of buys, but they will have decent weaponry coming into this one. 12-5, and they're going to need to make something happen. It's a lot of rounds to come back from, though, Black and Blue.
For sure, Elu. I mean, how do I even begin? You need, what, 12 rounds just to make match point, rather 7 rounds perfectly just to make match point. And that is not an easy task, not against this action team on Haven, which is looking like one of their best maps by far. And Georgie's going to open things up on the marquee. That's a big gun, a big player remove here. And the blades comes out. He whips the right click, though. None of his blades connect. And Wild Ori will punish him after the Seekers land on him, too. 4v4. This does favor the the attacking side, though. But Sir Deathio is going to go down as Emon gets a trade on Ripper.
And now they head towards the C side. Coco backs up from Garage, and they mow him down with a good crossfire. But the crossfire falls apart. Now, Sky versus Sky. Eman. Good flash. Fakes it. Oh, no, he must have lost it. Oh, wait. He overthinks it. And I think Wild Oreo could have had it. Could lose. The Seekers come out, and Eman, he actually wins it. Wild Oreo overthinking the situation. Instead of going for the kill, doubles back. And that allows Eman with a 4K victory here up against none other than Oasis. Action PH take game number 1.
That's so unfortunate. They're in their heads. You can see it and you can feel it here, especially in that final play. Overthinking, as you said, but I mean, it's a reasonable decision for him to wrap back around towards the longer side, but just hindsight is 2020. Unfortunate for Oasis once more, but I mean, the game was done. Even if they won that clutch, I'm not too sure how big their chances would have been to come back into the game and even take it or extend us in overtime. So great job here. Look at that, 4.4 KDA from Eman. What retribution for this man.
And it's almost the 400 ACS game. We saw 2 of them yesterday, and we have some hella good players playing here at this stage. And this is why Black and Blue, I said this yesterday, this is one of the best VCT Philippines set of teams that I think we've ever had.
Yeah.
As we take a look at all the highlights that happened, there were quite a few. We starting strong here.
I was, mirroring the same sentiments yesterday too when I was saying we have so many teams in the Philippines right now for Stage 1 that are international caliber, that can play in APAC Challengers, and we think will make some noise at the very least in APAC Challengers. So for us to have 3 slots, we're going to get the best of the best up there, and those guys are really going to pop off, I think. But man, let's talk about the game at hand first, though. Dominating performance from Action PH. I'm not too sure if the confidence is shaken yet from Oasis, but I have some kind of sentiments that these guys will probably try and bounce back as hard as they can for map number 2. And knowing Oasis, I don't doubt that they're going to want to extend this to map number 3.
Wow, the Seekers. Again, I'm looking at that replay, and the Seekers coming out just in time to save him. Amazing stuff. We're going to have to take a little bit of a think about what just happened, and I'm sure the players need a little bit of a break too, because when we do return, game number 2 here in VCT Philippines will be coming your way. Illustrato in Black and Blue will be back in just a second.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug. cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Testing she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
Map number 1 done. Map number 2 has yet to begin. But, well, that was map number 1's. Actually, map number 1 was the pick of Oasis, and now we're going over to Action's pick. So this is going to be a bit difficult here, I think, for them to try and come back. But I'm sure they're going to try and extend this further. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Mr. Ilu Strado himself. How you doing, man? And what you feeling?
Wow, I'm in shock, and I'm certain a lot of our viewers and the players are in shock as well.
Sure.
After that 4K clutch from Eman, it's poetic. It's kind of poetic how that match ends, like all in his hands. And what a way to win the match on. And again, this was Oasis's map pick. Now they're going into Ascent, and from what we saw yesterday, Action PH are even better on it, which is honestly difficult to believe on its own. So it's like, okay, this is kind of insane. Action PH, where are they coming from? Where are they getting all this energy? How good are they? And it's just a treat to watch, Black and Blue.
I have to agree. These guys, I think coming into stage 1, when we saw Group A, you got Team Secret, Oasis, Bren, and then Action. A lot of people placed Action in maybe the 4th, the lowest team from that group, but they're making a big case for that to not be necessarily so true. Nobody expected them to play this well, aside from maybe them, but hey, I'm sure they're going to take it. We're going over to map 2, which I said a while ago is a map pick of Action. So they picked Ascent here to be played. And if we ever get to that 3rd map, we're going to go into Icebox, which we did see them play yesterday as well versus Brand Esports. Now, Oasis, they picked Haven, but it looked very one-sided. How do you think Ascent's going to go?
Okay, Ascent, it's so hard to predict because none of us, we always will just get surprised by anything that happens. But I'm going to throw a little bit of surprise for you guys. We're going to take another break because we are going to be trying to get little things into action again. A little bit of a technical issue on our side. When we do return, game number 2 will be coming your way.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After an extended break, it appears that we have seemingly sorted everything out. And now getting back into the action itself. You're joining me, Ilustrado, and this is, of course, Black and Blue. This is game number 2 coming up in this first series of the day. Action PH making a statement in game number 1 up against the heavily favored Oasis Gaming. Black and Blue trying to make sense of what just happened. Break it down for us, man.
Well, dude, just complete utter domination from Action PH. We took a bit of a tech pause, so some things have kind of, I guess, faded just a bit. Memories, I have a very short attention span, but for the most part, I do remember just complete utter dominance. We ended 13-5 on Haven, Oasis's map pick, which is never a good case if you're an Oasis fan. I know there's lots of them out there, but now we're going to Ascent, the pick of Action, and I'm not too sure how confident I feel for Oasis in this match specifically. Hopefully they can heat things up as we come into map number 2.
It was a crazy one. It was so many 4Ks, a lot of clutch moments, and just the game coming down to the wire felt closer than it actually was. But in the end, Action PH showing and proving their dominance once again, that they are here to play. One of the teams that we are looking forward to. We didn't really know what to expect coming in from Action PH at the very beginning of this tournament. But after the series they played today, it seems like they've found a little bit more consistency, a little bit more tenacity in the way that they play, and a little bit more maturity from how they used to play back in, Dreamfire, and even back when they were playing under Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, like their own respective teams. Georgie, he's been on many different rosters that you guys might be familiar with, and so has Eman, who has been, formerly from Enigma Galaxy, now here in the Action side, and it's really, I think, a very kind of nice put together ribbon on, I guess, their careers so far here, coming on year 2. The fact that they've been on multiple rosters and how they look like they really found their home, and they're playing the best that they ever have, to be quite honest with you. And it makes me really look forward to the potential Team Secret versus Action, not even potential, because these two teams will face off each other twice in this entire group stage. Team Secret versus Action, and I'm curious to see how that will pan out against the best team. This whole Action playstyle, will they be able to do it to even the top dogs of our own region?
Yeah, that's going to be really the big question here. Can they prove themselves up against, the likes of Team Secret, who is honestly at this point, after what we've seen in the past day, seemingly like the most reliable team. We'd be like, okay, Team Secret, and then Southville probably number 2. But after this, it's like, okay, who can we really rely on to be the bastion for PH Esports right now? That's a very big question mark. It's up in the air right now. And let's go into Agent Select as we do move to map number 2.
We're going on over to Ascent, even going higher than the Havens, it does seem. Map veto kind of went either way, but I do believe Action PH does come out on top, especially after seeing that map number 1 and seeing how they played Icebox yesterday. But composition-wise, let's see what we got going on here. Double Innie on the side of Oasis, as is their trademark. It's Envy on the Sova, not on the Sky, as Wild Oreo takes that job. So Deathyo was good on the Sova, barring that one double team kill from the other round with his Hunter's Fury, but they're only going for that single initiator, and they got the Sage instead. Not something you always see on the pro stage here. What do you think about this?
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to seeing it, see if it can be completely effective. But we have been throwing a lot of curveballs already. A lot of, roles that have been swapped around. A lot of agents that have been, I'd say, picked that totally surprised us, like Envy switching in from, onto the Breach instead of the Sky. And people just switching roles. So I really think it's going to be a matter of how comfortable they are, especially in a map like Ascent, where things are very much tactically divisive, where, you have to really know what you're doing, and that really separates you from the people who are kind of just, making things up on the fly. You have to know what you're doing when you're bringing something new on a map like Ascent, and I'm looking forward to seeing it here in game number 2.
Ascent, it's a map that a lot of teams might think is, it's simple, there's nothing too fancy about it, but there's honestly lots of intricacies in how it's played. There's a reason why, it's kind of defender-sided, and if you're an attacking side here, you really, really have to be disciplined and diligent about, what information you're gathering, where you use your utility, and more importantly, which kind of space you decide to open or try to attack, given the current kind of utility the opposing side has placed. And so knowing Ascent is a map like that, whoever starts on the defensive side is really going to want to build up as many rounds as they can. And fortunately for Action, this is their map pick, and that is their game plan. Every single time you see them, they like to start off hot, quick, early, get a few rounds, maybe 4 in a row, 5 in a row, and then they kind of simmer down a bit once the opposing side is adjusted to them. Then they do that once again once the side flips, the sides flip, and that's really been why they've been so deadly. The fact that they always start each half really strong gives them a lot more cushion to work with. If a boxer, that's like Mayweather, where they start slow and then read them later in the round, Action, they're the very opposite of that. They're like the Pacquiao, they come out guns blazing.
Yeah, definitely. And apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We are still waiting to get into the game itself. Should be starting any second now. Did have a lot of technical difficulties earlier on in the game, but I'm absolutely certain we'll be getting into it in just a second now. Any expectations here, Black and Blue? Because for me, I'm thinking Action PH, they are looking like they are going to run away with this game.
I hope not. I honestly hope not, because even though Oasis do have a series later to play, as we're going in now to map number 2, Ascent, I'm sure that while they would want this to end quickly, they would want it on their terms, and they'd rather take the win in a 3-map series over a loss in a 2-map series, even knowing they've got another one to play versus Team Secret later, the 3rd match for a day around, 2 p.m. or something. But moving on, actually 4, now I think about it. Oasis versus Action PH. It's Action on the attack this time, and we know how hot they can be.
Yeah, interesting enough, they just dash in. Okay, no hesitation. Georgie going straight for the entry. And they're going to keep going in. It's Ripper to deny. Marky with the crossfire, and it's looking like Oasis makes short work of the Action PH rush. They were ready for it. Not going to be caught off guard this time. Really good execute here from Oasis, from Action PH, but denied by Oasis.
Almost getting caught off guard there, Marky, when he was, aggressing towards, I think it was Marky, right? The Jet,
yeah, that was.
Aggressing towards A main. Normally, if you're ready to receive that type of attack, you kind of play back, receive, their really aggressive execute, their really aggressive push, but Marky is able to get away with it, and the rest of Oasis is able to back him up. So, as you said, yeah, really, really good response to the aggression that Action loves to show on these opening rounds.
Indeed. A decent start right now for Oasis as they stave off the quick push. But now, it could be an eco round here, but the eco, Wild Oreo, they're making it, okay, good shot with a pistol from long range, and it's all going to be pretty much stabilizing. Nothing too much to write home about in this one. It's good, and it's a good anti-eco. They only lose Wild Oreo, and he only really had a ghost anyway.
Quick and easy round. Didn't really lose much. I think it was only Envy who died. So from that, I think they're comfortable where they're at. They have a single Phantom here in Wild Oreo's side, and they got Bulldog as well, which is, as I said, been showing some love, been gaining some love rather lately because of the small touches to its accuracy. And it's like a mini Vandal in some ways. It can be really useful, especially if you're not expecting it. But Action, they're fully gunned on up, and they're looking to, take a 3rd round here, especially as mid-control seems to be the plan. Take that long range.
Here.
Well, Ilu seems to have departed us as well. So, for the meantime, you're going to have to stick with me. Market control by Georgie. Action PH looking for a B split here. That is what they're geared up for, and that's what they're going to be executing. 2 players on that B site here. Left alive as Coco goes down will be Envy. He's got Ares in his hands, which should shred him apart, but he's only good for 1 before the trade on Georgie. They've taken the site, have the post plan, and now the retake's going to be difficult with the Marshall in hands of Marky.
Yeah, apologies again. Did drop out for a couple of seconds there. A little bit of a technical issue on my side, but now back into the action. Marky with a nice headshot on Eman. Absolutely takes his head off, and that's a nice scalping flame. No more Stage in the picture. Aryu and Georgie working hand in hand, and they're going to win the round here. Clean as day. Action PH, they secure the first one, and it's a very good first gun round. They only lose 2 players. They're going to be able to buy up quite handily into the next one.
Very comfortable with that, and you can see that they really don't mind that because Marky, operator immediately here. Round number 4. Their first gun round and the op's already out, so he as we saw during stage 3, hell, even C Challengers, he is so formidable with an op in his hands that it's so difficult to flush him out. So every piece of utility here, by action and information gathering, has to be dedicated to finding out where that op is and how to deny it.
Yeah. Marky going for the aggressive peek here towards mid. As you say, the operator not going to be challenged by anyone for now. It's here towards a main that most of the players will situate themselves. Just making sure nobody's getting in a push here. Oh, okay. So they are working their way towards B main. They might see one. They do take away the turret. It's a good ping right now to identify where Wild Oreo is. I love that Wild Oreo spray is an Oreo.
Yeah, I love that that's in the game. Very fitting, appropriate. Standoff here on A main. Flashes out, a few blind, and Wild Oreo reaps the benefits of that. Oh, he's good for a second too, but Georgie quick on the trade, and he gets a double of his own. Not letting Wild Oreo have all the fun here. They brought to a 3v3.
Yeah, you know, Ripper needed to get out of that position and take the trade, but he couldn't, obviously being stuck in wine like that, and Georgie able to capitalize on ultimately was a tiny bit of a misplay. But every inch could lead to a mile with these teams here. Good ping, Envy. We'll spot one out, and that's Marky, who's able to catch out Georgie. Leaves only one player left standing. That's RU. Has the spike. That's a little bit of a silver lining here. He's going to be heading towards B. 14 seconds left. He's got to decide. And that's Nano Swarm's just going to put the lid on that
10
coffin.
seconds left.
Yeah, he's going to have to hop on through. That Nano's not going to deny him from planting, as he's far wider than he thought. And Envy, actually Envy gets the kill from the stairs as well. I thought for a second it was going to be Coco's. They do get the round, and Oasis bring up a third.
They do. That's going to be a reset for Action PH. Their money is going to be in ruins after this one. They're probably going to be forced to eco yet again. So it's a little bit worrisome. They could opt for a buy. I'm not 100% convinced that they'll want to do this very, very early on in the game. Having said that, Action PH is a very momentum-based team. So if they do force on this one, or at least half buy, I wouldn't be surprised at all. And it's looking like it is going to be the case here. Bulldog and half armor coming out for Modeski. Gonna try to see how much economic damage they can do.
Get out of my way.
To find out for ourselves. Flash out above. Get that information. They know there's a bunch here towards mid. Not letting it shot. He dashes forward. That's the second time we've seen that happen, but safely around the corner at the very least. Coco, he has a Nano Swarm to try and flush this guy out, Georgie, but he gets a kill on the RU instead. The push here coming from Georgie's. Good for one, but not for much more. The eco, it's okay, but doesn't really net them too much. They can play for round number 6.
Yeah, and that's really going to be the important one here. That was just pretty much an eco round for Action PH. It's one that they're happy to give away, especially this early in. And especially when they can still quite easily recover from a 3-round deficit. Now Oasis, they have the lead. They want to keep their foot on the gas. They don't want to let go. Let's see how they can handle it. Marky will be going towards that B site. So I am looking forward to seeing if he goes for that aggressive peek there. Normally he does, and I think he will. Supported by Coco right here. No flashes for his team, but the blind coming from Sky gives the notification that there is somebody right behind them. Oh, okay. It's a quick mid push here towards mid. Well, obviously, as Georgie does try to make his way towards market. He hears the footsteps, certainly. They know that he's here after those bullets, especially Envy waiting for the right time to swing out. But they don't have B main, and Marky has it. They know that market is open, so they're going to turn their attention there.
Marky's actually quite fortunate Georgie wasn't holding the tight angle on that. Could have seen him dash out of B main, like where you see Georgie is right now. If he was there, Marky could have only been good for one. But luckily for him, the timing works in his favor. They go for the res. They have control of B, actually not even B main. They only have shallow presence there. Most of your players are towards that position. RU gets the flanking. Wild Oreo as well. He finds a double here towards the A side. It's right open for him. And Georgie finds 2 as well. Action, how do they find these rounds? They're not supposed to win those, you know, but they do. They do.
Very well played, very well dissected from Action PH. They know they're at a disadvantage. They slow it down. They take it back to a 5v5, and then they reset the round, and they use the map control that they have, the little map control that they have, to their advantage. I don't know why there were two players pushing, especially when they had a man advantage just over there towards A main. Are you the lurking player is able to cut them both off? And that ended up with a 3v5, which was quite honestly cleaned up by the rest of Action PH. Very smart, very deliberate action play from Action PH. Not how they normally play with the gung-ho play style, but it's a nice look.
Well, Marky, he finds one. Moski did get the trade. Well, that last round, to be quite honest, wasn't even anything tactical. They just individually popped off, and I really gained them more than they needed. Georgie gets the kill, but he gets traded by Ripper, who's good for the second. Able to deny the plant for the meantime, but Aryu gets the trade immediately. 2v2, and Emon, off of the boost of his own wall, catches Envy off guard. While Aryu pushing with just a classic hand, he actually gets the kill, and he's able to retrieve the Vandal. This gives him an opportunity to make the clutch happen. He pops the Seekers though, but then immediately runs away. So he's gonna kind of fake Aryu out to thinking there, but he does lose the information on where exactly Aryu will be planning.
Yeah, and already Wild Oreo has gotten position, so this is a good chance for Oasis. Flash comes through, not looking the right way, not by any means, and gets caught off. Aryu. It's going to be spotted out by Wild Oreo, and Wild Oreo will take the round. Oasis will find themselves 3 rounds ahead yet again.
Now there's some
And that's an ROG clutch for you guys.
Perfect. Brought to you by ROG and Intel. It's 1v1, and actually, by all things considered, pretty much a 1v2. So Wild Oreo uses the classic in B main, settles around with the Vandal in hand. He retrieved. This gives Action a bit of a kind of wake up. Like, this isn't the game that we were watching just right prior. Oasis looking a lot better here, but one could wonder if it's because they started the defensive side. Marky, what a position for him to play here. Elu, he's good for a second, almost a third. Willie, he's going so hot, overheating, but he's not gonna get punched for it.
What a play. Very nicely done here by Marky. That was very nice. That was very nicely timed here. And that's going to be the B side, however, that they're going to be sending a lurk towards. Modsky has not been found just yet. Problem is, the spike is still dropped in the middle of nowhere. I don't think there's any way to recover this. Oasis, they are putting their foot down. And historically, Oasis, this used to be one of their best maps, and they're showing exactly why it was.
Yeah, 4-1, man. And rather 4v1 at the end of that. So lots of economy they're building up by not losing much players. That's a great play. One that wouldn't normally always work out, because you'd assume that as soon as he gets that first kill, they'd start spraying that smoke. But none of them could connect. The recon bulk was perfectly timed, and it gave him just enough information, Marky information, to know where exactly to place his shots and his rounds. 6-2. Oasis flipping the script on its head as compared to what we saw in Haven.
Georgie, he's popping off right now. Last game it was Eman who went absolutely nuclear. But in the fusion reaction that is APH, Action PH, they are witnessing Georgie coming alive this time. And Oasis is a little bit more of a concerted effort. 999 on the scoreboard for the top 3 members of Oasis. So everybody really contributing. Coco left to defend the B side on his own, obviously. Still making a lot of plays for his team. 4 assists.
Very nicely done here from the side of Oasis. This is what we were expecting more of in that Haven map, as it was their map pick. And as seems fitting, he who picks the map loses it, almost, or at least struggles on it. That's what happened in map number 1. And
it's been happening like since day 1. Well,
since year 1.
Year 1.
Look at this.
Ooh, Coco just rounds the bend at the right time, but out in the open. This is pretty much done. Coco just got a kill with the bot. The sentry. Oh, that's not gonna feel very nice, but I'm just gonna have to write that one off.
Yeah, that's a round you don't really like play by play. You're just like, so they all died in mid, and yeah, that's what happened. Yeah. Moving on. Gun round now, finally. Elu and Oasis already at their quota of 7 rounds for the defensive side, and 8th wouldn't hurt.
operator now coming back here from Marky. He didn't use it in a couple of rounds, especially because of the aggressive nature of their plays towards that A main with the updraft and all. This time, he's going to be bringing it, trying to test his luck here towards top mid. He was spotted out towards B last time. Aldron will spot him. Now they know. We'll be able to updraft and dash out. He's now safe in the corner, but I think he gets a little bit too greedy with his position there. Oh. And that recon ball is absolutely deadly for Coco. He's dead to right here. Yeah, exactly that. Ripper's able to find one through the wall, and that's at least a little bit of room for them to breathe, but Georgie takes it back just as it came.
Great timing there by Georgie to find the two opening picks here towards the mid pizza. He's certainly baking them alive. Wild Oreo, ooh, he has a decent amount of timing here to potentially catch Georgie off, but no, Georgie went back. Smart decision instead of double dipping into that market. Wild Oreo finds Serdethio instead. Newest addition to this roster. They've got the Seekers on out. The Flash will go out as well to try and guide them. But he's gonna have to use the Trailblazer as well to try and find a path forward.
Yeah. Spike has gone down, so retake does commence. They do have a lot of time for this retake, so they can play this a little bit more patiently. Wild Oreo and Envy, they do it. They get 1 kill apiece, all up to Ryu, and if they can play this smart, they're gonna get the round. In fact, 3 kills for Wild Oreo in that one, getting Oasis another one, swinging the momentum completely in their favor. And Action PH, they're looking worse for wear. They're looking very confused as how Oasis has gotten so good within a short span of time.
Amazing turnaround here from Oasis Gaming. This is the Oasis that we know. When a while ago it seemed quite deserted dunes is what they were on. They finally found a bit of respite here in map number 2.
They've woken the sandworm
cushion. They have.
They didn't do the sand dance.
They are on. Now I forget what planet it was.
Arrakis.
Arrakis, yes. Yeah, so a lot better now, but a cold look here for Action PH. They're hot, if anything.
Found them, killed my bot.
And once more, we are going to mid control, but Marky's ready for it this time. He's going to play mid a little bit more passively. Could be walking into the crosshair of Georgie. Overextends. Nice tag onto the dome. Coco very low, and he's right there to back his teammate up. It's going to be a recon dart literally on 1 HP. Ripper's doing work here in the back as well. Cutting off the aggression from Action PH.
Last round
and Oasis, they've just got a handle on Ascent right now. They know exactly where to position. They know exactly what Action PH is going to do. And very, very well-timed pushes and peaks from Oasis Gaming. The synchronicity of this team all across the map is just truly, truly making things so impossible for Action PH.
I did say that this is a defender-sided map, but I didn't think it would go this one-sided. Spray down with the Odin. Big gun for a big task here of holding down that B site. No one getting tagged up just yet, though, and they've successfully baited out the pull. So that's going to give them a bit more freedom to move around here. Here comes now the lockdown. I think they've got some shock darts to destroy this, but I don't know if he has the timing nor the lineup to do it. And no, it's going to go off. There's no way they're going to stop this. They have a lockdown of their own, but Coco, he's taking a big risk here trying to stay in this. He's going to get detained and dies. He could have given it up. He has a lockdown of his own. Why is he doing that, Elu?
I don't know. A little bit of a misplay here, I think, by Coco, but was probably hoping to just get one and then get taken down and traded, but it's not gonna happen. Georgie missing the blades. Yeah, he did have lockdown, so it was a little bit strange. Regardless, it is a 3v5, and this is looking like it's going to be Action PH taking us to 9-3, unless remembering. Okay, I take that back. Caster's Curse, maybe, as Eman PH looks to be the bastion here onto the side. He does get one, but traded out by Ripper. Motsky is able to clean out the rest of them. 3 kills for him, and it's going to be a 9-3. Action PH, they actually make it a fairly decent scoreline. Will we see the curse yet again?
Potentially. We've seen LFO yesterday, right? Come back versus Naos and bring it into the final round of regulation after going down 9-3. Unfortunately, they were not able to bring it into overtime as that game ended 13-11, but they were able to extend it into the final round. And that's what Action PH should be looking for right now. Bring it to that final round, win round number 24 of regulation, and get us into overtime, get themselves into overtime, make this a 2-0 series perhaps. Oasis, they're feeling real confident, and this is looking to potentially go to Icebox, especially if they win this opening pistol here, Ilu.
Yeah, this pistol is very much super necessary for Action PH. If they lose this, their chances fall through the floor. But they also have another map to play. And Oasis Gaming, they just want to put an end to this as soon as they can. They want to take this pistol. If they take this pistol, they could potentially be looking at 11-3, which is almost pretty much impossible to come back from, unless you're maybe, I don't know, Gambit or something.
Even then, it's still a tall task to ask for any team, but... Well, Oreo, okay, great opening find here for Oasis, and that gives him a lot more leeway to work with. A second kill, he has been having himself hella great game. Eman shuts him down with a right click, okay, still works. And Envy does the same, returning the favor.
Yeah, this map, pretty much a non-starter here for Action PH.
One enemy remaining.
Especially if this pistol goes the way I think it's gonna go. Marky just one-taps her Deathio, and I think that shot just puts the lid in the coffin for Stan.
Yeah. I mean, his name is Sir Deathio, so he can't ask for it. At least it was swift, quick and clean from Marky there. Very, very humane. 10-3, Ilu. Both games, map number 1, a stomp. Map number 2, looking like it's about to end in a stomp. What do you think we're going to get for map 3?
Map 3 is the map where we go to quad overtime. Calling it.
I think so. At least triple, maybe, perhaps.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah. Quad that's a long day. And these guys got a long day today because they're going to be playing another series later in the afternoon versus Team Secret. They're crawling their way up here, Action PH, trying to find the picks that they, rather, Oasis trying to find their picks on Action. They might try and double dip. Marky, once again, with that Sheriff. No moving, another head.
They've lost one player already, and that's their one controller. So taking the site gonna be even more difficult than it already initially was. We'll see how that actually works out for them, as this eco round will most certainly go into the way of Oasis Gaming and take us into game number 3, unless the comeback of the year, and it's very early on in the year, happens.
We're literally in the second month of the year.
Yeah,
but
the best comeback of this year could happen.
Yeah, I mean, you would factually not be wrong. Well, 10-3, looking like a quick 11-3.
What was Emma looking at, though?
I don't know. Snap or something. TikTok. Who knows? Marky gets a kill. Ripper does the same, while Oreo dunks it in the milk.
Wait.
Twisted, lick it.
What was Emma looking? He was looking back at his team and spawn.
Replay?
I'd like to see another look at that, because that was I'm gonna look back on the VOD after this. Like, what?
I am of the belief that replays. I am of the belief that replays shouldn't only be for pop-off clutches. I think they're nice for moments like that too.
Like, you know how in sports they have those like in tennis, whether it ends up on the line or not.
Yeah, that would be something nice. Well, round here for Action PH, crucial. They lose this, you lose the game. That's simple. I don't think they're going to come back from anything less. They're going to need a lot more to deal with this Oasis squad, and to build that up, they need this round.
Okay, I'm going to try to cast this curse it and hope and say, okay, Action PH have lost this game. Just so that, hoping that we get a bit of a closer scoreline.
Yeah. Praise Oasis. Oasis are so good.
They're so great. They're not gonna lose a single game ever.
Yeah, ever. Not a single round. Nothing. Well, I think they deserve this win, to be quite honest with you, Oasis, after that kind of one-sided affair for map number 1. This is something they need, to really get themselves going, get that confidence up, and give us a good game 3.
Yeah, let's see whether things will happen that way. Game number 3, Seekers comes in.
Blinded.
It's gonna help them identify where some of the members are at least. Might give a false sense of security because there are still 2 players here towards that B site. And Motsky, he's able to line up 3. Motsky out of nowhere. He finds 4 kills and just shuts down the round all on its own. The Sentinel is able to get Action PH a flawless round.
Very nicely done. Coming in there from Modsky. He's a single orb away already from his ultimate, and that lockdown is a very high impact ultimate to have this early on in the half. That means he could potentially have it 3 times in this entire half if he does play well. They all line up for him, and he hits the mark every single time. Every single kill, a headshot. Nothing more, nothing less from him.
But the true test now coming in here for Oasis. They have the guns. Action PH. You can have everything they need. I'm a little bit surprised Marky is really only on a Spectre here.
Scout destroyed.
Hasn't been finding enough success, I guess, to reinvest here. And unfortunately for him, he doesn't have blades yet by round 4.
Yeah, I think it's because he bought in the previous one hoping to get more kills. And then he actually went down.
He did buy quite a bit. You know, it's a rifle. Well, it's justifiable considering he's a jet. He should have had blades, but it doesn't work out that way all the time. So, seems like they're trying to just, you know, soften up this mid position before they go A site and split it, Ilu.
Yeah, hoping to poke and prod. Just an inquisitive push here towards short. Georgie tail went out. Good backup. Good pre-fire from Georgie. Able to shut down Marky. Envy's ready for a response. Georgie's pinned in the corner. They know he's there. Can't get out. Envy and Rip are make mincemeat of A site. But Zero Deathio, he's got something to say about this. They stopped the plant for only a second. With that nano swarm, it keeps everybody else at bay for a second. Gives them the security of a plant. But already Zero Deathio has managed to sneak his way onto site. Somehow neither of them were looking that way, and he gets a triple kill.
Nicely done from Action. That was a test that you were talking about. Full gun round on either side. Well, for the most part, aside from Marky only having a Spectre. And Action PH, they come out of it on top. So his defensive side of there is looking a lot better. Look at Georgie. Let's go back to the scoreboard right after. He has 16 frags, by far encompassing every single, like almost every single kill on this entire team. Like nobody else is even close. Modsky's at 9, and a lot of those were from that one pop-off round. But things looking a lot more, I guess, spread out on the Oasis side, barring Coco.
Yeah, Coco pretty much, very much in charge right now. A couple of blades being used from Marky, Hunter's Fury. Okay, there goes the blades.
Rip. That's so unfortunate. He spent quite a few rounds to try and get those blades up, and when they do, ultimately don't find anything. Sheriff will not connect. Georgie will find his mark, and drops a Spectre, their only real weapon, but it can do some damage, especially coupled with these Sheriffs. We're gonna be, well, waiting. If Oasis do try and make a move here, they're all stacked up towards that A main position. No presence, no positioning anywhere else on the map. That's all they can really rely on. Just gotta check behind them if anything's gonna come their way. They got that alarm bot turret. Try and make sure nobody just idly peeks by, make the peeks a lot more difficult. Aryu's able to get one, but only that one before being traded by Envy. Still a 3v3, but the weapons heavily in the favor of Action, and the armor as well.
Well, look at that. Couple of nice kills with the Sheriff from Envy, but will it amount? Ooh, the damage onto Zero Deathio. He's got a lot of health to be regenerated. Oh, but he can't even get healed because Envy's found a 3rd kill with the Sheriff. Could have gone for more. Coco goes down. But if there's any one player you want alive, it's got to be Envy here. He has to recover the spike, but just can't do it. Team Ace right here for Action PH. They hang on. 5 rounds is what separates them.
Still need a few more, as you said, 5 rounds, but that's not going to come too easy, I think. Although, they're really gaining some momentum, and everyone knows. If there's one thing about Action, that this team, when they get hot, they go blazing. They really do ride off that momentum like a freight train on loose tracks. 11-6, Oasis have another gun round upon them. One they have to convert, otherwise Action PH, they could blow this whole map open.
Very likely. I mean, Action PH, you know, when they get hot, boy, do they ever. And they have been pretty cold this entire map, so I do feel like there's still a lot in the tank for a team like Action PH. Okay, hold on. Zero Deathio just brutalizing Wild Oreo here. Georgie with a backup, showing Marky how to land those bullets.
Oh.
And that's Envy who's finding Modeski here. Quick tap through the smoke, can't find anyone. Zero Deathio still alive, has Hunter's Fury, but and also has information, but he's also got backup. And they're just working perfectly hand in hand. Coco cannot get it. It's Zero Deathio with a stylish finish on the Sheriff to finish the round here and get Action PH another one. Another one.
2 kills here coming from Sir Deathio on the Sova with the Sheriff in hand, as he said. Very stylish. And he pulls it out of the holster and doesn't pull it back till they're all dead. 11-7, Oasis timeout. Smart time to call timeout, of course. I would assume that Mr. Coach Fluffy himself would be very, very, I guess, happy to call this timeout right now and stop that momentum and give him a piece of her mind. His mind.
So we talked about casters cursing this game, and
we kind of did.
Seems like we're getting there.
It's real, guys.
It's real.
I swear. No voodoo dolls involved, but
just our luck.
You know, to be a caster, sometimes you just have to be really
very unlucky.
Sometimes, yeah, and we just spread it around to everywhere we go.
Yeah,
sometimes. Not on purpose, but maybe.
Well, you certainly are used to spreading things around, aren't you? But,
yeah, especially on Twitter. You guys who would know.
2 more rounds, and Oasis still can't find them. Unfortunately for them, Action PH looking like they're making a comeback. It's looking like it's going to be 11-8. Georgie and Zero Deathio, they've got the big guns in their hands. Look how aggressive Action PH likes to play here. Ooh. That's the spike as well that he actually managed to drop too.
Nice shot by Georgie. It is a eco round from Oasis, so they're not necessarily expected to win this. They can do some economic damage, which will help them down the line, considering Action PH do not have like a stable bank just yet. They lose a round, they have 1 more buy, so getting a few kills here will really help their case out moving forward. Wild Oreo finds that exactly. Georgie overextending. You're an operator, you don't have to push that far forward versus an eco, and rightfully so punished.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that push. I know that he had backup in the form of his teammates, but you know, taking so much map control and spreading yourself so thin, this is what happens. Emma does actually go down too. So I think I love the aggressive play, sure, but you gotta keep it in check because right now Oasis, they're capitalizing on this. And look at how far Ripper has gotten himself. He's already on to heaven. A-side completely clear, almost
30
completely
seconds
clear.
left.
And they're gonna be able to plant for free.
That's what you call overheating. They get the kill, they think they can go for a heat check themselves, but then they fail it, you know? You have the man advantage, you have an operator in your hands, you're against an eco, no need to push up. Both lockdowns already placed, and this is looking like a winnable round, but this is not going to connect. They will destroy the lockdown here on the attacking side, and Action PH, they're bringing this back. Okay, not letting things get too out of hand, but Marky, we know this guy is big time. Showtime, give us a show. Unfortunately not.
Yeah. It's a good try, but in the end, Oasis, they take a loss on that one. Action PH, they reel it back in after the... Wow. What a good round here for Action PH to bring things back. It almost got a little bit too dicey at some point with that mid-push that they did make, but they recovered the big guns, and things are A-okay for now.
Well, very nicely done from Action, and all things considered, that was a really good eco from Oasis. Yeah, they kind of used their lockdown, but it was reasonable in that moment. They felt like they could win it, and it was certainly possible, especially if there wasn't a Hunter's Fury coming from Action to try and deny that from popping off. So Oasis, good eco round, got some money in their bank. Kind of hurt with Action's money just a bit. They have like 1 or 2 more rounds of buy, but that's all they got. So Oasis, they take this round. They could close this map out.
Well, it is 3 rounds that separates these teams. Again, Action PH have managed to claw their way back. We were already writing this off to like, yeah, well, let's go game number 3. But clearly, Action PH and Oasis, they have other plans for us. They want to stick to the script, you know?
You know, I just realized not only was there our Caster's Curse, but more importantly, the 9-3 curse was for there too. So they're double hexed right now. They have a double status.
They have everything going against them.
They have everything. They need some elixir to try and flush that out. But okay, Opshot doesn't land. It does reveal where he was though. Spot Oreo, his Seeker's out to try and find that and apply some pressure. But they're kind of trapped here mid-site.
Ooh, okay, the spam through the wall, and Serdethia was able to manage to find Ripper. They get the site, sure, but they're all falling to pieces. Moski gets Envy. And Action PH, I think they have this round. They should be bringing us to 11-9 with 10 seconds left. The spike out in nowhere. Eman finds a triple kill, and he gets his res ready up already. This is looking fantastic for Action PH. They are making the comeback happen. Only 2 rounds away now.
Wow, what a hold on that defense from Action PH. I thought this game was going to be a one-way show. It is a defender-sided map, but you can really see that, the full effects of that coming on here as soon as the sides flip. Very one-sided defensive side for this entire map for both teams. And Action PH, they kept them in the mid-site. Oasis weren't even able to walk into the lane nor the stairs. All they were able to be in is by that switch. And that is definitely a big problem for the attacking look of Oasis.
They're going to be forced on an eco now, black and blue. It's going to be double-digit for both of these teams. I can't even imagine. That's so ridiculous. Because a couple of minutes ago, it was what, like 11-3 or something like that? The scoreline was just so far apart. I just didn't see this comeback happening.
We were kind of writing it off, although we were, hoping for a game like this because, obviously when it's a stomp, energy is quite low, and people are like, let's move on to the next map. But Action PH giving us a game, one everyone deserves. So
yeah, they want to go 2-0. They do not want to let Oasis go into Icebox. Having said that, I'm sure Action PH, they will be comfortable on Icebox.
Yeah, especially after yesterday.
Yeah. They got 3 players on the site. 3 players to defend up against the full 5. But the Odin goes down here. But the crossfire is strong enough to take down 3. There's still 2 players up. Ripper finding himself a Vandal. Could still be massive. And there's a couple of dropped rifles alongside this. They find the Odin right in front of him. Not the most ideal weapon in this scenario. But still, Ripper with the timing. He misses the spray onto 1. He gets out somehow. Can't trade that with the operator. Now it's a 2v2. And Moski finds him with a wall bang. And now it's all up to Coco. Coco mows him down, yes, and he knows where the last one is. Must have heard the drop too. And he misses the chance. It's Moski who turns it back, getting Action PH to double digits.
Almost. That's 2 eco rounds. That seemed very doable for Oasis that they weren't able to clutch out. Unfortunate. Imagine if he didn't get the timing on that and he lost because he retrieved the op. But yeah, great job here from Action PH, and that whiff from Ripper, crucial misplay. Wasn't even necessarily any kind of strategic fault, just could not find his shots early enough. He should have been good for 2 kills right there, as Georgie had an operator, so he wouldn't be able to respond as quickly. But the clutch doesn't go their way, and this is looking really dire right now for Oasis.
Oasis I'm looking for the timeout, man. I'm waiting for them to call it because
They burned it.
have. Huh?
They already used it.
They used their one. Don't they have two?
I think it's only one. I'm
Is
not
it
sure
one
if
per
it's
half
super
now?
half.
Let's double
I'm not sure
check,
if it's
but
one
I'm
per
pretty
half.
sure they have
yeah.
two. But I'm waiting for that timeout. I'm waiting for like them to catch a breath because right now it seems like every round just not going their way. It's Action PH clawing their way back with this defense.
Operator in the hands of Georgie here, Elu, and as you said, this defense has been rock solid, a complete fortress. The Oasis have found impenetrable so far. That is not a good prospect to see. Eman, he's got his res up as he talked about early on. He's yet to use it, but has yet to find a reason to. Georgie gets that kill on the Envy as they try and walk on in, and that's going to make things a lot more difficult. Oasis are completely shredded apart. Ripper, the only one to get a kill. Marky does the same. It's a 1v3, and he can't do it all alone. They've tied things up. Cutting the lead immediately. How did they do this, Lou?
Honestly, Black and Blue, I really didn't like that A hit. They didn't burn enough utility away from Action PH to make it challenging for the retake. There was just everything for Action PH to make that happen. Oasis just goes straight ahead and hope that the forcing them offsite would be enough. But no, they didn't have map control. They didn't burn utility. All they did was hope to win in terms of having a better, post plant. But they didn't. Action PH was right there on the money with that retake. And now it's forced them into such a weak buy. Look, Marky, he's hoping the blades will be enough. Coco's only on a Spectre for match point. This is the disaster for Oasis.
You think if we praise Action PH, they're going to get cursed too? Action PH are so good. We're going to map 3. Duo. Yeah. That's not how this works. Okay. Oh,
Okay,
Marky, great jump. See, dude, the curse works. Marky's going to get another. No, he's going to die because I cursed it. I jinxed it. No, he gets a kill. It's going to be Oreo to trade him out. It's a 4v3. Doable for Oasis here, Elu.
It is very much doable. And if Oasis take us to 12, there still is a lot of money. Even if Action PH do this, there's a very good chance we go into overtime.
The script is one that is ever changing, it seems, between these two teams. Lockdown just to secure that retake, made it a bit more doable. It's a 3v4. And Georgie, he's going to go in early, but he gets punched for it. Great job by Ripper to have his head up.
One enemy
they destroy the
remaining.
lockdown, but ultimately, they should have this round. They're going to get match point.
Yeah, in a 1v4 here, Moski has a lot. So they all have a lot of money. If he can make it a little bit more expensive, still might be worth it to go for another kill. In fact, he does. But Oasis have found match point. And if we look at the money here on Action PH, they have more than enough to buy. It's going to be absolutely fine for them. On the other side, however, if we look at where Oasis stand, they're going to be a little bit short. Coco's only going to be in half armor. They will have all of their utility, though, so it's going to be it's got to be a very good round here. Action PH, what do you have? Can you take us to overtime?
We tried to curse it, right, to give us a close game. We didn't think it will get this close to the final round of regulation, as we talked about. Action PH, this was our first goal. Bring us to round number 24 at the very least from that 9-3 curse, so we saw LFO do yesterday. But they failed to bring it to overtime versus Nous. Can Action bring us into overtime and potentially close the series out 2-0? Let's figure it out. Oasis going for this A-side attack. 3 players here to defend it, and Marky's going to open things up. That's a great opener and an entry frag to get RU down.
Well, hopeful attempt to get a kill through the smoke. It's going to be the gravity well to dissuade anybody trying to push in from heaven, as well as the nano swarm that should be able to do that as well. Double chop dart coming in, not going to connect. The owl drone will tag up Juan. Will not spot anyone, rather, but Georgie will find Wild Oreo through that. They actually break the nano swarm, and there is a war through this cardboard box that is the floor. 4v4 right now as they try to work their way onto site. The spike has been planted, so they need to move fast. And Marky hoping to get a little bit lucky. They still are trying to exchange fire. It's trench warfare right now. And it's right now Georgie who gets one traded out by Envy. 3v3, Spike ticking away. Envy gets another one traded so quick. They have to deal with hell, and they need more time, but Marky's gotten the third. 1v1 right now for all the Marvel. It's Marky who gets it and keeps Oasis alive.
barely hanging on by a thread here. Marky. What a spark this team needed. He opened up the round and he closed it all alone. Great job from him, and what a performance from Oasis in that defensive half. Bit rocky. Actually, I'm not even going to say rocky. It was a complete show in the dirt, for lack of a better term, during that attacking side of theirs, and it was very difficult for them to even get a round, but in the end, they get the final two that they needed in the final two rounds of regulation, round 23 and 24, and so barely scraping by there, Elu. For a bit, all I was seeing was them shooting through wood, planks, and cardboard. Looked like a very different game, but in the end, they get the job done. We're going to Icebox.
Wow, we are. And look at the scoreboard right here. It's very much Jet versus Jet on the very tippy top. Marky versus Georgie. Two of the best Jets we have around. And the combat score, not too far off. Just an absolute treat to see this. Action PH almost had that. They were building up so much steam. But if only they got a few more rounds on their attacking side. It was like, what, 11-4 at some point? If only they got a couple more, we might have seen a 2-0, but no, we are going to go into Icebox here, and I'm pretty sure that both of these teams, they're going to be quite comfortable on this map.
Our caster's curse? Well, no regrets. We got the game that we wanted, right? We got a close game. We didn't want another stomp either way, and I think everything's justified. Wild Oreo, he was having himself a really good game, especially on that defensive side, but Marky, we have to talk about him. He was the MVP at the end of it to get the round. Georgie had some good shots, good moments. I do think there were some kind of misplays, though, from either side, like what we saw with Coco earlier on, and, you know, sometimes Eman would get caught off guard, even though he's been having a decent series in general himself. And Modzki, as you saw here from Action, he was so difficult for them to try and flush out on that defensive side.
Absolutely. It was just the defensive prowess here of Cirodethio, who was one of the key factors of keeping his team round after round in the lead. Well, not in the lead, but in the game. And really, truly an inspiring performance from both of these teams here. We are going to go into Icebox. I'm looking so much forward to it. I know both teams are quite ready for it. We saw a little bit of what Action PH can bring on Icebox, a lot of comfort on it. So it could really go either way. However, we do have to go into a short break and give time for all these players.
It's completely crucial, and they get the round as well. What a retake from Action. They did have the man advantage going into it 5v4. Still, that Viper's Pit was not easy to dismantle, but they did it like a box of Legos.
Yeah, a great round from Action PH as it's fantastic retake that came in. Lovely timing on all of the utility. The Viper's Pit dealt with very, very nicely. Just crawling their way onto site. But yeah, we do have another technical pause, so it's a little bit of a time for us to breathe. How did Wild Oreo know, man? That's just some game sense. There must have been some information, because that showstopper was phenomenal. Mozi's on a tear, dude. He's like 10-1 KD right now.
You're right. I didn't even notice that. He's only died once, but he's the Grim Reaper's best friend. Karen, maybe, if you're a Greek mythology fan. Love sending them his way down the river Styx. Tech pause here. I think that's about to expire, considering I can hear the ticking of the clock in the back. And we should have a round coming up soon. I'm not sure if this tech pause is still live and active. I don't think so. Bucky in the hands of Wild Oreo. It's seen its heyday, but I don't think he's going to commit to it. A judge instead, that's more like it.
Very much a low buy here for Oasis, as they are struggling, to say the least, to get anything done in this half. The one round that they did win, the next round they were reset right after that. So it's very much a very dire situation for Oasis. They haven't shown us that they can make these comebacks, not on maps like Icebox. What's surprising to me, man, is Action PH, they're looking so comfortable on like every single map that they play.
That is a really good thing to be. to have rather as a team, right? If you're Action PH, have a really well-rounded map pool, no real kind of dents in your armor that can be abused by the opposing side. No real weak links in that chain. That's the Action PH way, it seems. Oasis, they've been struggling this series, to say the very least. Not exactly their best showing for map number 1, but they came back map number 2 and had a really good defensive side, but their attack really struggled as well. Map number 3, at least, kind of reminiscent, a mirage of that map number 1, but hopefully not for too long, because this is not a good position for Oasis fans to be in, as we obviously see the special operations Pengus scattered around the map.
Just a lot of penguins. I would like a pet penguin someday.
Have you ever seen a penguin in real life?
No, but they have them here.
In zoos, I assume?
Yeah, no, well, I think there's like a SeaWorld here, isn't there? Like an ocean park?
Something like that. I think so. Actually,
Oh, yeah, there is an ocean park. I haven't been, though.
I've been twice, but that was a long time ago. Like,
is that still going on? Is that still up?
It's reopened, actually, like in the past year or so.
I kind of think about those things, and it's like you do that when you're a kid.
Yeah.
But now I'm kind of thinking maybe I should go just to, hang out.
Yeah, there's like a phase, right? You do it as a kid, then when you're like, getting into your early 20s or something, or late teens, you're like, whatever. But then later on,
when you're like at our age, it's like, yeah, let's go to the ocean park.
I want to go there.
Yeah, I'm kind of down for real though. Like,
let's pull the old VCT gang. Hey guys, it's all like, I don't know, 10-man date or something.
That would be cool.
Yeah, the ocean park thing.
Let's have a LAN in Ocean Park.
Oh my goodness.
Would that not be sick with like...
dude, imagine if like our like caster desk was in that, that tunnel? The tunnel with the water all around.
Oh, dude, that would be cool.
Yeah, oh my goodness. And the aquarium is where the land is. Oh my goodness. That's something. You have like a seal beside you on the desk. Just standing there, sitting there.
Just as a coach. Let's ask our resident analyst, Seabiscuit, what is up?
And then, thank you, Seabiscuit. That's Donut's job.
Yeah. Don't want to steal her employment, but
yeah, she'll throw it back to us. We'll be like, thank you, Seabiscuit and Donut. So, tech pause. We are mucking about because we honestly do not know.
Oh, we're back.
If we are, no, we're live. We're live. No, we're back. Okay, let's take this seriously. I think we can come back real soon.
Yeah, for those of you guys who missed everything, we were talking about Manila's Ocean Park.
Yeah. Yeah, we should be live now.
We are live now, I think. Okay.
There's a few minutes of a delay, obviously, between what you guys see and where we are in real time. So if you're hearing this now, you'll know how big the delay is. Anyways, yeah. SeaWorld, ocean park type things are something that's always, I guess, an entertaining part of life for the most part. At least the aquariums.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd go.
I just miss theme parks in general, you know what I'm saying?
Dude, I would literally just go for Six Flags.
Or something like that. Yeah, totally.
I would, because when I went, I was in the States and I went and I was a little too short for the rides I wanted to go on.
Oh.
Because I was a kid.
What do you miss more? Theme parks or festivals? Real quick.
Damn, that's a hard one. Theme parks right now, yeah. But
yeah, probably.
Speaking of roller coasters, this match has certainly proved to be one to get back into. Get absolutely shreked.
Oh. Wild Oreo telling Marky, you're not tall enough to ride this one. Not this belt.
Not this one. This is still an eco round, mind you, so any damage that they can do to the economy of Action PH will be instrumental in having them come back. They are watching over that gun, specifically so Wild Oreo doesn't take it.
smart of them to do. They know he's gonna try. They're gonna try and retrieve it, but not by any means necessary. Opting to give it up instead. They don't really need to take that rifle just yet. They could eventually. Coco coming his way, wall up to make their entry towards that right side of the site. Bit more difficult, that generator side. Slow Orb will try and make sure nobody peeks from hell.
30
But
seconds
Defio's up on the rafters, completely ignoring that, and Envy is gonna make him on notice, put him on notice.
That's a shot. That's a nice shot from Envy. And you know, one of the things about these guys, just anyone can step up from Oasis and hit those ridiculous shots. But still, the weapons advantage. What the hell? Envy! A triple kill with a sheriff before he goes down. And it's all up to RU, and he falters as well. I beg your pardon. Where the hell did that come from?
Oh my goodness, Envy. One of the brightest young stars we have in the scene, and you see exactly why. This man, oh goodness. Oasis, they're back in this. I think that's the one. That's the confidence boost. That's the momentum shift they could potentially have, especially if they get another round here in a row. Look at that coming from Envy. That's definitely clip worthy. That is that's something to see. And Oasis, we've got a game in our hands. Stream is back, and they are back as well.
Hunter's Fury already used up, and they're gonna be funneled through it. Oh, he's somehow still alive. Marky gets out. And they actually take down Georgie as well, so a little bit of a sign of life for Oasis as they find respite within the long technical pause. They seem to have managed to pull themselves together.
They've kept it bound so far on this attacking side of theirs. Not losing a single player just yet. Lots of shock darts to be thrown out by either sides, but nobody connecting on anything on that default plant spot. Modesky playing in hell. You can certainly send him whence he came. Modesky and Eman both finding 2 picks. The Sentinels doing all the work here on this defensive side for action, really keeping Oasis at bay. They lost their smoker and Wild Oreo. Big frags to find and big kills made. Modesky finds another. Marky does a double, but he's only good for those 2. It's all in the Envy, who has been having a great match so far. Can he keep it up? No, he doesn't. RU gets the round. Oh, action doesn't let Oasis run away with the momentum.
Yeah, and it's a thing here. Oasis, they win one, but then they get reset in the very next round. And this is very bad for their economy. It's very bad for their mental state. It's very bad for their scoreline. As each and every time that they do win a round, they're forced into an eco. The last round that they did win was actually on an eco. So now they're going to have to go for a force buy because they realize their situation is dire.
Let's see now if Oasis can answer back. Double rifles. I assume if Marky gets a kill with this, he's gonna give his Vandal to someone else and pop the blades. That's certainly a viable thing. Or if Envy gets a kill, he also has Hunter's Fury, so this is winnable. They've got res as well. Normally, you don't want to use too many ults on an eco round, but if things start looking their way, I don't doubt that they're going to start using that as well. RU's got his ultimate, and he can pop it here towards B long if things get too dicey. I'm not too sure if that's what he's intending to do right now. He's trying to currently bait for Georgie, who's playing a lot more forward.
This is just like an extended skirmish here in B long. Nobody really giving up too much. Nobody really giving.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, well, that's the dash out here. Georgie just dashing out just to make sure that he does not come under heavy fire. Wild Oreo looking to open things up, but his position not known due to the alarm bot making a little bit. Oh, they actually break the nano swarm. Could have been big, but absolutely wasn't. As Modesky, he gets pinged out. They know where his information is. Sir Defio is going to be tagged up here. They want to play this a little bit carefully. Don't want to give too much away. Still dangerous because there are 2 rifles on the side of Oasis and this force buy. They sent one down to clear mid, so the Killjoy lockdown possible as well. But RU and Modesky, they're making short work of whoever is on that A site.
One enemy remaining.
And they even detain Envy here. That's just all over.
Yeah, round done. Action PH. They had to use a lockdown, but they get the round. So everything, all things considered, it's pretty worth it. Oasis were making lots of noise too, and lots of being a big threat on that A site after the plant went down, even if it was an eco. Oasis, though, lots of ultimates on their side to use, not as bountiful for Action's PH ultimate economy, but they still have something to work with. That Viper's Pit, more importantly, is going to be crucial here, especially on their defensive side.
Get out of my way!
Is he ulting this? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is. He's going for it. Now, res is available for Coco here, so that means they can go for a little bit of an aggressive play. Have one of their players go for a peek and then maybe try to go for a res. So that's what they're going to try to do, is wait here towards mid, maybe take a fight. Okay, that aggressive peek from Georgie. They exchange HP, but should be healed up respectively by their sages. As mid control, there's a little bit of a tussle around it, but nobody going down just yet. Very cautious play from both of these teams.
Poison's off.
Really slowing things down. They're trying to deal with this Viper's Pit, but that's not exactly the easiest thing to do, especially now that their drone has been dispensed. Zero Death, rather, Oasis, Envy. He doesn't have that drone to try and flush out RU, but they're really being decayed by this. And Marky, sliver away, a single tap away from dying. Most of them all are. Here comes out that defensive Sage barrier orb. And Wild Oreo is going to find a great pick on their death here. That is huge for him to find on his attacking side. And now they can open up the site, especially if he finds his kill as well. Aryu goes down. Utility removed off of the board here from Action. Eman answers back, but I'm not sure if it's going to work.
It's 12 seconds left. They got to go now, Ripper. And it's this little V wall that they have to keep themselves safe in. Eman is able to find Ripper. And Modzki is there chiming in. 2v2. There is a res ready should it come to it. It's looking like they might go for the res. It is dangerous territory, though, to go for that res. They can't watch him, so they're going to use him as bait, and it's now a 1v1. Coco versus Modzki. Who's going to bite first? There's a lot of time for this spike. Caught looking the wrong way. Modzki is able to clear it out. Gets the triple kill. Man, Modzki is absolutely on a warpath. He's on a tear right now. He's winning every single duel and then some. 17-3.
Right. Oh my goodness. On a Sentinel too. 8-2 attacker side map, by the way. Doesn't seem like it. Seems like this game has been completely defender sided every which way we've seen these two teams play. In Modzki. Not sure if the pop-up's going to come up, but I think that's well deserving of an ROG clutch.
Absolutely. Aggressive position here with the operator. Gonna know where he is after that shot. He even misses the Aldron, so it's gonna set them back a little bit. What are they gonna do though? However, Wild Oreo needs to get in with a showstopper. He only really has a judge, so the double satchel charge should be what starts off the play in this round if they go for this execute.
There.
They really, really need these next two rounds. Oreo's on the judge, as he said, and it's not really the best weapon to try and take into Icebox, especially in the attack, unless he can blast back his way and close the gap. Oh, he has no idea that Eman is behind him. He gets a kill though. Top of the blind shot in his screens, but they're being shredded anywhere else that they try and come in from there on the generator. Georgie from up top gets a kill, a second for him. And all alone, Ripper is. He gets a kill. Oh, doable. He gets a double. They peek him one by one. They isolate themselves and he gets...
Wow. That was a little anticlimactic, wasn't it? But I do have to say, it was a little bit awkward for the duelists in that last engagement there. And that's the... You know, both duelists kind of trying to entry. You had Wild Oreo who gets a nice kill, though, but Marky, like, falling all over the place. He actually drops down, I think, unwittingly. Makes it so difficult for him to get a kill, though. He gets taken out. So, not exactly the cleanest of executions, which leads to Action PH getting another round for them, securing them at least a 9-3 halftime.
Revealing area.
See now if That 9-3, who knows, man? We've seen 9-3 curses twice already. One yesterday, one today. Marky gets the kill, and this is looking very possible if they bring this to that third round of theirs. The attacking side. Going for a very unorthodox push here towards that mid elbow. Ulting, popping the Viper's Pit here to allow them to cross safely. Using the Sage barrier as well just to secure that cross. And now they have a plan for CT, something you rarely see on a full gun round from either side here on the Icebox. Jordan finds a kill, and he finds a second, completely shutting them apart, Ilu.
They do melt away as Wild Oreo gets one, but only one. And Action PH have found double digits in the first half. What a play from Action PH. Their defense looking sharp as ever. A little bit of a fade away to end the halftime, and we do go into halftime, switching sides now. And again, I'm wondering where's the timeouts coming from Oasis. They have two. I don't think I've seen any.
Not a single one has been called, I think. All the timeouts that we had were technicals, unless seen otherwise. This is not a great start for Oasis, and I like that play, actually. Very unorthodox, not something you always see. Not new, but just very, very uncommon here. And Oasis, I thought that would have been their third round of the half, but it just doesn't go that way. And 10-2 is, it could be too big of a scoreline for Oasis to come back to, but this is their only hope. Get the pistol. You maybe can extend this further.
If Action PH takes this pistol, it's pretty much done. And it's so difficult right now. Look at this. Great cutoff here by Georgie. He's in a good position. He's going all the way through kitchen, though, so that's going to stall out a little bit longer. It's all going to come down to timing. Georgie, oh, he just sees him. He just sees him. Gets the tag. Okay, and that's them aware of the possibility of a flank. If he gets this one, it's round done. Could be game done if he gets a third. Georgie popping up. Georgie, what have you just done? Taken 4 and snatched the round away with a lurk that to end all lurks. Just shuts down Oasis.
I'm speechless. Oh my, Georgie. What the hell? Gets a pick, dashes out onto the boiler rafter. Gets another pick. Goes in the kitchen. Finds that somehow and dashes further into the snow pile. How does he do it, man? Perfect movement, perfect aim, perfect shots, and a perfect flank. That was incredible. That is one of the best clips we've seen this entire weekend, and we're only on day number 2.
It's ridiculous, man. The amount of crazy plays that we've seen, and this is pretty much done here for, you know, Oasis. They got to go for a force buy, dude. They have to. Otherwise, it's going to be match point, and Action PH just simply ran away with the series. It's a thing of beauty.
Oh, man. Wild Oreo not able to land his shots. Ones they really needed to hit. Because of that, he's down low. Georgie finds the kill. Modesky is taken down by Marky. Doing a very valiant job to try and fight back, but they know they can't continue to anchor down to the site. They're going to have to play retake some way, somehow. Envy trying to double dip into the fight, but he's going to get caught off guard. And Coke was the only one to answer back, but he's not going to last too long. River finds one, but that's it. Match point. 10 rounds separate these two teams. And
this is done. They don't have money.
Himself is feeling it, man.
Look at that. Black and blue. What can they even buy? That it's not pretty. This is a stomping through and through by Action PH. All bets are off. All expectations are shattered as Action PH will once again another upset here. Everyone underestimating them coming into this tournament, but they've proven to everyone that they are definitely contenders.
So far, it is the group stage, and these two teams will face each other again next weekend. Oh, his crosshairs right on the buck. If he just knew, he would have shredded them apart. Marky got some damage there. Good damage, actually. Ripper is down very low. Could potentially finish him off later on. But in the meantime, they're continuing in the fight. They gotta save.
Will both be little time for convalescence for both of these teams here, but they've all gathered outside B. It's gonna be a war out here. Marky with one. Georgie responds. So does Modski. They still haven't cleared out Coco. Coco finds him.
No charges left.
It's gonna be 3v3. They do sequester a little bit of that B site. They have gotten all the way up to yellow. Might be able to plant here. Oh, boost him over. Combined with a paint shell. Wild Oreo finding Modski, and that's gonna be a 2v3 right now.
That's so smart. You denied the plant by boosting the planter with your barrier orb. Was that intentional? It could have been, actually. You could have been maybe placing it behind him to try and, for the post plant later, but it seems more reasonable that you would do that later after he's already planted, so it doesn't get destroyed immediately, right? So I have to assume that he actually did that to stop the plant from happening. It makes them rotate to the A site at the very least, and Oasis, they're in a 3v2, so this is very doable. And in V, he's only got the sheriff, but that's all he needs.
He's picked up the Spectre, however. That's very much up for debate whether he's going to switch over to the sheriff or not. You know how good he is with it. He got 3 kills just recently. Wild Oreo missing the timing. Don't know why he would swing without his teammate. So now it's all up to Envy. A little bit of a misplay here, and with time ticking away, I think Action PH has it. Envy has to go from up on above, but the crossfire is set, and it does succeed. Action PH takes it 13-2, advancing and defeating the favorites Oasis in another upset here in VCT Philippines.
Man, oh man, Action PH, our great group stage team so far, one of the best ones we've seen these 2 days. And after our 13-5 very dominant win from Action PH on map number 1, I thought for sure we're not going to get any more one-sided maps, at least more so than map number 1 was. But it was 13-2. How does that even happen? An amazing performance by Action PH. I personally know who their cook is, and I have to assume there's something in their food.
I gotta get some of that, dude. It was crazy round after round. An amazing run here from Action PH, just showing us that everybody is a contender. These guys are in VCT for a reason, and they have displayed to everybody that they are worthy of being here.
Yeah, as we talked about, the panel touched on it. Everybody was putting him at the bottom of Group A, the 4th places for Group A by all means, because as well, they haven't proven as much as many of the other teams here with more tenure. But it doesn't matter how long you've been in the scene. What matters is how well you play in it. And Action PH are spectacular right now.
Wow. Just a great series here.
I don't know what else there is to say here, Elo. I mean, this play, it was really nice. There isn't much to break down aside from the dominance of Action PH, but I don't know, Oasis, a very cold start and a very far cry from what we saw from them yesterday.
I'm just taking a little bit of a look at the replays that we're seeing, and it has just been an absolute treat. Just how everybody was contributing. Everybody truly was on fire. I have to point out, Georgie, obviously, very comfortable on this map, but the one player that has stepped up the most here, I think, had to be Modski. How many times did he lock down sites in this entire series? How many times did he single-handedly deliver his team from the brink of losses on rounds and win them? Absolutely amazing player. Modski truly coming into his own. He was one of the big question marks coming into this roster because he didn't exactly perform the best back when he was on Galaxy Racer. Or was it Archangel? But now, definitely coming into his own. But it's enough from us for now. We do have to go into a short break. When we do come back, we've got another series coming your way. So again, Illustrado in Black and Blue will be casting for you guys in a second. Don't go anywhere.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've a
Wow, lights, camera, and action PH. What? A series from them beating Oasis 2-1. So welcome back, guys, to the panel. Dax here with Asteroid and Nomad yet again. And come on, Asteroid, that was just utter domination whenever you gave control to Action PH.
Man, Action just went a whole different gear. If we only had like 6 gears in cars, they probably have like a secret 7th gear or something. I don't know, man. It felt like Georgie just got injected with liquid sugar, because that guy is just running all the way around. You know how when you have like a younger sibling, or when you were younger, your parents don't want to eat chocolate because you're just going to be super energetic and just hyper everything? That literally was Georgie this entire third map. Like, he was just running around everywhere, and Action PH was just trying to help him out and just not let him trip up or something, and it worked absolutely fantastic for the Action roster.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that Georgie is identifying as an attack helicopter, because he was just flying around without no care in the world all throughout the entirety of the 3 games that we played out. And looking at the final map, it was a very, very decisive 13-2 victory as well for the side of Action PH. Not something that we kind of expected to come up in the third map, because we kind of talked about it being a little bit of a 50-50 for Oasis Gaming as well. But Action PH, they're just fresh from the momentum that they've had since yesterday, and they're not looking to stop anytime soon.
You know, if we can keep the odds, guys. They prefer the domination, and we have to check out those amazing highlights from all 3 maps. Yes, it was Action PH taking it 2-1, but there were so many moments where it just felt like APH was in the driver's seat, and it's all kicked things off with that Haven matchup. And it really feels like here, Nomad, when you give Action PH a good start, they know that they have that map in the back. They're just looking to find ways to capitalize on opportunities and clean up nicely for the victory.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you can also say that for the flip side, because there was also a time where Action PH wasn't able to string around, and Oasis Gaming was able to secure 1 round, and they were able to come back from that during Ascent, which is a little bit of, I think that's the kink in their armor, I would say, for Action PH. But if they do get going, they really do get going, and even more so, it's always have been an Emin and Georgie show, but without the help of RU, without the help of Tesseract or Zero Defio, the entirety of the duo of Georgie and Emin wouldn't really shine as much as it did today.
I gotta add as well on that. Oh, sorry about that. I just wanted to add as well, you know, for some of these specific maps, right? For map 1, when we went to Haven, I was actually expecting, you know, just somebody to pop a few shots through the smoke, because it seems like RU was playing the smoothest Michael Jackson smooth criminal that I have ever seen, right? He just stays there. Exactly. He gets 3 kills inside the smoke and backs away, and Oasis don't even punish that. That was one of like the as you worded it, chinks in the armor, I'd say, for the Oasis lineup coming into Haven. It also seems like for the entirety of this series, Oasis was expecting Action PH to play a certain style and adhere to that, but Action never really does. They just do whatever they want and it works. And I think Oasis kind of played to that too much and weren't able to match the tempo, so to speak. And speaking of tempos, just to finish off what I was saying here, you do see a contrast, a big contrast between the primary duelists for this entire series with Georgie and Marky, where Marky's more constructed and Georgie is just, you know, hella just raising hell all throughout the match.
Yeah, perfect point right there, as the ROG Series MVP is Georgie himself. 293.7 ACS, 19.3 average kills, and he has just been an absolute factor in many a map. And let's not forget that pistol round where he just whipped everyone and anyone all across the kitchen and more. He turns around to get more takedowns. Nothing could really stop this guy. You gotta give props to Moki as well, though, doing such a significant effort keeping the line towed many times for Action PH. And overall, for APH, it was aggressive attack, aggressive defense, and both low action just going at it time and time again. It really feels like for Action PH overall, this is what their creed is all about. You give them an inch, you get the mile. You give them a round, they get more out of it. And the only, I'd say, caveat that we're seeing right now from the APH roster here, Astra, is when they don't get that good start, that's where they kind of flounder until they suddenly get that first win again.
You know what Vin Diesel says, or sorry, Dominic Toretto says, I live my life a quarter mile at a time. It's perfect, right? Fast and Furious, that literally is what Akshan PH has done for the most part here. And they do have those moments where they seem to slow down a lot, and that's where the teams can rally against them. But I think that's where Akshan has found their solution, is that it doesn't really translate for the entire series or the entire game. They will always find that little round to bounce back on, and they bounce back so fast that the teams just don't anticipate that to happen. We saw how quickly, I believe that was Ascent, where we saw around a 9-4 end on the start of the series, and then just Akshan just went back, or 9-3 to the series, and then Akshan just like swept it all the way back, and we saw at the very end Oasis just barely get that second game and push it to a third. But it really does show how much threat Akshan has if you allow them to play their own style.
And there we go, guys. We're going to be hearing from Action PH and RU specifically. We got Donut online ready for the interview, so let's head on over to them, talking about, well, the action that was upon us.
The panel wanted a closer game, and they got it. It wasn't just close, it was very heated, and we have yet again RU here to take us through what happened during that series. How are you, RU?
As well as yesterday, we're doing great, especially right now in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are a morning person, but yesterday you mentioned that you usually have a slow start. That wasn't the case today. You guys won map number 1. So I'm curious to know, what did you guys discuss after your game with Bren that made you win Haven this time?
Yesterday we fixed our mistakes towards to what happened against Bren, and since they had a different lineup against Bren, I guess I got more comfortable, especially without Sova and Haven. They don't have an info on site, they don't have a drone or whatnot. Then I guess that's what made me confident that we're gonna win Haven.
I definitely agree. Even in the map of Haven, you supported more of your more of your MVPs like Georgie and Emin and the rest of your teammates. So how happy are you to fulfill this role successfully for the team?
One of my main objectives is to improve myself on an individual form, because having the ability to support my team helps them to get the kills that they need. And with that, I think I've successfully done what I've could during Haven and Ascent.
I definitely agree. 11 assists for the map of Haven, but that's just map number 1. I want to move to map number 2. You picked Ascent, maybe because of your win against Bren, but can you tell us more about the thought process as to why you selected Ascent?
With the choice of Ascent, I think we've chosen Ascent because of how easy for us to, let's say, adapt to the enemy. Because with Icebox, as you can see, you're just gonna rotate towards B to A, B to A. But with Ascent, you can rotate towards mid to mid link, mid to top mid. And with that, I think I'm more capable of mid-round calling with Ascent more than Icebox.
Well, that's great. I'm not gonna talk anymore about Icebox because that was such a dominating play for you guys. So thank you so much for joining me again, RU. That's it for the interview. And more to come and more to expect as I move you back to the panel desks. Let's go, Dax.
Well, thank you, Donut, for that amazing interview. And we just heard from Action PH. They cleaned up their act. They just went at it, went running out the gate strong, and made sure, their slow starts, they're going to be trying to fix that as much as possible. So there you have it, guys. 2-1 victory by Action PH over Oasis Gaming. And I do believe we're going to be taking a quite short break, and we're going to be preparing for our next matchup. That one is going to be looking for Org for South Build Esports. But on behalf of the panel, Dax here with Asrai and Nomad. We'll catch you guys in just a bit for more of VCTPH.
from me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah. Now I'm moving, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop. I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a
So here we are, guys. We are back in VCTPH. Dax here, joined by Asarai and Taylor. I mean, wait, that's Raph. That's Raph, right? Yes, it is Raph with us here as we're going to be waiting on to get into the second series. But right before that, I do just want to mention that VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the ROG Zephyrus M16, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more info. And let's not forget, we're not just an English broadcast, we also have a Filipino broadcast. Maybe that's why I was mistaken real quick about our panelists all the way over there on the right-hand side. You can check us out on the English broadcast at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. Filipino side though, facebook.com/PPGLGG instead. And you can catch us on YouTube for both broadcasts. They're separate there, youtube.com/C/PPGLGG. We thank you guys for tuning on in. It was already an incredible first series between Action PH versus Oasis Gaming. And right before we head into the second series, Raph, I want to hear your thoughts. What do you have to say about the series that came beforehand?
Aside from exciting, it was really a good sign that Action PH has slowly refined their playstyle. A lot of us were touting them to be a much more advanced version of Dreamfire, but obviously they've matured in some or actually in a lot of ways. But another thing to take note of is how you were mentioning Oasis Gaming to tend to have very high ups, but that roller coaster, when you're up, sometimes all you gotta do is go down.
And just went all the way down below there for quite a while. And, you know, Asarai, just since we have a little bit of time, I kind of want to ask you, what do you think can help Oasis in their consistency? Because they have a match later on, and it's, of course, against Team Secret of all teams.
Ooh, I don't know what's gonna be the answer here, because again, they've already lost against Action PH, who is an incredibly aggressive team, and that is just, I think, it's a pale in comparison to Team Secret. Again, this team has already proven to have just so many factors to them. They're aggressive, they have really good strats, their crossfire communication, everything is just top notch for a Filipino team. But maybe the change of pace could be what Oasis Gaming can use to jettison themselves back into the forefront here. But it is very difficult to say how quickly and maybe even how well they can do that.
Yeah, and let's change the space and let's change the teams as we have to introduce our next matchup. First things first, though, let's get out South Built Esports. Well, here you have it. South Built Esports. Really a roster that needs no introduction if you've been a fan of the TAC FPS scene for quite a while, the CS Kings, the PH for quite a while as well. You got Assister, Papi Chula, Ja, Micro, and Pro, and Flippy for the rotation. And it's interesting that South Built runs that 6-man rotation. It has been quite a run for them in the community circuit, just winning championship after championship. But Raph, VCT, the one hurdle that they really struggle in.
Yeah, again, it's hard to say that about them because they've been my heroes ever since I was competing, way back when. But looking at them, they're a team that's incredibly flexible, backed by a very, very, well, I would say amazing support staff. That's why their development has been pretty much impressive. But like you said, their dominance in the community circuit has not translated well at all in VCT. As we saw yesterday, they had a little bit of an oopsie, but then again, that is also crediting to Zeal for their growth as a team. But SBE, what can they do moving forward to assess, or rather maximize their experience and their savvy for the genre?
I think one of the things that we did see or have seen for the most part is their tendency to not be that high caliber team that we all know them during group stages, right? I brushed up on this earlier today, and it seems to be the case for them. So maybe if they can put that playoffs mindset towards the group stage mindset, we could see a better South Built Esports moving forward in this particular series.
Yeah, it's time for them to wake on up to the reality that they need to get these dubs as much as possible. But on the flip side, we still have another squad looking for a home and looking for a win. It's LFO or looking for org. Built on the foundation of the Empire, it's looking for org, looking for a home. And we saw them yesterday do battle against Now Esports, got Chowdy, Draximov, Exotic, Nexi, as well as Symbol. And that's right, they have that core that has already gotten so much success in the PH scene, but they also have these new faces, and it does feel like there needs some time to truly adjust here in the group stage, don't you think?
There is a lot of points that LFO have seemingly need to overcome, as you mentioned. You know, one of the things is, again, Hot Sauce leaving for Bren Esports, and his shoes were being filled by Chowdy and Exotic. We also have, of course, I guess the issue right now with LFO that they like to bounce back more on the defending side. Their attacking side seems to have a lot of issues. And the other thing, at least a saving grace for LFO here, is that Nexi is a bomber of an anchor, but there's a lot of things that seemingly is missing for this LFO to reach that next level.
Oh man, remnants of the Empire trying to build a new order. Again, the culture is there. The strategy, the structure is still very apparent, but since they are, you know, as we mentioned, looking for an org, maybe the refinement has somewhat sizzled out. That is something that they have to work on moving forward, and maybe we'll just see that, you know, throughout the league.
Yeah, you know, they're in their talents. Let's be real. This is a squad that has so much potential, but potentially we're gonna be having quite the number of battlefields in our best of 3. And let's check out the maps coming our way, because it really will define how the rest of this series will go. And immediately we already see some mainstays. There's gonna be splits. There will be Icebox, and there will be Haven. I wonder though who picked up what. We already noticed though that it's looking for org still calling Haven their own, South Build going back to split, and Icebox will be the default at the very end. And that's right, any thoughts about this map? Well, I still feel like for LFO, their Haven map can be really, really good. There's so much potential in them with it, but at the same time, you mentioned that there was a bunch of defaults that make them quite readable to many opponents.
Yeah, again, just to quickly brush up on this, I feel like all of the maps that we have right now, maybe aside from Icebox, is actually potentially good for LFO here. The main reason is I think LFO want some structure in the maps themselves. They need a map that allows them to kind of funnel out their opponents and make it easier for them to just kind of pinpoint where they need to focus their attention towards too. And bigger maps are just not going to be for them. That's why you're probably seeing Fracture and Breeze always banned. But yeah, Haven and Split, I think, is a really good starter here for LFO. The question now lies, again, is can they get that second half for the defense, because they really, really rally back when they're on the defending side, especially when Nexi is at the helm as the God anchor.
Oh man, starting off Haven. Again, guys, I'm just gonna point out the fact that South Build, they have a tendency to be slow starters, much like diesel engines. But let's put Haven aside. We've talked about Haven a lot. Haven is one of those maps, well, wow, I say that and I talk about Haven, but like Haven is really the map where SB kind of is meddling. They're around 50% win rate, but moving forward to Split and Icebox, this is where the tour de force for them begins, because Split alone is one of the most iconic maps for South Build. But again, we also touched on the fact that South Build have looked shaky, maybe a little lax because it's the group stages. Probably not, right? Because everybody everybody wants to try it. It's VCT. They're gonna play their hearts out, but maybe there's just something in there, something in the water, some extra weight to this that they have to alleviate.
Come on, you have to be in the top 3 of your group to make it to the playoffs, and everyone is taking, of course, the peak of the PH as seriously as possible. For Southfield, though, it's all about that wake-up time. I do want to point this out, though. For these two teams, they have this tendency to favor that defense, and looking at the later part of that map pool, Southfield does have places that they can go home in terms of where we're going to be going for the maps themselves. But guys, I want to hear predictions, and I'm going to put this first and foremost forward. I feel like for Southfield, that was their one series that they're going to be giving up that I'd say easily. This time, they're going to be fighting tooth and nail for more and more of these actions. They should have refined their gameplay by this point, and I'm going to go Southfield 2-1.
I'm 50% right now for my predictions, but I have to agree with Dax here. I feel like it is going to be that last game that we saw yesterday was a wake-up call, and Southfield will come back full force on this one. So I'm looking at, I'm gonna say 2-0 for this series.
Oh, man. I mean, I picked Southfield yesterday, and obviously I'm gonna do that again, but I am fairly confident LFO is going to take that first map away from them, despite the lack of, I'd say, like, you know, the proper refinement, maybe the proper practice because of the lack of a proper R&D team. So yes, 2-1 SBE.
So Southfield, all the board guys already feel that this is gonna be a curse yet again that we're bringing here. But truly, for Southfield Esports, they need to get back to the reputations that they really behold themselves for looking for org. Though every victory is just another evidential note that's telling us and telling everyone, say, give us an org, give us a home, because we can even be better than this. But this is gonna be it, guys. We're gonna be checking things out. Southfield Esports versus looking for org. Let's head on over to Casters. Let's check out this video also, and let's get into the action.
Welcome back, and guess who's joining me on the casting desk for the first time in what feels like years, Nomad. Welcome back to VCT on the English broadcast. How's it feel to be back on the casting desk, man?
Man, I'm just gonna say it feels good to be home. I mean, I came back to VCT last year. I was in the Filipino broadcast, but man, English is where it's supposed to be, and this is also a match that we're supposed to be looking out for, because these are two of the bottom teams that we currently have right now. But this is a chance for redemption, even more so for Southfield Esports and Zeal Esports' rivalry. I mean, for Southfield Esports and looking for org, I mean, specifically. I was looking at my other notes there. But yeah, they predicted Southfield Esports going all the way. I feel like that may just be the case here for this matchup, man.
Okay, so the thing is, Southfield, historically speaking, even in the previous VCT last year, they do well off of VCT, but this is something that I think they have been working on when it comes to the actual league itself, when it comes to VCT, when it comes to the big leagues. They kind of start to falter. And this is something I hope that they addressed, because yesterday was not very convincing. We had a little bit of a chat with obviously the resident analyst, who said that a lot of the time they do feel a little bit more too comfortable when it comes to the group stages. So hopefully, that, just like what the panel said, that would be the wake-up call for today. I'm gonna go the other way, though. I do think Southfield, there's a good chance that Southfield will win this. It's going to be very close, but I do think it's LFO who is going to take this one. I'm going to say 2-1.
All right, well, I mean, if you're going to be looking at the stats from yesterday's matches, though, LFO still consistently picked out Haven. They lost 13-11 to Now Esports. But on the flip side, though, when Southfield went up against Zeal Esports in Haven, it was a 13-10. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was a 13-10. So I'm feeling like Haven is going to be a close fight, but I still feel like the engine in Southfield Esports would outshine them. And even more so if we go into split, that is where looking for org should really just shine through. But, you know, who are we to predict the outcome of the matches? It's all down
all
to
of
the
our predictions
players.
have just been going haywire. Nobody's really gotten anything right. I think only Asura has gotten lucky like half of the time. It's been a wild
he's got
ride.
50% off of that, so, you know.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
mean,
it's
so here's the thing, Nomad. I think almost all of our predictions have gone awry, and a lot of the expectations that we had coming into this tournament were absolutely shattered. Who would have expected Action PH to do so well, this early on and just come out of the gates swinging? And right now, SBE, they have a lot to prove because let's face it, man, we've been hyping them up. We've been like SBE this, SBE that. At this point, they might be better than Team Secret, but lo and behold, they take a loss very early on, and now that position looking kind of shaky.
Yeah, it is. I could agree with you there 100%. Because in the off season, we've seen multiple times where South Built Esports would just take a dump on Team Secret, to put it so bluntly. But yeah, with the performance that they've had yesterday, it doesn't feel like they still are the top or the top 2 team for that matter. It's still up in the air, and I feel like if Action PH can continue on with their streak after today, they might just have to secure their throne. But we're straying away from the conversation at hand because we need to focus on looking for Org versus South Built Esports, because we're just about to find out which agents they are going to be using for in Haven.
Yeah, agent select time. And obviously we've got, that's interesting. We see the KO. I thought it was going to be the KO. They were thinking about it here for a second. I'm glad that they didn't. It wasn't very convincing the last time that we saw it. There was a game, I think that was game 1 yesterday, where we saw the double KO, and I wasn't too convinced about it. Now we are seeing the double initiator right here for LFO, and the same thing pretty much. The difference being the breach, and breach has been proving to be very, very useful here on Haven. Back to the early days of Valorant, when breach was like the best initiator, back when teams like Vision Strikers made it absolutely insane to have a breach on Haven. We're kind of circling back to that now.
Yeah, I mean, breach has a special place in my heart, just even more so because in my games I just kept getting flashed by my teammates, but even more so in the pro scene, his utility is something that really adds a lot to the playing field, especially if you're setting it up. Like, if you can just time out the stun properly, if you have an answer, you time up the gravity well as well, you can just mess up anybody's day at any given point in time. That's why I firmly believe that breach should be a mainstay for the most part in all compositions here. I don't know if that's the same sentiment that you would say, but this breach might just be the difference maker for looking for Org. But the flip side, there is a difference in Sentinels here for looking for Org and South Built Esports, be it with the Cypher and the Killjoy. They have both their merits, but I would still prefer to pick the Killjoy over the Cypher in terms of just denial, just buying a little bit more time.
Yeah. Coming down to the preference of teams here, obviously with a Cypher, a little bit more lurking potential available for you, I think, a little bit more information. Coming down to the play style, whichever Sentinel you do so choose. I do hope we get to see the Chamber at some point. And the Neon, especially. That would be nice.
Yeah, I mean,
this is the Philippines. We better see Neon, right?
Yeah, and teams are not picking her up just yet. Come on,
I don't
man.
think Neon is ready to go yet.
Has it been 2 weeks? Because if it's 2 weeks, she'd be viable. It's almost 2 weeks. She's not competitively viable yet. But what is viable is the matchup that we have right now on hand, looking for Org versus South Built Esports. First game on Haven. South Built will be on the defending side. Looking for Org will try to regain the tempo here. As Draximov is gone? Oh, it's an overlay.
Yeah, it's the overlay. We'll get that sorted out in a second, but now it's going to be a nice tap from ASUS. Fade away with a dash. That's going to secure them an early man advantage. LFO already struggling because they do take a man disadvantage as they try to prod towards A a little bit more. They have around 3 players guarding that area, leaving B side completely open, which for now, looking like it's the right call, as the rest of the members of LFO still around here. They do leave Nexi to go for this lurk, but will not be catching off anyone in rotation anytime soon. They do see one. ASUS right in this corner. Can they flush him out? No flashes. It's Rowdy. It's Chowdy who does it, though. Traded out by ASUS. It's going to be simple to get that trade off, actually. Now, ASUS with the triple kill. Can't get the 180. Exotic takes him down instead. 2v2 towards this A side.
Beautiful crossfires being set up there by South Built Esports. Spike is going to be planted right now as we speak. And it's just down to South Built Esports is trying to go for the retake.
One enemy remaining.
Well, they do get that pick up onto Nexi. 1v2. Exotic. Nice tap. Papi Chulo left standing. Will he overextend? And he does, but it doesn't matter. Papi Chulo has got the aim. That's going to be the nice tap to finish off the round. He gets the defuse. SBE take the pistol.
Momentum-wise, I mean, look for Org Kids still steal away the next round from them if they choose to. They have the benefit of being on Haven and being on the attacking side, so they can just keep South Built Esports on their toes. But for the most part, it's pretty.
Spike down A.
Trying to hold down A for the longest time. They still got the spike through, sure, but the retake was also just as beautiful from South Built Esports. Now, the question remains, though, is as soon as we go into the gun round, we're looking for Org to finally wake up as is going to be starting off on the off rib B, but it's not going to be met with anybody.
It's like quasi-buy coming in from LFO, as they do actually have 3 sheriffs on the board. Look to make things a... Ooh, nice shot there from ASUS. Is able to dash away in the nick of time. Does not connect, but Symbol does. And so that's B-side a little bit more vulnerable. They're going to try to go for it. If they can get the plant, it's going to be all well and good. Gravity Well doesn't connect. Papichulo in front with a couple of kills apiece here. Draximov gets the right kill onto Papichulo, leaving Draxi the only one left standing, and he's dealt with swiftly by Ja. It's another good round for SBE as they lose 2, sure, and they give up the plant. And LFO will be happy with that, but SBE, they keep the members alive.
2-0 for themselves. There'll be a question on how LFO is going to be playing out the next round for the most part. And again, I'm just going to be stressing it out. It's Haven. You're on the attacking side. You have all the advantages in the world to just play mind games on your opponent. I mean, sure, they're still trying to get a good read on how SBE is holding things. But I feel like this round where LFO finally has their rifles, this should be the round that they wake up. But that's still a question up in the air because they're looking at taking the A side for now. Heavy A stack from South Built Esports as well. They might just get faced with adversity here. Get stunned up. Exotic caught in the open. Gravity Well being pulled through as well. So relatively
not gonna panic.
safe.
He knows that there's a smoke right in front of him to keep him safe anyway, so the Gravity Well is not too much of an issue. There is a little bit of a 3-man crossfire here, so be wary because Flippy could swing out at any second. This could very well be deadly, but Exotic, he snuffs it out. He finds ASUS, and very much so, Symbol gets another one. Flippy does swing. He does get that kill, and the crossfire dismantled slowly.
Spike
Flippy
down
finds another.
A.
Spike gets dropped. Exotic up on the side, and now they get towards that A 3v2.
And that was a wasted Blade Storm as well from Aziz earlier on, immediately getting erased by Exotic. As the spike will be planted, the Gravity Well will do little as Nexi and Exotic wrap up that round for the first round for themselves.
It was a good attempt with a Gravity Well slash ping out, peek out towards Heaven there. But the rest of the members, LFO, too aware, too ready for that to happen. The moment that Heaven player swung out, Papichulo gets taken down rather handily. And so now we are at a 2-1 scoreline. SBE feeling the heat a little bit more, but that was just the bonus. This the first true gun round of the game, and we have the Blade Storm for Exotic.
Yeah, hopefully Aziz would be able to get his revenge onto Exotic, as he does push out quite aggressively over here at A main. Not going to be seeing anybody yet because LFO is leaning on towards B area, over towards Garage. Might be a C crash for themselves. Just Nexi guarding the flank here. Killblaze is not going to be finding any information at all. Chowdy will be able to take down Papichulo as well. That opens up the C side for themselves as well as the B side.
That was through the wall, by the way, so he took a lucky guess and manages to find Papichulo. And already SBE, they're kind of in trouble now. ASUS has to tailwind and cloudburst himself out. They know he's in the corner. Easy execution from Exotic as the ping comes in from the recon, gets the information. And so this leads us to a 3v5. A side now in contention here. They have 2 players ready to defend it. Flash comes through. So does one for Flippy. Flippy holds strong. Another flash is lined up. It's beautiful, but Draxi gets him anyway. And in this 3v2, they still have one player on the flank to deal with. And look at that. Shock Dart takes out Pro, but Ja is here as well. 2v1. They know where he is. Can he isolate the angles? He's gonna get the first one. He's looking for the second. Ja sees him. Could this be a highlight play from Ja? Uses that smoke to his advantage. It's not a fake. The recon does come out. It pings him up. Can't find the kill. Another star is going to be deployed here, and Ja will tap it. Forces him out of the smoke. Goes for the spray. Ja is ready for it. Outplayed right now from Ja. 3 kills in that round, and it's a great clutch, but an expensive one.
Very expensive one, but it was a show of just a veterancy of Ja just playing video games for the longest time. A 1v3 where he patiently just outplayed looking forward for the most part. That's something that South Built Esports needed to at least get back here. Economy's still pretty good for looking for org, but this might just be their last rodeo, at least for a while. And South Built Esports, they just have to continue on forward, but let's have an instant replay on how Ja just played the game. He just did. Using the utilities wisely. I mean, we kind of didn't peg, well, me personally, I kind of didn't peg Ja as an Astra player, but it's showing its merit right now. A lot of preparation done in the off-season is already paying off for Ja.
Absolutely. Ja has just been a force to be reckoned with. He has been a little bit quiet in previous days, but shows how much veterancy he has by getting into form so quickly. He was one of the best players in FPS history in the country. And with all that pedigree in this one roster SBE, one would expect them to have that level of experience, that level of composure when it comes to big games like this one, because they know that they can pull through whenever they need to. So now they're shaping up for an A attack to only 2 players right here for the defense.
Yeah, and it's still Flippy really being the glue that kind of holds the A side together. Because if LFO does decide to crash in, he's always ready there to throw the flash and try to get a couple of free picks. But it's all down to a question here. They do slow down the push a little bit. Flippy's going to be repositioning. Aziz fully blinded, not going to be finding anybody at all. As Exotic swings through, gets a kill onto Aziz, opens up the site. It's down to Ja, Papi Chulo, and Pro as the Hunter's Fury show up, not tagging anybody. Actually, tag Symbol a little bit. But we'll get the spike down. Double Cosmic Divide is going to be thrown up as well. So it's not going to be helping anybody at all at this point, even more so for LFO.
Yeah. But they still have time. They get into position just when the spike gets down. So it's all going to be a matter of how SBE decide to break this one down. Swings out. That's the crossfire now being attempted. Exotic gets 3 traded up by Pro. 1v1. Gets out of heaven, actually. He doesn't land it for Sova. It's Symbol to come out on top. And that's going to be SBE to take a loss on that one. LFO find another on the board. Resetting the economy of SBE. Could be an eco, and it's looking like it's going to be.
Man, it's LFO bouncing back. They needed that round. They needed to stay ahead. I mean, in terms of just the weapons that they have.
30 seconds left.
That was still a good hold for looking for org. All things considered, beautiful entries, beautiful setups as well. Just exotics just swinging through. That was that. But you know, we did mention that. I mean, we did mention in our study session that the person that we have to look out for is Symbol, and it's slowly showing that we still have to look out for Symbol for LFO. His Sova is still, he is very insane. I mean, his Sova right now is good.
C Long, however, they're sending 2 players all the way down here. His camera still hasn't been spotted. They don't have the gun out. They won't expect Draxi. They do, Papi Chulo. Nice tag, and that allows him to get that neural theft in to all the information that they need right here, right for the taking. What can they do with it?
They could do nothing just now. They're just playing it safe. Hard stack over from LFO over at the C side of things, but they're starting to rotate. A good read if they could catch Pro off guard here. Could be something. Let's also take in consideration that Flippy can still respond even though he's already playing at A link.
I've got your trail.
Gonna depend on how well Pro's gonna be able to stop this. The Seeker's gonna be thrown out. Gonna be forcing not Symbol, Pro
seconds left.
back to his position, and you're gonna be playing for the retakes here. As Exotic makes his entry, doesn't find anybody at all. Recon Bolt's gonna be thrown out as well just to try to get information. The Shock Bolt as well misses its mark onto Symbol. Nexi takes down Ja in the process. It's a 3v2. The time is taking for South Built Esports to go for the retake. They're just setting up their utilities as Aziz makes his way inside. Misses the shot. Exotic takes him down. Now it's out of the 3v4. Exotic mid-switches to pistols. Survives longer than he should have. Now it's Nexi and Chowdy making the 2v1 with Papi Chulo on his own. Negotiating the angles. Ran out of bullets. 70 HP for Chowdy. Papi Chulo with the sheriff takes him through the wall and clutches it. 4-2 versus South Built Esports.
With 4 kills on the Sheriff, Papi Chulo has just gone absolutely insane, and that is definitely an ROG clutch here. Ultra instinct right now from Papi Chulo as he pulls off 4 kills with just the Sheriff, and so, wow, what a play indeed. That's going to bolster them quite a lot, and not only that, that shuts down the economy of LFO. It forces them back onto pistols. Look at that. He had a couple of free hits, certainly. A lot of good positioning from him, but that tap was so sexy.
Out of my way.
He don't need no Vandals.
No,
What do you
absolutely
mean?
not.
Destroyed. He sees the Sheriffs, but
My eyes are down.
we'll see if Papi Chulo can still continue on with the way he's playing. I mean, it's still currently possible. He might just have a shot of doing that again. He has a Phantom in hand, and it's looking like looking for Org is going to offer themselves to his hand over here at C, but it's going to be dependent on how well they're going to be holding it. Right in the middle, Ja is going to be popping up the stars here as Draximov takes him down. Hunter's Fury is going to be thrown up. That's a free sight for looking for Org as the retake is now on for South Built Esports.
Not 100% convinced that Josh should have been hiding in the smoke up against pistols. I would have preferred to see him back off and maybe go for that 5v5 retake, but of course, hindsight is 2020. Lockdown will buy them quite a lot of time, and they might just give this round up. I don't think they have time unless they get a kill now, and they do. They do find a pick, and they find another one. They all start melting away. Exotic finds one. That's a big one to find. Only one person left, and that's Draximov in this 1v2. Draximov, they know where he is, but Pro, he's got to move. He's got to hike it up there because Drax holding that close corner. He's going to win the duel, and Draximov, they exchange eco rounds, and that's another clutch coming through. Draximov takes it.
4-3. And we were talking about how Haven was decent for looking for Org earlier on, and how South Built Esports also prefers to play on Haven. It's looking like we may just have a close double-digit fight here. I'm not expecting it to go overtime, to be completely honest, but it's going to be incredibly close though. But it has to go to a South Built Esports for the most part, as a camera will not find any information except for somebody shot it down, and it's looking like either a C garage or B take for looking for Org, judging from where they are hanging around here.
They are. But if we know anything, who's gonna break the deadlock first? Because these pistols have just been so lethal. If you put them in the hands of these players, pretty much anything is a weapon in their hands. You can play from the book of Suicide Squad. As is though, 13 HP, still alive, couldn't get the right click. And it's gonna be finally, I think, equilibrium that we are being delivered in this anti-eco. They get the spike plant, they have 5 players alive. Finally, things coming to a little bit of, I'd say, sense. Okay, he gets a nice kill onto Exotic. That was a nice tap, however, it was already quite low. They're probably just gonna go for exits here at this point.
Standing ahead.
Definitely go for exits or probably get a steal on Exotic's rifle if they could, but they're still trying to make their way in. They're only rocking pistols anyway, so what's there to lose? As a little bit of a duel there at Wood, not going to be finding anybody. Symbol takes him down. Chowdy takes down Pro. The equilibrium that you've been looking for is finally here. And the question remains, though, will they lead up. Like, we're looking for org just to get the edge here. Full gun buys for South Built Esports, looking really good on the economy as well. If you look at the replay there on how looking for org just took that site completely without anybody asking for their presence.
I'm glad that Haven runs on solar panels. It's very progressive.
Very. I mean, they also run on thermodynamic power because of the fire and CT spawn.
That seems to never go out, yes.
Yeah, so, you know, free, sustainable energy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that came from Courage. A little bit of a trip up on my words there, but Hunter's Fury does come out. A couple of ultis, Neural Theft as well. That's going to slow them down. Hesitates, doesn't pull the trigger on the Rolling Thunder. All for good measure. Papi Chulo, he still somehow gets one despite being fully flashed. That's definitely worthwhile.
Definitely that pre-fire. As soon as he got flashed, I'm just going to shoot anybody that comes through here, hoping I could get one. And he does, and he manages to at least make it even for his teammates for this retake. Now down to Aziz. Tried to stop the push, misses on the shot. Gonna go for the repeat, takes down Symbol. The Rolling Thunder comes in, doesn't actually catch. Actually catches Exotic, but that is a round for South Built Esports at the very least.
They do pick it up. The operator as well. And South Built, it was a very expensive round for them, but they should still have enough to scrap together a buy in this one. Maybe a couple of half armors, and indeed they will have them. LFO, they have pretty good money. A lot of it stemming from their previous successes, but I'm just surprised at how, you know, this game is going. Nomad, it's just like they're trading blows left and right. SBE wins one, LFO wins one. This is a lot more uncomfortable than SBE would have liked. They would have hoped to win this map handily, but it's just not going that way.
I mean, taking consideration that this is looking for Org's map pick, so I'm hoping that they finally got everything together for themselves. Aldrone spots out Exotic and Chowdy at the same time. So that's a little bit of information that they could work up on. 3-man stack over at A as well, so South Built Esports should be able to hold this for now. As I say that, reposition from Pro over to Heaven. Aldrone's gonna get taken out before getting any information. And Flippy is just ready to pull the trigger anytime to just flash anybody. Gets the tag onto Exotic. Forces him back, and they don't want any of that. They don't want an operator problem up in their business.
Yeah, that's what shut them down the last round. They decide maybe it's not the best idea to go up against it right now, but it's made their progress come to a screeching halt as all of the preparation they did was to get a better position here towards A. They're trying to creep up towards it. But the slow play actually works out for them because SBE, they've taken out everybody. They've removed everyone from the map. And the only person to hold it was Flippy, and he was caught completely pants down.
Retake for looking for Org. Patience play from there is worth it. Now, question is South Built Esports ready to go for the retake? It's a 4v5 though. They still have a little bit of utilities to work with here. Shockbolt 1's going to be thrown out, not catching anybody out. Still have one more in his bank. 2 stars available for Ja to throw down to set up the retake as Aziz is inching on the corner. Spots out 2 from that recon blow, but Exotic and Draximov take down Ja and Aziz. Firepower is now low for South Built Esports as Draximov takes down Pro. Papichulo on his own in a 1v4 gets blinded. That's the info. He's just going to run away. This is a round for Liverpool.
I don't think they're going to be able to get it. So he was not even going to save that at this point. 5-5. This game close as it can get. And everybody in this game is just popping off, man. A lot of great plays from each and every individual player. I'm just so aghast at how close this one is. It feels like chess right now between the both of these teams. LFO going for that staggered push towards A. You know, because a lot of teams would be thinking, man, we saw the operator. That's what wrecked us in the previous round. Let's pretend to go back. You know, they'd go back and they go back, but instead of going back, they actually just pretend. And that wins them the round. The double back to A.
Double downing here over at mid. Aziz spots the head, not gonna connect. The Trailblazer not gonna tag him, unfortunately, but he still manages to survive longer than he should have.
No way.
And Exotic, he still lives.
Oh!
How does he live through that?
Got him.
But Exotic
Oh, his teammate
dies. Oh, finally, he says Exotic secures a double kill off of that. He shouldn't have survived for that long, man. To be honest, Papi Chulo with a swing through gets two as he swings out. He spots out the rest of LFO though. As next he takes him down, it's just down to Pro. In a 1v3, has a Vandal. Is he gonna go for the clutch? That's a question.
He has a recon. He has utility. He can do this here, but the moment he swings out, where he is, that's gonna be a crossfire. No way you're getting through that corridor. You are not. Absolutely just not.
I'm just enjoying this. Like my first cast back on the English desk, and I'm getting a brawl as this. Just so beautiful. Symbol takes him down, Pro. So
last round.
Yeah,
in the
Pro
half.
with a good finishing blow there on that one. Is able to get LFO the lead. And again, man, it comes down to the wire, these rounds. Even though they are eco rounds, you can never really count them out. Because many of these rounds come down to the wire, just like this. Who would expect Papi Chulo to get a couple pickups like this? He almost lined up the third shot as well. Onto that crossing player onto the C site. Just didn't have the right angle on it, but did do a little bit of damage. Now another gun round does come through. One-way setup coming from Papi Chulo here. So it's that
nice
garage.
timing as well.
I've got your trail.
No Seekers.
Trailblazers, yeah, Seeker's gonna be thrown out. I love that one way, but they just couldn't capitalize on that just because of
great
Stars being thrown out. Beautiful flash from Chowdy. Doesn't get the second. He does eventually, but Flippy trades him out. Could have been a 3K for Chowdy, but it is what it is. It's a 3v4 now, still in the hands of Looking for Org.
Let's make that a 2 because as is in Pro, they're just wondering what the hell just happened. Most of their players getting caught off outside that garage area. 3 people down, and that C split was absolutely phenomenal. All on the back of that great flash by Flippy. They still have to deal with garage here. Symbol's ready. All up to ASUS right now. He's gonna try to. Okay, I see you. Great kill through the smoke here. He's able to find another one. Yes, he does find it, but Exotic from the back will shut it down before it manifests into anything more scary than that. We go into halftime, ladies and gents, and SBE are behind by 2.
Man, if anything, Looking for Org's trades are just on point for the most part for the entirety of the game. But again, this is such a waste in my opinion. Yeah, he still gets a 2K off of that. Could have been a 3K if he didn't miss time or miss the angle on that spray onto that Astra, but now what's done is done. We're going to be moving on to the second half and see how South Built Esports is attacking would fare against Looking for Org's defending. They're looking at A though. It's a heavy stack for A for LFO as well, so let's see how Exotic would open things up as these dashes on through. Gets a kill onto Chowdy.
That's so beautiful.
This is like a Sunday morning stroll for himself. Gets another one before getting taken out by Exotic.
Love the timing on that play. The gravity well combined with the dash in. Very nicely done. It gets them 2 kills here. And SBE, they've had it. They've had enough. They want to tie this game up. They're going to take this pistol. Especially after Pro lands a nice shot like that. Draximov will try to stem the bleeding. This is a 1v3. Flash is laying in wait for Flippy. Oh, that's another nice one from Draximov, and suddenly it is possible. There is a flank coming in. Papi Chulo looking to execute from the back. And so Ja is just trying to bait out good gravity well to keep him at bay for now. And they just missed the timing. Easy shot for Papi Chulo as the lurk comes to fruition. It's going to be 67. SBE take the pistol.
Takes a pistol. May just put this into a 7-7 scoreline. Ties up the game once again. You might still have a slobber knocker here. But South Built Esports is doing what they can to keep the well, this isn't their map pick, but keep the game as close as possible. Because they need this. They need this game 1 victory in order for them to at least gain the momentum going into their second map pick onto Split.
Here.
But I mean, if we're gonna talk about how just good these players are, they are extremely good. But as I say that, they're just running on through towards C as Z's and the company here will just take down.
Wait a minute.
What? They just walked right in there and just sprayed onto the smoke. And that's just like that, it's a 2v3.
And the sentry gets a kill. There's so much damage done in this tiny little murder hole that happened towards C Long. Flash comes out, gonna give information that there still is at least someone lurking around the area, gonna keep them at bay. But there is still a weapons advantage, so SBE could dig themselves out of this. Regardless, their bonus round is pretty much gone at this point here. Flash set up, nice timing, but they both get away around the corner just in time.
Next, he has a Frenzy holding that close angle as well. Let's try to go for a little bit of a whack-a-mole type of playstyle here for Job, but he's not biting just yet. They have to go for the rotate now. It's going to be harder and harder for them to take C.
Yeah, but they're giving up the weapons.
Oh, yeah.
If you ask me, I really think they should have maybe tried to stay, because now that there is Spectres potentially recoverable for the side of LFO, you know, you're going into this with quite a significant disadvantage. Fortunately for them, they didn't pick him up. Symbol's still on a pistol and a classic. Next, he has to come big, though, because he does have the Spectre in tow. They're looking to play aggressive. They want to level the playing field. Next, he gets him traded out. 1v1. Symbol knows where he is. He's on site. He's going up from above. Here comes the camera.
No more charges left.
It does break down here. We'll try to get it to half. Does it? He sticks it! No way! Bolts of steel! And oh my god, he actually gets the defuse! Oh no, he doesn't!
They didn't, he didn't.
Oh,
barely.
So close.
Barely got... Man, you know what they say, or a lot of people say for the longest time, pros don't fake, and he tried his best to not fake that. It still wasn't enough, just a fraction of a second before that spike could have gotten defused.
I can't believe he tried. Dude, he almost won that. He was like, I don't know. I didn't see the exact time, but my god, it must have been so close.
The spike was so close to the top, too. Apologies.
And yeah, 7-7, we have a tie game on our hands. Definitely what we wanted to see. It's a tie for the moment. And it's rifles abound still.
Here.
It's still 5 for 5. I mean, 5 players still alive. They actually get map control here, looking like a C split. As they get so much control here, they do leave a little bit of information gathering. The sentry bot here towards mid and an alarm bot. They have to sniff out the players here towards Z. Ja takes a while, but he does get the kill. Papi Chula follows up. That's going to be C-side completely open now. They're going to be planting the spike. Easily done right there. And it's a 3v4. Good advantage from Flippy. He does not want to overextend. And he does pick up the Trailblazer, does spot him out, but his teammate will back him up. Exotic has a good angle on one. Symbol comes back, and Symbol gets a double. All up to Ja right now. In a 1v2, can't do it. It's Exotic to take this round. LFO, they claim the lead.
It's been LFO that's taking the lead for the past couple of rounds here. South Esports, their attack is not as good as their defense. I do say so myself, but I mean, it's already showing that looking for Organs finally managed to get a little bit of the shakes out from their match against Naus Esports. I mean, all things considered, their start in the VCT wasn't as good because, if I'm not mistaken, they closed it out in a 9-3 half in favor of Naus Esports, despite Haven being their map pick, but they still managed to come back from that. And now looking for Org is just barely holding on to the lead, but they are in the lead regardless. And I feel like that this is going to be a confidence booster for themselves.
Confidence is very much key for a team like LFO and for SBE as well. But SBE, they have got, I like the fact that they go for a timeout now. It's a good time to rein it in. They know that they're at a disadvantage. They want to figure out what they're going to buy. Papi Chulo's got 5K, and they've got the experience. They don't need to rely on confidence so much because they are a team that's been together for so long. They rely on their composure. That's what you get when you have a team that is very much in the veterancy of their careers as esports players. But will it be enough to take down LFO, who are looking so good?
I mean, I feel like this is going to be the redemption map for LFO, for themselves. And I feel like for the entirety of the game, like, Split is still going to be South Built Esports' map. They can bounce back from that. So, you know, just their comfort. If we go to a game 3, that's where we could really go down and try to decide who is the better team among these guys. As Papi Chulo opens it up with a kill onto Exotic.
Hero Vandal
opens up the side for B.
Yeah, the Hero Vandal works perfectly for the entry right now. They're trying to get that other rifle in their possession, but it's a little bit too risky for now, as he's threading the needle right there as he narrowly dodges that nano swarm. As though he gets a spot onto one. Symbol gets a trade onto Ja. 3v3 is now rifles are being picked up. Flippy does have one in his hand, so does Aziz. But Symbol makes the punish happen. Flippy does come back and turn another one. And that's a very beautifully timed, absolutely perfect rolling thunder that simply turns the round on his head. And Nexi does get the drop onto one. Looking for the last, and he doesn't hit it. It's Flippy who does take it back 8-8. This game is dead even. And in this game, it's tied neck and neck. These guys are locked. Neither of these teams can break free.
Man, an 8-8 scoreline couldn't be perfect for these teams. I mean, they are going to be fighting for their survival here in the tournament, and they're doing so just even on this fight, all things considered. It's a locked fight, and it's looking like South Built Esports may just get the lead here in this match. I mean, in this round at the very least. Pistols only for looking for Org as they try to make their entry over at A. They are slow on the push though. Potentially waiting for Flippy to set everything up for themselves. L drones crashing onto each other.
Yeah, they are, as they have been like just waves against the shore, crashing in again and again, and the ebb and flow of this match has been nothing short of mercurial. No one can predict how these things have been going. It's just so back and forth between these teams. It's hard to predict how it goes next. Now, Symbol. Papi Chulo finds one. Shouty gets a double with a Sheriff, finally goes down. Updraft does not pay off, but still keeps them in a 3v3.
It's still possible for LFO to go for the retake here, just at least make it easier for themselves. As the lockdown does go down, gets a little bit of attack on the Aziz Exotic. But of course, the Phantom is going to win over the Classic. Oh, Nexi though, on the exit, takes down Pro. So it's still a 2v2. They should be able to get a free rifle off of that. Cosmic Divide is going to be thrown at as well as a turret. Nexi negotiating the angles here as Aziz is just waiting for the tap, waiting for the ping as Ja takes down Draximon, makes it a 1v1, but Ja still comes out on top. They finally get the lead.
It's each and every single round, man, does come down to the wire. Everything has just been, oh man.
BYB fam, going to Astral to do
I think we might get a 3-game series off of this.
Last player standing.
It's possible, I feel.
One enemy remaining.
What do you think?
I think so too. It's very much likely here. I'm giving you up in chat, by the way, as the person who got called. I'm throwing you under the bus. I'm sorry.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. It doesn't happen all the time.
See, he
I'm sorry,
apologized.
guys.
There, it's his fault.
It's my fault.
People are
It's my
calling
fault.
like Bebe time reveal.
Nah.
But okay, before we get into that, look at this. They're right beside each other, right behind, and it's basically a standoff here towards C. There's already a dash from ASUS. Great entry. Can't find a second. Still does his work. And it's good enough to sell the fake, but Exotic wins that. How?
Exotic he's just doing exotic plays
here.
for the most part, man. He's just flying around, still surviving. Kind of like how Aziz survived earlier on over in mid, but it's still down to LFO. They have the man advantage. They got the superior angles. As I say that, Papi Chulo actually won out that angle against Exotic. Gets the info. They can play off of this. South Built Esports, though. Leaning on over towards C. That is where the spike will be planted. The Hunter's Fury is going to be deterring the plant, at least for now. And they still have a lot of time to work with.
Oh dear. Okay, spike does go planted. It does get planted. 3v3. And again, each and every round is just so close. These guys, these pros, locked in 2v2 through the wall. Can't get that. It's no longer that wall bangable. Papi Chulo trying to get it. Shotstar does not connect. Draxler takes a couple of shots in, can't land though, but Papi Chulo and Pro will. SBE find double digits after what was basically a scrappy fight in this retake situation. SBE come out ahead.
They came out ahead surprisingly as well, because it's been a hot minute since they did get the lead on this matchup, and they want to come back from this. If anything, they've only had the 2-round lead earlier on when the pistol round started. I mean, that's the only time that they got the 2-round lead. Like, when did they got the pistol round in the first half? Then everything was LFO trying to catch up. They're trying to at least keep up with their lead, but eventually South Built Esports just turned things around for themselves. As we go into the 19th round of action here, still looking like an SBE round. We might have an 11-8 scoreline, just basing it off of the fact that they do have their rifles. All sheriffs on the side of LFO, a decent amount of utilities that they can use for themselves as well to go for the retake if they want to. As Jug goes for the spray transfer onto Exotic and onto Chowdy. That's not how it's supposed to happen. And Aziz still surviving with 5 HP, takes down Symbol. Now down to a 5v2, and LFO not looking like they would be able to get this round.
Absolutely disgusting from Ja. Can't say I expected any less of him, but it's looking like SBE will find 11 points. No upsets this time in this pistol, in this anti-eco rather. Time does dwindle.
Player standing.
This Pro is gonna find Nexi, and it's all in the hands of Draxi. He's still inching his way forwards. Here's the respawn. Gets spotted out by Papi Chulo. That's gonna be the round. Well timed, well played, execute towards that A site, and it keeps everybody alive, nice and healthy. They're gonna need it, and this just means that they're gonna have as much money as they need for the rest of the game. Finally, a timeout does come in for LFO.
Yeah, man. You gotta give it to Ja, though. That spray transfer that you're seeing right now is just so beautiful, and I don't know how Aziz survived through that. I mean, he was crouching, he was in the off angle, but still, that was still something for Aziz and Ja. They completely opened up that A side for themselves. They completely set themselves up for success there. The LFO, they're trying to figure out what to do against South Built Esports' aggression, because they can't get a good read off of them. We're seeing the operate on the hand of Exotic, and just rifles, utilities coming out all throughout. But is it going to be enough, though? That's the question.
Well, timeout, as we do take a moment to recuperate, sort of just hang out for a minute as LFO discuss their strategy. The operator does come out, finally excited to see it. Let's see where they post it up. It's looking like it's going to be an aggressive peek here towards A. So they do want to send him there, and it's a good call because there's so many players here for SBE right around the edge.
Here.
As we try to see if we're going to see match point here for South Built Esports.
Here.
I think they're going to try to go for the aggression. Guiding Light is going to be thrown out over to A main, but they get spotted out by the recon bolt, so that's info. They also get a tag onto Exotic as well, so That's pretty decent, all things considered. They're all relatively healthy. Heal's already going to be used up by Chowdy. They're going to be switching it up this time around. Southbuilt Esports rotating on over toward the C site. Cosmic Divide is going to be thrown out as Papi Chulo and Aziz try to navigate over towards Garage. From Garage, Draximov goes for the spray down here.
Misses the timing on that shot, though. Flippy and Aziz, they easily dismantle the defense here towards that C site. 3 players still to retake, and it's 4 players standing on SBE side. A lot of utility to play with. They do have a Trailblazer available. They have recon, everything they need to get information. Problem is, Exotic is on the operator. He's gonna have to hit a really good shot. It's very difficult to retake on this operator. Could very well be match point as we get into it. And here comes the start of the play. The retake now commencing. Aziz swinging out, ready for the repeat. Doesn't win the duel. Exotic does. As Exotic still looking to make the connection. He needs lurk play coming in from Papi Chulo from the side through Garage. There's a great gravity well as well, just to make things a little bit more difficult. The save call does come in. They decide to fall back. Papi Chulo won't let them as he keeps them into the site and denies the economy for LFO. No siree, no money for you. They only keep Shouty, and he does save the op.
That's match point for themselves. That's just a silver lining off of that is LFO still has the operator. They got barely nothing to work with here. They're forcing the Bulldog off of Draximov. Chowdy doesn't have a lot of money in the economy, so he's just going to be working on the Sheriff. This might just be a Southbuilt Esports map 1. Just looking at this, it's going to take a very beautiful hold from themselves to just at least try to get the 12-9 score line. But even then, that's still going to be much of an ask. As Southbuilt Esports starts off the round with playing on over at A, trying to get a good read on LFO's hold here. Aldrone is definitely going to be spotting out Aziz. The Aldrone from their side will get the tag.
It's not a good camera. Doesn't see enough of the corner, but Symbol is able to get one with the Guardian. I think they would have liked to do a little bit better. Rolling Thunder comes out, stuns up Chowdy. And Papi Chulo's right there to open up with a double. And that's going to be the A side falling to its knees. Draximov playing up close. What a flick from Papi Chulo straight to the left. And that's a triple kill from him. And they secure, I'd say, this game at this point. I don't think there's any way back off the back of a great play by Papi Chulo. It's looking like SBE take map number 1.
Man, Exotic needs a miracle to come out of this, and he's not going anywhere at all. He can't even make an entry on the side. Too many angles to handle. He has an operator. They know where he is. He's forced out. He's down to 50 HP. And this is definitely done. But he does get a kill onto Aziz. Gets the Hunter, the Blade Storm. But it's still not enough. Southbuilt Esports takes game number 1 in its best of 3.
That came so close up until 8-8, and then SBE just started to pull ahead by a little too much. But it was one of the greatest games, one of the closest games we've seen here in VCT Philippines. An absolute thriller through and through all the way to the end. But I do have to give props. Papi Chulo, what a play. Whether it was on the pistol, whether it was on the rifle, he was there on the lurk, on the entry, whatever. He did it all. Papi Chulo making a mark on this game.
Yeah, I mean, Papi Chulo has been playing for a long time now, and it just goes to show how stone cold he is, and he deserves being the MVP of the game. A 2.5 KDA, 26 kills for this Cypher. Not something that you'd expect any single day, but Papi Chulo delivered, and he was the glue for Southbuilt Esports here throughout the entirety of the game. When we thought that looking for Org might just be able to secure the game for themselves as they tried to inch out against Southbuilt Esports, Papi Chulo just decided to show up. I mean, the differences on the damage as well as the headshot percentage is still on the side of LFO, but at the end of the day, a round win is a round win, and that's exactly what Southbuilt Esports has right now.
Oh my god, what a thrilling match here, and that was just game number 1. We still potentially have more, but before we talk about the further games, let's take a little bit of a look back and run it back here as we take a look at the replay. So many exciting moments. This game did certainly deliver. Still hoping, though, that LFO has some more in the tank because there is potentially another 2 games to play.
They should definitely have more in the tank here, because if they run out of plays to play against Southbuilt Esports when we head on over to Split, this might just spell doom for themselves. But if we're basing it off of how Looking for Org is playing it right now, I believe that Split is going to be pretty decent for themselves, and they really want the Split map to be on their side for the most part, because aims are still on the side of looking for Org. I mean, there are just times where South Built Esports just completely outdueled them. They could still go up against them toe-to-toe, and this map is definitely a statement to that. But again, Papi Chulo just styling on everybody with the flicks and everything, man. That's just completely a show of force.
Unreal performance here by Papi Chulo, but you just got a glimpse of what could be to come. We got another potential 2 more games here, and we still have a bit more Valorant, because even after this series, there still is another one with Team Secret stepping up to the plate. But we'll find out how the next game goes in just a second. We'll take a short break. Illustrato in black and blue as your casters. We'll be back shortly. Don't touch that browser.
Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Potentially, we may just have the conclusion to this series, because South Built Esports is ahead 1-0 against Looking for Org. As we hop on to Split, the second map of this series, and Split is the map choice for South Build Esports. Even when we started off the day yesterday, and I'm Nomad. Alongside of me is Ilustrado. I'm Nomad, by the way.
Yeah, I realize that now. I can't believe I
Yeah.
mistook the both of you. I was just thinking when I saw you, it was like black and blue. You know, that's kind of why I mistook the
Yeah,
both
because
of you.
my chair is black and I'm
Yeah.
blue. I mean,
You understand.
yeah.
I'm sure.
Anyway. So yeah, off of that performance from South Build Esports, do you think that they may just be able to carry off that momentum against Looking for Org and Split, or will this be finally the map that Looking for Org would get against them? What do you think?
Look, man, I think it's possible to go either way. First of all, because how close to that last game was. But second of all, SBE haven't been exactly very convincing on their split. Their split last time was decent, and they took a loss on it against Zeal. It was like, what, 13-9, 10? Something like that. It wasn't the best of performances from SBE. So now I think they're in serious mode, though, quote unquote. But I do still think that there's a lot of weakness in this SBE roster, evidenced by the first map that we just saw.
Yeah, it was uncharacteristically close. Too close for comfort for South Build Esports for the most part. But hey, Looking for Org still just coming out of that. Yep, you should be pretty happy with that. It's still a relatively close fight all throughout. But we'll find out what agents are going to be playing in on Split, as SBE will be on the attacking side, while LFO will be switching things up and will be on the defending side this time around. Not much of a change for the side of South Build Esports. Looking for Org, they bring out the chamber.
Oh man, we finally get to see the chamber. I am absolutely so happy about it. Is Micro finally going to be playing today? It's looking like it's going to be a yes. I'm not 100% sure on this, so if Micro does play, that definitely could be interesting. But I'm looking to see how they play the chamber. That's really the number one thing I'm looking forward to here. A lot of things that you can do, especially on Split with the chamber. You can get across the map so quickly, and as well as have a lot of impact, you know, just anywhere you want to go. And with a double operator on the defensive side, it's going to be a very nice thing.
Yeah, man. I guess LFO, they want to play. Sorry, that's my best chamber impression. I tried so much.
It was pretty good. It's pretty good. He did seem a little bit too angry, though.
Shouldn't be. I'm Nomad.
No.
Shouldn't have any anger myself. But you know, moving forward though, I'm looking at how this chamber is gonna change up the way South Build Esports is gonna be playing this though. Cause let's face it, you have an agent that's just able to get free guns every round. Almost every round.
Yeah, well, not exactly free, but I get your point. It definitely is something to take into consideration. It definitely boosts your economy, especially when you are in a tough spot. But let's go into the game itself and find out how this will manifest. We're finally seeing Chamber here in the VCT Philippines. Exotic, he's going to be using it. I'm excited to see what Exotic brings. He can pretty much play anything here. He was really great for his team last game and even yesterday, but I want to see how he delivers against South Build as Chamber.
Yeah. This is the first time we've seen a chamber. We're finally going to see how Exotic is going to be playing him out. And it's looking like South Build Esports on the attacking side would try to go for a mid-take for themselves, as a couple of shots are finally being fired just to take down the wall. The early wall as well. Really a big fan of that, but a good read nonetheless from Nexi. As Draximov spots out the head of Papi Chulo, doesn't really get the headshot that he wants to. It's a little bit of a tag. It's relatively a chill start of a round.
Yeah, absolutely. There is still 5 players still standing for both of these teams. A little bit of contact is made. There's 4 players over speed. They really do not want to give it up. They are tucking away Nexi here, hoping for him to come alive. He does get one, but the trade is immediate. The boombot does go off. It takes him down low, but Ja is going to be able to heal. No problem for the Reyna, as we do see Draximov pick off Micro. It's a lot of work to do for PPGL, but Ja is doing all the heavy lifting as he gets a
Player
third.
remaining.
Working from above, Draxi finally snuffs him out and drops him off himself. Chimes in with a triple kill. And that's the first round for LFO.
A boost that they have to go for here. Looking for Org is at least secured this round against Outbuilt Esports. Now the question remains, what will Outbuilt Esports bring to the table as soon as they have their own guns in the field? That's still pretty much up in the air. But for the most part, Spectre's on the hands of Looking for Org, except for Chowdy, who's still going to be rocking that Ghost. Switch up on Outbuilt Esports' playstyle here, though. They will switch it up over to A. They'll try to figure out how to break the defense here from Looking for Org.
Yeah, just pistols, basically. Only one really upgraded pistol for the side of South Built. They're happy to just build up rank for the upcoming ones and see what they can do. But LFO, they have made another great read. They've stacked up 4 players on the correct side. And as we know, the rotation for the attacking side definitely a little bit longer when it comes to split. So they'll have to decide what they want to do here. If they can even just get a plant or even find 1 kill, it will be pretty good round for South Built.
And they're dwindling down the time too. They're just waiting for a mistake to come out from Looking for Org here. Because there's really not much that South Built Esports could do in terms of just crashing into the side. They have barely any utilities on their hands. They have to just wait for the mistakes to come out from Looking for Org, and that is a bit of an ask as Symbol swings through from the rope, but Ja catches him as he goes down.
30 seconds left.
Beautiful shot from him.
As he was falling, basically playing whack-a-mole there, and he hits it literally right on the head. As they still have to work their way towards that A site. Only 17 seconds left. They cannot dawdle too long. Here comes the teleport in. They are reinforcing the back of it. What a shot, Ja, yet again. He's absolutely on fire today as the pistols, they're making it happen on this A site. They get the spike down, and SBE will not go gentle into that good night, not quietly at very least. As the rest of the 2 players of LFO try to work their way, try to get up close from both ends of the site.
Retake from LFO.
The hunt begins.
Bleak for themselves. Nexi and Draximov making their entry from opposite ends, but Nexi opens it up with a kill onto Micro. Ja trying to go for the repeat, but Pro takes him down, and Ja swings out, takes down Draximov. And yes, what a thrifty indeed. South Built Esports 1-1.
Great stuff here for SBE. We were just talking at the start of the round, we're like, dude, if they can get 1 kill, if they can get a plant, this would be great for them. But they take it all, the ridiculous shots from Ja, an absolute monster. I didn't think they had any chance of taking that around at all. Somehow, some way, they got it.
Man, I pegged that round for Looking for Org, and they didn't. They had the Spectres, they had the superior number of utilities in their inventory. They weren't able to close out on that. South Built Esports now can have a free round for themselves. They have the rifles, just as Spectres that they picked up from earlier on. They're still secure for the next round. Still down to the question if they could continue on here. Making their way on over towards B from Heaven. Ja working and navigating the angles. Will actually spot out Symbol, go for the spray down. Dismiss is out of there. Bodies are going to be falling down on the side of LFO, and the man advantage is still definitely on the hands of South Built Esports. It's a 2v4. Exotic and Chowdy, they're nowhere near the site. They have to make the retake here with what they have, barely.
Not a lot to go off of. And this retake is just so difficult. Chowdy has this.
Last player standing.
Nope, not gonna get that 1 kill. I thought he would manage to find 1, but as is to take him instead, and PPGL closes the round. Good stuff from SBE. They keep it clean. They only lose 1. And so South Built, they're going to have... Look at the money. Look at the money that they have. And sure, they're reinvesting a lot right now into, you know, they've dropped it a lot. They've spent, what, 4,600 on the job, but they did have quite a lot of money right before this, and they will continue to. If they win this one, it's pretty much going to be bank for the next few rounds.
That's an if though. But yeah,
Big
Southfield
if.
Esports. They got this. Nexi walls it off immediately. That's what I want to see. Not just mid walls. Hello to the people that are playing, queuing up right now. It's not always the mid wall.
Yeah, that tends to happen in your elo, Nomad.
But no, man.
I'm just kidding here. But A side, they crash into it as Exotic looks to stop them. And there's gonna be another set of couple of nice shots from Nexi, who mows a couple down and brings SBE to their knees. Two players still standing here. He can't get it. Nexi finds a third. Papi Chulo trades. And it's Papi Chulo up against the world one more time.
And he's known to clutch.
Yeah, that's what he's known for, isn't it?
He could just clutch this for themselves, but no, unfortunately, Symbol was looking right where he's coming from. Ties it up 2-2. Pretty, again, another pretty even match that we have here, Elu.
Yeah, it is very much close as can be. Again, we are so thankful that we get to cast these close games, dude. Because, like, I mean, who wants to see a stomp in VCT? This is exactly what we signed up for. We did expect, I'd say, SBE to do a little bit better than this, especially considering it is their map pick, but we do have to remember this is the attacking side. They do have enough money, however, for another buy, so they will be fully investing into this. After this, however, it might be another hero buy if they lose, or they could just be throwing out pistols for everybody. But the wall comes up, trying to do a little bit of a fake setup towards B. Nobody really trying to contest it too much because they do break through the side. Papi Chulo, the lurker, has been sniffed out by Shouty. So that's going to be the presence towards A completely diminished here. They still have 1 minute left on the clock. And still a lot of time to play. Mid control now, however, being attempted. And that's going to get them at least some control here. They are going to give it up pretty handily, but really good entry. Great dismiss. Oh, timing perfect between the ice wall. How is he alive? And he still gets a kill, but Nexi gets a double.
Numbers are not on the side of SBE, but I feel like they can still come out on top of this. As Josh secures the third from himself, takes down Chowdy in the process, they make it even. But is it really even though? As Micro spraying blindly through that smoke, Symbol takes him down. John on his own still manages to take down Nexi, gets a 4K off of that. The ace is possible. Symbol is really low on HP and he has to play against the time here. 12 seconds remaining. He needs to get the spike, needs to get the plant.
Oh, he's gonna get it. Barely.
He will. Just enough time. Symbol doesn't have the utility as well to force him out of there.
And he has no HP. Oh man, my breath is just being held completely. I can't look. Symbol, they see each other, they make contact. Symbol's 14, but Ja gets the ace! He does it! He pulls it off! 5 kills for Ja. Just when you think he can't give any more, he goes the extra mile.
Can I get a
ice cold in the veins of Ja there, man.
I feel like we've been saying that name for years now, Nomad.
It is. We've been seeing him.
He's still doing this to us.
We've been casting his games, and he's still pretty much the same player we've seen. No signs of aging here for Ja. Man, that was just ice cold. I mean, despite the fact that LFO did have the man advantage against Southbuilt Esports earlier on, Ja just carried the weight of his entire team to try to get that lead, and they did. A beautiful ace, a worthwhile ace for Ja. Man.
Oh, Ja. Never change. What an absolute treat to watch. But still, he's got a lot more game to go. The shotgun next, he just gets denied.
He got fully flashed, though.
He did.
He did not have a fighting chance there.
Uh-oh, Willie's. Oh, I thought he had it, but Papi Chulo had his teammates back.
Where you are. And that's also information for them. That's a free site. They know where they're coming from. Should be a free round for Southbuilt Esports. All things considered, they spot out the Cypher. You know where the camera is. Aziz and Papi Chulo take down Exotic and Chowdy. Now it's down to Symbol, but it's not enough. Flawless for Southbuilt Esports.
Yeah.
You know what? At this point, I feel like the next coming rounds, we'll see all the tags come up. Like, we got the ace, we got the flawless, we got the thrifty too. We just need the clutch.
Yeah, we haven't seen a clutch in a couple of seconds now, in a minute, but I'm sure we'll get to see it in just a second. Another great round from Ja as we take a look at the replay. That's 3 kills. He's going to get 5, and really well played from him. Didn't panic, and that's what you get when you have the veracity of Ja on your team here. Showstopper, not too much to worry about. Little of a speculative showstopper. Just hoping to get somebody there. Nobody on the other side of it. It does open up the site, though. 8 right for the taking.
Retake.
Spike planted.
5-man retake. Tour de force already being used up by Exotic, but it's not going to be spotting anybody else for now. Cosmic Divide being prepped up for the retake. Empress from Chowdy as well. The wall is buying a little bit of time. Here comes the party. The showstopper going to be thrown out. Waiting for the last possible second. Still gets a kill on the Papichulo. Makes it up on top, and Pro catches him down. Traded out by Chowdy. It's a 3v2. Making it a 2v2. As Ja almost clutches it for the team, but that is a round for LFO.
Yeah, Ja could have had it, but that's going to be a res they needed. I think they're going to try to go for the res because of the muddy. No, they're going to hang on to it, but it's a great win for LFO, keeping things tight. And my God, it's tight as it gets, man. 3-4. Wow.
Are we going to see the same scenario from the last game? I feel like we
It seems like it, doesn't it, Nomad? Because
yeah, it does.
It's like 1-2, they trade, and nobody can really pull ahead. But the question is, will LFO be the first one to pull ahead this time?
Yeah, that's the question. Operating on the hands of Exotic here. Very aggressive on the mid angle. Chowdy gets tagged. But next he takes down Papichulo. Shot misses. Exotic.
Down A.
At least his teammates were there to trade him out. But it's still a 5v2. The rest comes up to bring back Exotic into the fight. Chowdy will take down Ja. Now down to the hands of Aziz to try to clutch this, but it's looking highly unlikely. At least get a plant on to get a little bit more economy rolling for them, but it's not going to happen as Chowdy takes him down. Tied scoreline. It's a tug of war.
Once again, we're tied. We're at equilibrium. Neither team really getting too much the better of each other. It's a stalemate through and through. And LFO, if they're gonna go down, they're gonna go down swinging. I absolutely love what I'm seeing from them. But the buy right now looking like it's pretty much shattered here for the side of SBE. How can they win this one? They're gonna have to pull off another crazy set of kills if they want to get through it.
Well, they're still forcing out the Phantom and the Vandal. Ja and Aziz has a little bit more money to spare for the next round. But they have to play together as a team. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. They're playing together over at B main. Looking like a B crash for themselves. A lot of times being bought here. As the Boombot will be thrown out to get a little bit of information. The lurk is now starting from Chowdy, a little bit slow. Not hitting the angles, but it's still pretty much that. Starting to run as SBE starts to make their hit here. Draximov, 2 HP in the dream behind that hut. It's not going to protect you any longer. Double Cage is going to be thrown out just to get a little bit more vision there. The walls come in just to make them their way into the site safely. It's still a 4v4. And Symbol makes it a 3v2, making it a 2v3 because Exotic Chowdy on his own here. Now in a 1v2. Went for the lurk. They have an idea where he is coming from. Double Lear is going to be thrown out. Going to have to navigate the angles. Gets a kill on the Pro, and he does not get the clutch as Ja just finishes it off to get the lead 5-4.
It seems like we've been saying his name all game long, and deservedly so. He's, dude, 16-4. He's leaps and bounds above everybody else. Hard carrying right now on this attacking side. And this game is just delivering on all fronts here, whether it's superb tactics from one side or ridiculous show-stopping plays from another. Everything we wanted to see in a game, absolutely here to deliver in the VCT Philippines. LFO However, how will they respond to this? They have been rocked a little in that last one.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that they have been rocked ever since their loss against Naos. They're still trying to pick up the pieces from that, I feel. South Built Esports looking like they're the better team here. Despite it being a close fight, I feel like the mindset from South Built Esports is a lot better than how LFO is feeling this. Let's be honest, game 1 was a complete heartbreak for LFO because it was such a close fight for themselves.
Yeah, when you get so close in a game like that and just end up losing at the very last part of it, it's so demoralizing. I don't care who you are. It's so hard to take those things in stride.
Definitely. And with SBE just having that close of a fight and then winning, that's definitely a confidence boost from them. As we see them push forward from Mail.
Satchel out.
Gravity Well's gonna be thrown out. That's a satchel. Gets the kill. Aziz to flick upwards.
30 seconds.
Okay. Gets it. Symbol. Gonna go for the spray down. Takes down Ja. Gets traded up by Papi Chulo. Now it's a 3v3 and even fight. Making a 3v4 because the res is up, but down to 2v3. Ja and Pro once again at the cusp of losing this round. They may just fight it back, and as I say that, LFO takes it back to a tied scoreline.
Neither of these teams just letting off. This is one for the books, man. This is already one of my favorite VCT games in VCTPH. How close can this get? It's coming down to the wire round after round. SBE, they're forced on a lesser buy one more time. They're gonna go for the hero buy onto Ja. Rightfully so. If there is one player you want a rifle in the hands of right now, it's got to be this guy.
Yeah, definitely. His shots are always on point. You give him that bit of an advantage even more, he's definitely going to try to make things meet for South Built Esports, as he does get a little bit of an info there where the ramps player. Nexi and the rest try to prevent this ramp push from coming in, but it gets stunned up, but Exotic takes down Ja in the process. Aziz will pick up the Vandal, will spot out the head, will go for the spray down, takes down Nexi, will not capitalize on that on the Symbol, but Pro will pick up the slack and trade it off from him. Picks up the Vandal. No, he cannot pick up the Vandal even.
They're all one by one trying to pick up the Vandal that Ja had at the very beginning. Shouty, get that pick off onto Micro here, and it's looking like a round already for SBE, but it could still go the other way because look at how far Papi Chulo has crept up. He's already into that B site. We'll find soon that it's very much open. B Heaven, not going to be the same story as Pro looks to regroup with the rest of his team. And if Papi Chulo can get into CT spawn like this, and he does, this might be massive if he can catch off one. It's going to be about the timing on this one. Pro, he wins that duel, 2v2, and Papi Chulo's in a great place to cut anyone off.
Sonic has to win this fight, and he does. So 1v2, breaks up the wall, gets info where Exotic is playing from. The spike is planted for him at all things considered as Pro. Gets a 3K off of that. Here's Draximov. Drop. Not really going to fool him now. He's going to win the duel, and he does it, Pro. Gets a 4K and gets another round for South Built Esports. These guys are just clutch masters, man.
No panic whatsoever. He's a pro for a reason. He gets that 4K, isolates the 1v1, decides to look for a fight right after he plants the spike. After his wall goes down, you'd assume that he'd back off, but he doesn't. He goes through his wall. Look at this. This is the decision-making that goes through his brain. He knows that there is someone right on the back of this who might not be prepared. He goes for that push and pays off. It's a risk that he knew he had to take in a 2v1. It just goes to show the game sense of a player like Pro, the IGL, absolutely delivering on the stage.
Man, it's just a treat watching South Built Esports play like this. Like, despite the odds being against them, they still find a way to win out and get rounds from their opponents, and even more so for looking for org. I mean, this roster isn't a roster that you should be looking down upon because they have made their mark in VCT last year. Just in a transitional period right now, as Draximov is, I thought he was gonna miss that timing completely. As the Cosmic Divide is gonna be placed down, Showstopper is gonna be thrown in. Aziz crashes Symbol in air.
Oh,
that showstopper! Now this is a free tag for South Built Esports as we close up the half to 7-5.
crispy. Oh my god, he just pulled the Team Fortress on that one and just caught him midair with it. Oh my god, I love it. What a shot. 5-7 is South Built. They find the lead. If they take this, they do get 3 points. They want to come back into this tournament. They are in serious business mode. Regardless, oh my, well, that was through the wall, right?
Yeah, it was.
That was through the cosmic divide. He still found him. That's insane.
This is an entertaining match. Entertaining performance from South Built Esports as we are going to be switching sides. They're going to be on the defending side this time around. A hard stack over at mid here for looking for Org to try to replicate that. Wall is going to be coming up over at mid. It's going to be expended here. Still info. Can't really find the heads as they find Aziz there. Just playing out in the open.
Yeah, a little bit. I'd say antsy. Not a way to back him up there, so he does get caught in that corner. A little bit too aware. The one more player does go down for South Built. One by one, they all drop. All up to Papi Chulo and Jao. If there's 2 players you want alive, it's gotta be these guys, but it might be too much of a tall task to ask of anyone.
Definitely. I mean, it's a mountain to climb here for John Papichulo to clutch this.
Embarrassing.
It's slowly becoming a hill as Ja opens it up. For the kill onto Nexi. Slowly manageable. Exotic takes down Papichulo. Now it's just down to Ja. And with just this ghost and 2 guys looking at this smoke, there's no way he's going to take this round for South Built Esports. So if anything, looking for Org. Looking comfortable going into the next round.
Yeah, and they keep everyone up, so, you know, maybe they'll just do a ghost on 1 player or 2. No, they're gonna go for the full buys on the Spectres. Very much reasonable to do, especially on a map like Split. It's a pretty close score. Again, I'm imagining this is gonna go to a tie game once more.
Yeah. 8-8, and then somebody just edges the competition, maybe. Might be the case. Might be deja vu. Who knows? But if we're looking at recent performances here, looking for Org performed a lot better on Split. No, wait, I made a mistake.
Yeah.
It was South Built Esports that performed really decent on Split, despite it being their map pick. They lost 13-9 to Zeal.
Yeah, that's what we said.
Yeah.
Earlier.
There was like a memory of me of seeing Looking for Org play Split. I just can't remember when.
I don't recall.
Probably a third-party tournament.
Yeah.
But it was a decent performance from themselves, all things considered. They still lost that out, but you know, it was still decent. A lot better than South Built's scoreline from yesterday. But we have yet to see if that's going to replicate itself right now, because South Built Esports, well, they're not looking too good here. They are stuck on pistols, but they're still trying to make ends meet.
1 enemy remaining.
Aziz all alone with the shorty. It's like a melody to sing in his head.
Making ends meet. Ah, yes, SBE, the working man of VCTPH.
I mean, they've been here for the longest time now.
They have,
but you know, they haven't just closed out the entire Split, right?
Yeah, this is. I'm a little bit worried because if this is SBE's best pick, then this doesn't bode well. You know what I mean? Like, this is a good sign for LFO, sure, but I really think it's more of a sign of weakness from SBE because they lost this map pick against Zeal, and they're not doing so great. They're doing all right against LFO. They might need to start reconsidering their map pool a little bit here.
I mean, if anything, if we're going to look at stats historically, Icebox is... No, actually, Haven is their most played and the most successful with 13 wins, 54% win rate. On Split, historically, they got 14 wins and a 64% win rate. Things have changed ever since that.
Right there.
It's been quite a while, in fact, but now we do get another almost full gun round. Do have Symbol sitting on Spectre. Draximov will be able to buy himself a rifle, I do imagine. And so it's going to be a bonus round, however, excuse me. He's not going to buy a rifle. He's going to buy... He might stick on the Ghost.
He will.
Might be saving for that operator.
Might be. Could be able to get it for the next round. He gets at least 2 more. Yes. Off of that, as South Built is struggling on the offensive here, that is being brought by looking for Oregon, and Micro just shuts them down, gets a 3K, does not get the 4K off of that, but it's still down to a 2v2 as Pocket Chula and Pro, the only ones left alive for South Built Esports. They are playing around in heaven.
This is just a bonus round, however, and they've already made this bonus war here. South Built! They take it back here, and LFO, they take a loss. Still very much expensive. SBE, they take the lead after what feels like quite a while since they've had it, but it's just going back and forth again. Neither of these teams pulling ahead by very much. LFO has the lead for a second, and then suddenly South Built takes it back.
Take it back. Way back to the back of the bus here, at the very least. Still a beautiful, beautiful 3K there from Micro to just make it a little bit easier for South Built Esports to close out that round. But a full-on gun round for themselves. Pro's going to be stuck on the judge. A sheriff on the hands of Chowdy. Economy is a little shaky, but still, they'd still be able to make ends meet here. Make everything work, at the very least.
Not exactly the best buy for LFO. They have Chowdy only on the sheriff. I'm not entirely sure that's what I'd prefer. Maybe I would have liked to see Nexi or some, or one of the support players playing on it, or even have Exotic use this, you know, his pistol. But having the Reyna, the entry fragger on a pistol, not too convincing for me.
I mean, all things considered, he's just gonna throw out the leer, the follow through from the momentum that Symbol has.
Just using him to pick ice.
Man, this definitely is VCTPH, am I right? Using the ice pick.
Trying to get some halo in.
Yeah. Don't make me hungry like Raph yesterday, man.
I would really like some halo. There is a ramen place. We'll talk about that later.
Let's talk about it later on. I might actually just go with that with you, but they're gonna go together here as LFO crashes on over to Haven Heaven as a Z swings up, gets the kill. Spike is down, gets traded out by Exotic. It's still a 4v3, and SB is nowhere to be found here. And the judge not gotten to work in that distance anymore. As Pro is gonna be paying for that. Job dismisses just at the nick of time, but he gets caught off by Symbol. Now it's just down to Micro in a 1v3. Not the best part. They don't know where he is.
I think we're gonna tie.
We are gonna tie.
Oh, they spot
definitely.
him. Oh, that's the swing out from Symbol. That gets him his 3rd kill. And again, we go into tie. 8-8 is where we started seeing another team break away last game. Will it be the same one this time around?
Man, I just have to say, this is deja vu from Haven. 8-8 scoreline. SBE edged out the competition from there, but I don't know. Looking for Org, they're not struggling per se. They really are having a hard time just getting the lead off of South Built Esports here, but they should at least get this because South Built Esports, they only have the judge on the hands of Aziz and nothing else.
Yeah, the judge. Well, the judge, we've seen it work, especially over there towards ropes where Aziz. Oh God,
filthy.
Papi Chulo. Should we ever have doubted you? Nope. Oh, here comes the judge.
That was a beautiful timing on the paint
he's gonna try to
shells.
swing through it. Okay, Aziz gets one. Exotic lines up with a double though, and that's 2 more kills for them to have found. SBE should be taking a loss here. LFO will claim the lead unless a absolute roller coaster of a round unfolds within the next 10 seconds. I seriously doubt that.
Last player standing.
I mean,
I'm gonna keep quiet now.
I thought it was possible.
Gonna keep quiet. fight now. Right after that classic shot, long range from Pro. That's not right.
Shouldn't happen. He still got a kill off of that. I don't know. Well, you know, it's oh, they know where he is now, but you know, 9-8. We're not expecting much from South Built Esports from that round.
So we'll have to take a little bit of time here to just sort of compose. I wish one of the teams would call a timeout, actually, just so that they can sort of get a little bit more planning done. Because both of these teams are happy to just keep going at it with no breaks in between, no time to think about how they're going to approach the next round. They just want to go at it hammer and tong.
You want to play? Let's play.
I don't think we're going to be seeing any timeouts come up anytime soon, unless LFO,
that's like match point.
Unless match point, or I'd say if LFO gets the 10 scoreline, SBE is going to call the timeout, and SBE gets the 9-9. That's a timeout for LFO. That should be where it should be.
Right there.
You know, these guys, they just want to play.
Yeah, they do. A lot of ultimates available for the side of LFO. They have 3. Meanwhile, 4 on SBE side. So all across the map, we could be seeing this is a very crucial round. SBE, they want this round. They want to be able to take this. Otherwise, they might just let things slip and let LFO get up to 11 potentially. Yes. Papi Chulo just catches out Nexi. And here we go, the showstopper. Oh man, ASUS gets caught throwing that paint shell by that showstopper, and the great showstopper it was from Symbol. How many times has he gotten caught off by that? 4v4 right now, 25 seconds to go, and they're gonna have to dig themselves into this site. Pro is gonna be able to do a little bit of damage. Can't get the kill though, still 3 players standing, but LFO are making it happen. They get onto the side here into the ultimate now from Exotic, and that finds a kill onto Jop. 11 seconds and they still have to plant the spike. They will be able to, and it's all up to Micro.
He gets the 1, gets the 2. Now also 1v1, but Micro is incredibly low on HP, just 5 HP, and a Dream for him spots out that just the shoulder from Symbol. Is he gonna be playing place? And if he drops here, he's dead. He's gonna die. He's gonna play it safe.
He needs to drop from a safe place, though.
Behind the crates is there, but he's not looking at where Symbol is. 10-8, LFO might just push this to game 3.
I think we might. There's no money right now for SBE. They have to bite the bullet. They have to go on a save. This could be where we call a timeout because SBE, they are currently strapped for cash.
1 enemy remaining.
I know that scenario way too often. It's not an easy scenario to come out of. Definitely need to take a breather from time to time. But no tactical timeouts here. All sheriffs, 1 frenzy on the hands of Micro is what South Built Esports has. And the Pro gonna go for pot shots, not catching anybody off. Ja takes down Exotic though for the trade against Aziz. So relatively even. So it's a 4v3 and they have the man advantage. This shouldn't be happening in the first place.
Wow, okay. Suddenly, the cross wall coming in from Pro just to delay them a little bit longer. Sees the shoulder, Ja surviving, playing with fire here. Will he get burned by it? Doesn't look like it. He's alive for now. How are they still alive? The rest of the members here. Papi Chulo with the double Symbol lines up to himself, but Ja responds, and it's a thrifty win here by South Built.
That was not a round for South Built Esports to win.
No chance in hell they should have won that.
But they went to hell and back to just keep the competition close here. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything about, this is going to be a free round for LFO because SBE has no economy. It just doesn't matter for themselves.
How on earth is this so close? It's just absolutely criminal.
I don't know, man. 10-10? Question mark? It's possible?
I mean, I wouldn't put it out of the equation at this point. Not with how these guys are playing. Good formation. Look at this formation here by SBE. They're putting 3 players towards B heaven. They really want to reinforce this because they know that they have been losing a lot of map control towards this area. Ja gives up his position, sure. They're not too worried about it for now. They will not attempt to fraud much further.
Just slowing down a little bit more. LFO has to deal with the, well, not the elephant in the room, but he has the most frags, so he is the elephant in this room. As Ja swings out, gets exotic, dismisses out of there, being chased down by Chowdy, but he's lying in wait for himself, and he still survived.
Overextension on trying to get that trade there. Should have just let it go, especially because it was Arena, in fact, was able to reposition so quick, and FPE there in prime position. But that play, Pro didn't really need to peek out too much, and they lose the res. It's now a 4v3, still a lot of damage onto Symbol, who will be healed up by Nexi. There still is a chance for this, but look at how much control that they have gotten. Ja has taken full control of A side, so they will be going towards B. ASUS will deploy the showstopper just to slow them down even more. And he's just waiting for the right time to deploy it. Great play just to buy more time. 11 seconds left. No time for LFO.
We tied up the game once again. Oh. See, you don't have to always pop your showstopper to get a kill.
Sometimes it's just about sending a message.
It is, and the message was sent and was received clearly by LFO that you're not going to be able to plant this right now. 10-10. It's as close as it can get now.
I can't believe it. I can't believe I'm saying this, but this was even more close than the previous one.
Right? It was an 8-8, and then SB just won rounds. Now it's 10-10. What's the story? Is it SBE securing this series, or will LFO force a game 3? That's a question. But the answer is just lying within themselves here. All utilities here for LFO are available for themselves. Already going for the Cosmic Divide to make their entry over to the side. They have to worry about Ja here. Working on this angle, makes her way over towards Vents, but Ja and Micro are there to stop them from pushing forward. In LFO, they are not in the right headspace right now. They're definitely being demolished here by Ja with a 3K. 11-10, one more for match point here for SBE. I'm not feeling good if I were LFO right now. A timeout has to be called.
Yeah, I definitely think it's time to think about it because they don't really have money. It's now time to call a timeout and then decide whether they want to go for the bye, whether they want to play for overtime. This is very much danger territory. Yes, the timeout will be called. Pressure now finally being felt by LFO. After so many rounds of going back and forth, I think SBE might have just broken free yet again.
Man,
well,
I mean, if SBE could win eco rounds, I think LFO should be able to. They got the Hero Vandal on Nexi. I don't think that should be the case. Probably going to be giving it over to Chowdy and trade it off. Or maybe on the hands of Exotic. Regardless, they still have that one Vandal. They could still play off of it. I think Draximov can go for a half buy as well. Is to at least equalize everything. But if they do, they're committing into forcing just getting the win and not play for overtime.
Now, overtime could be the direction we are heading. But SBE, they want to stop it right in its tracks. So they will be playing for overtime. But there is a Hero Phantom coming out here for Nexi. They're going to trust.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, yes.
Okay, that makes more sense. So it's kind of like a quasi-buy, a half-buy. They're going to hope that this weaponry will be enough to steal them around away. But even if they do lose this one, it's not the end of the world. They will be still able to buy in the next one. Yeah. So they are playing for overtime.
They are. You got to capitalize on this round, though. Get weapons, get kills, just to get a little bit more economy to roll with. As Symbol takes down Pro, good sign for themselves. Here comes the Showstopper. Needs to escape. Makes it out alive, but Draximov takes down Aziz regardless. It's now down to a 2v2 as Ja and Micro, the only ones left alive for SBE, but he's not looking at where Exotic is. That was just down to Micro with the Vandal. Weapons advantage and the number advantages on the side of LFO. They'll be able to reposition, get the spike, move on over towards A, make Micro guess where they're playing from right now.
Yeah, they're going to book it straight to A. And again, it's another trade of eco rounds, potentially, if Micro doesn't win this. Nexi could pick up this orb, although at this point in the game, I think it might not be the best of ideas. He will be planting it far back in the corner of the site. They're just going to play close to each other, hope for the trades. Micro doesn't really have that much utility with him at this point in the game.
Yeah. He only has 1 star left, and there's not much that he could do with that star as well. He can't set. Well, he has 3, but he can't set it up where he'll be able to capitalize on the angles. But he's still going to. He's still gonna try to go for the clutch. Spots out Exotic, goes for the spray down. Almost has an idea of where Nexi was, but that was as close as it can get. An 11-11 scoreline. Trying to make a whiff here. We're looking for Org to finally get match point, but the money is still on the side of SBE. They can still fully buy up. It's a close fight here. Tooth and nail is the fight.
Oh, Nomad. What? I was ready to go to see, like, okay, this is gonna be, it's gonna be 12-10, and then we could go overtime. But every single round, we are just being thrown curveball after curveball.
Let's play.
I could
now
say Caster's Curse.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
This is the point in the game where we just stop talking and let things unfold and kind of
just let them play.
Just let them play, because clearly nothing we say is of any consequence right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. My first time back in the English broadcast, and this is what I experienced. Wow. I blame it on you. No, I'm kidding. I blame it on Aserai.
Yeah, Aserai. Always hashtag blame Aserai.
Yep.
But
no, you take it.
I was just saying that I wonder how long they're gonna wait around for. They are running the clock very thin. It's 45. Okay, this is still quite a bit of time here. As long as they don't go below like 30.
I think this is a 30-second hit.
Yeah, I think it's a 30-second. You might be right. And they will be going at 30. It's exactly the time we need, but they don't have B main, so that's going to be the problem here. So SB Pro is able to get Shouty, Symbol responds, and that's going to be one more after the other. Everyone going down, and we haven't seen too much of the action right now, but Ja and Micro still standing. They want to avoid overtime. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get match point first? The spike does get planted. Ja and Micro to retake.
Clock is ticking.
Still in sight.
Micro and Ja making their entry. The tour de force, they hear it. But it's not going to be consequential. Micro almost takes him down, but Ja makes it a 1v2. Has to manage the angles. He's being heard. They have a general idea where he is, but they're not looking where he is at right now. Draxima flow, but Draxima wins that. LFO forces the match point. SBE has to crawl.
Match point.
Find a strat from their playbooks to force out the OT this time.
We could be going into. I'm not gonna say it.
No, don't.
I caught myself.
Right
Okay,
there.
fair enough. Quiet time now for the casters, as we just sit with bated breath and hope that we get to see the magical 12-12. The lucky unicorn. Will this be the first overtime here in VCT Philippines? Could very well be. It's 12-11.
I dare say this might be the first overtime across the board on all VCTs.
Maybe.
But, you know, half armor here for Aziz, so that's something they have to work around on. So all things considered, LFO is playing it the same. They're just slowing it down. If this is another 30-second hit, my goodness.
It worked out for them last time.
It did.
And so I wouldn't fault them if they go for another 30-second hit, but I do possess some concerns about doing the exact same play again.
Oh, timing.
Just like that, though, Ja does fall. And now it's a 5v4. LFO looking to take us to the third game. Advanced positioning here. Aziz misses the timing. They're gonna book it straight to A. They go. There's 2 players left on A. Papi Chulo right there. They're gonna hear everything through the rope. He gets one fully blind. It's Symbol who takes Papi Chulo down. That's, I think, A side almost completely vulnerable. Micro, he's got to go big. He misses all the shots. He only gets one. He could have gone bigger, but now it's a 2v3 with a spike going to plant on A.
They get the rest up though, so that's Papi Chulo as well. So you don't have to knock SBE out of the equation just yet. It's a 3v3 completely possible. And they get the information as well of that neural link. Neural theft, I mean. Symbol holding the angle, but he's letting go of it. Thinking that might just be an all A take for themselves. Azif inside the site will not win out that duel. It's now down to a 2v1. Symbol, only one left alive. They just have to double swing this, and they will spray it down. But Symbol clutches it with a 4K, getting a 13-11 score line. We're going to game 3.
And that was one hell of a ROG clutch there by Symbol. We told you, if there's anyone to watch right now on LFO, it's got to be Symbol, and he delivers and he's got everything, all the skill in spades. Look at him, absolutely elated. We are going to game number 3. Thought we were going to overtime for half a second, and we really, in that 2v1, I thought we were.
Yeah.
But we're avoiding it this time. My God, Nomad. Whew.
It was as close as it can get, and I feel like as soon as we reach the final map of the day, the final map of the series, it's going to be still going to be 50-50, just showing it how close this fight is. But let's have a look at the stats after that phenomenal of a matchup from Looking For Org, and Symbol, deservedly so, will get the MVP of the game with a 1.9 KDA, 309 combat score, 27 kills, just behind Ja, with a better combat score and kills of 324 and 28.
Unfortunately, yeah, Ja unable to eke his team out and pull him over the finish line. Still a great performance by Ja. Be seeing another chance here, but SVE, they gotta be looking a little bit rattled. Again, they lose on their map pick split, and this is the time we really want to reiterate. I really want to reiterate. Should they start reconsidering their map picks? Split has not looked so good for them. They've lost it twice in a row. This is the time for them to start considering other map picks.
Yeah, they should. I mean, if you're looking at the math here, Icebox could have been picked for themselves. They are relatively okay there. Bind is decent for themselves with 64%, but you just have to talk about Split over and over again, because this is the map that they picked yesterday, the map they picked now, and it's sadly the same performance. I mean, it's not the same performance. They're a lot better now compared to yesterday, but
certainly
it was still really hard for South Build Esports to close out that game. But all things considered, Ja, Papi Chulo, and the rest of South Build Esports still did their best to keep everything as close as possible, but we still have to commend Looking For Org here in this fight. Chowdy, Symbol even more so, just at the cusp of losing it, but they still held on and fought until they got that victory.
Now, great game overall, leaving a lot to analyze for our panel later when we come back and join them. Definitely want to hear what they have to say about this, because this came down to the wire. To say that, definitely an understatement. But that has been it, the conclusion of game number 2. But there still is one more. We'll find out how it goes when we come back from this break in just a second. Again, Illustrator and Nomad, for your casters, will be back in a minute. Don't touch that browser.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like psycho, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my. Gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my. Don't you know. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my.
And after all of that debacle of tug of war matchup, we're finally here to settle things once and for all between South Built Esports and Looking for Org. I'm Nomad with Illustrado. We're still going to be your casters here. And Icebox is a default map here. The final map that we have, it's been a close game all throughout. The stats historically have been showing that South Built should get Icebox more than SV Empire, but what do you think?
Shut your mouth right now. Don't even start. Don't even try. Don't even try to predict how this is gonna go. The stats are out the window. If there's anything that I have learned in this entire week 1 of VCT, is that you think you know something, but then the teams are gonna be like, nah, you are just dead wrong. And I'm living for it. It's great, man. It's great, Nomad, that we get to see this level of action. And so many surprises have been thrown our way this series this week that I think map number 3 gonna be no exception here. We're probably gonna be like, I don't know, quad overtime, and then suddenly we change to breeze in the middle of it. I don't even know anymore.
I mean, who knows? Last minute league ops would just say, oh, we're playing Fractured this time around, and the teams don't know how to play Fractured now. But it's just that unpredictable. Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, the players are proving everybody wrong. We're supposed to be analysts that know generally how the maps are gonna play out, but no, the teams know themselves a little bit better than that. They know they want to prove us wrong. They're kind of running off of the Oasis tagline, right? Forget
we
your stats,
try
prefer
to
magic.
study as much as we can, but then they pull stuff off like this. You know, for a moment, after South Built won that thrifty round, I'm kind of like, yeah, in my head, I just try to keep it in. I'm like, yeah, South Built, they got to win this game. There's just no way they lose it after losing the eco round like that. And then, lo and behold, everything that could go wrong for them just started going wrong.
It is what it is. That's what the kids would say these days. But man, Icebox. Okay, we're just gonna go through numbers here. South Built Esports has won Icebox more than the Looking for Org roster from when they played last time. We're looking at a 36% for Looking for Org versus the astounding 83% from South Built Esports. And South Built has also played Icebox a lot throughout their entirety of their VCT and the non-VCT careers here. So just by that, you would think that SBE would get this, but no, LFO, man.
Dude, like, okay, LFO is one of those teams. Like, I'm gonna sort of lump them in together. LFO and Action PH are both teams that like look good on every map, but they kind of are not amazing at every map. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
yeah,
most of the time, it's enough to win them those maps that they end up going on. So from what we've seen, LFO, when push comes to shove, they can definitely reel it back. But let's find out what agents they're going to be picking as we go into agent select. It is, again, like you mentioned, in Icebox. We did see the double duelist happening on Icebox yesterday. I wasn't too convinced of it. I hope we don't. Okay, look, personally, I'm not too much of a fan of it, especially in the Philippine meta and how we kind of tend to play. But obviously, I could be proven wrong yet again. We saw it yesterday not work out too well, but maybe this time it'll be a little bit of a different story for SB.
Maybe. Main question at hand, though, is that I mean, this is not just for this matchup specifically, but will we ever see a new composition on Icebox? Because this is basically what we see every single time on Icebox. Like nothing else. I'm still looking forward to see Neon probably potentially shine through here.
Well, in recent memory, we saw a lot of Sky, a lot of double initiator. We saw a lot of double. I mean, sometimes we'd see double controller. But yeah, one thing that we haven't really been seeing is the Chamber and the Neon. We did see our first glimpse of Chamber in this game, in the previous game. So that was nice.
Well, man, I don't think Chamber would fit into Icebox, though, all things considered. I would still really prefer... Yeah, the Jet and the Reynas, they're staples, as well as the Sages and the Sovas. I feel like you could, if we could get another agent aside from Viper that kind of plays the same well. If they change we change out Breach, but I mean Brimstone, but you know that's not what's gonna happen anytime soon. As we go into the game, the final game in this best of 3 series. South Built Esports is going to be on the attacking side, looking for Org. We'll be looking for where South Built Esports is going to be going to. Now, the question remains is, what type of playstyle are we going to be seeing from South Built Esports here this time around?
Well, I don't imagine they're going to veer too far away from what we know. How they like to play, very slow, very, very steady. Just like what they're doing now. They're waiting all the way in spawn. And it does not pay off because LFO, they're matching them. Aggression does win in this situation. They even get an upgrade right here. As it's brought down to a 3-4. Not a lot gained from this passive waiting on SBE.
Okay. Okay, long distance. Takes down Symbol.
From downtown.
Splash. And he's gonna swing out, spots out Nexi, gets a tag.
Jet's grounded.
And Nexi finishes him off. Now it's down to a 2v3. Papi Chula and Aziz gonna try to make their way on over towards B.
I don't like the strat here by SB, honestly. They're kind of just walking around. I don't know what the play is. I do think Josh should have had someone with him.
Spike down,
and
mid.
now they've left Aziz all alone, and the spike is dropped in the middle of nowhere.
30 seconds left.
Is Aziz like... Oh, he was just waiting for a push. So yeah, I think it was a completely big misread here from SBE. I'm not too much of a fan of that strat. Yeah, now they hear him. Now he's dead. I don't know what that was. I don't know if they were tilted or something, but they kind of just waited, and when they... You know, when their plan didn't go the way they wanted it, they sort of just ended up walking around. There's a big question mark for me.
Yeah, we didn't really see an adjustment there from South Belt Esports when they got taken on from mid. I mean, they already were able to make their push on over towards mid when the rest of LFO backed up. Well, there's a technical pause that may just explain why that was the case.
Might have been an AFK.
Might have been an AFK, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm getting a note right now that there's a chance he might have AFK'd. Not 100%, not going to confirm it for you guys or deny it just yet.
But that wasn't something that we would expect from SB.
Where would we be in a series of 3 without a technical pause?
Where would we be in the VCT without a technical pause?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah,
it's like a blessing. Like, if you get a technical pause on a game, it just means it's going to be a good game.
True. Because everybody wants to play at their best. And when your equipment's not working, you got to play with the best, get your ROG.
Absolutely.
Unleash the beast inside.
Well, what if you're a beast all the time?
Yeah, Azurize is one hell of a beast.
Does he still say that? I think he's let that
he
go.
dropped it in 2016. I just want to bring it up, guys. If Asarai cast or if he's on the panel, make sure you keep spamming Asarai one hell of a beast.
You know, Asarai is our dear friend, and he is our most basic dear friend. Which is not a bad thing. We love him to bits.
Yeah.
And he accepts this.
I remember, man, 2016 was a clown fiesta for the most part. Asarai would open up. Asarai, one hell of a beast alongside with me is Nomad. And wow, he would open that every single time.
Asarai's watching, you know.
I know. Bring it back, Asarai. I dare you.
He's probably gonna give you some a mouthful later on when you come back from this game.
No, I'm not. I didn't say anything close to that back then.
Okay.
He has nothing on me.
No, I don't. I know he's got stuff on you.
Nah, 100% he doesn't.
Did you cast that ROGCS tournament as well?
Yeah, I did. I casted that with Vil, who's in the PH broadcast right now.
Yeah, the PH broadcast.
Shoutouts to
ROG.
To ROG, yeah. I've had multiple events with ROG. Wow. In Tagalog, ROG Bakanaman.
Take a little bit of a break to sort out what's happening. Don't exactly know, so we're just hanging out for a minute. And,
how are you guys doing?
Yeah, I hope you guys have grabbed your snacks, grabbed your lunch.
You know, stay hydrated. That's important. I hope you guys are safe. Hope you guys had a good amount of sleep because the day's not over yet. I mean, it's a Friday.
I slept so well yesterday.
Man, I struggled to fall asleep last night, man.
Me too, but I did it so early that even if I did it like so early that even if I couldn't sleep, I still had enough sleep. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. That's like the rest that just enough to wake you up. Have enough energy. Because I was expecting the first game to be Team Secret versus Oasis because that was the original schedule. So I was really watching the VODs from Team Secret and Oasis. Then I found out that Oasis and Action PH are going to be playing instead in the first game. I'm like, I slept late for this. Welcome to the VCT podcast.
Yeah, for this VCT, I hope you guys have. You know what I am absolutely dying for, like right now, that I wish I could have. I want pancit canton.
Oh, I have like a box here.
I mean, I think I still have some, but like there is nothing that goes more hand in hand. I think, and I'm not like sponsored or anything like this. I'm saying, I don't think there's anything that goes more hand in hand for our generation than esports and pancit canton in the Philippines.
You gotta make sure you have that runny egg yolk as well on top of it.
Oh, dude.
Mix it well, like right?
That's okay. That's what I'm gonna have for lunch. I'm gonna have like some longanisa and egg with like pancit. Oh my god, all the carbs.
With the soda of your choice, by the way, right in front of your PC while you're at it.
I don't have soda right now.
You could buy one. Oh wait, you're going back. This is my last series for the day.
Yeah. What? No, this is my last series for the day.
What? No. Oh yeah. This is our last series of the day.
Yeah, we're done today because right after this, it's I think Black and Blue and Raph would take over.
Yeah, it's Black and Blue and Raph. You want to grab ramen?
No, I don't have money.
Same. I was hoping that you would.
you
Like,
kidding me?
No, I'll be like, want to grab ramen? Sure. I don't have money.
I'm on a hard eco right now, bro.
Yeah, I could say the same. I haven't been really spoiling myself for the past couple of days. I want to go out and eat sometimes, but you know, it is what it is. Sometimes you got to work with the economy that you currently have,
which is very minimal sometimes, you know.
Sometimes.
Oh no, who knows, man? Maybe you can hit a thrifty.
What
is going on? Why are we in this long technical pause? Let's try to see what we can find out.
Welcome to the exclusive tour of Icebox. On your left, you would see the Yoshimura class destroyer from Kingdom. Those aren't real. The turrets on top.
Oh,
I hear it. There you go. We're going back. Okay. That was a long technical pause, just in time for the game to start as well. And all pistols still for SBE because they did lose out that round. And I feel like they're moving quite different from the first round. Everything's settled now. Everything should be good. We should see the old South Build Esports playing on Icebox here as Draximov takes down Micro. Opens it up.
Draxi. Good pick off. LFO, they do get a lot of map control off. Look how far they pushed up though, but they are currently being sort of circled in. It's a little bit weird this round, isn't it? Because
right here,
look at where Ja and Aziz are. Nobody has any idea that they could be there. Bro, I think he spots the shoulder, baits out a shot. Now he knows, but can they actually even... That's a little bit of a miss, I think.
Draxi with the assist, too.
Yeah, the shot dart doesn't go where it's intended. But, oh, no.
Oh,
they missed it. They couldn't get it. The quick turnaround here by Draximov.
30 seconds left.
Man. HPs are starting to be very low here for Ja. He's down to 26. Can't be healed up by Papi Chulo. Gets a tag onto Exotic, but it's not enough. A no skill from him. Takes down Papi Chulo. Now it's down to Pro. But Symbol takes him down 2-0. And rifles are going to be on the hands of South Built Esports this time around.
Yeah, that was scary for a couple of seconds there.
That lurk could have been worth from Aziz.
Yeah, in the end, it does level itself out. We do get 2-0. Now the gun round comes in for SBE. They will be fully buying.
And this should change the tempo. It definitely will change the tempo. A round for SBE should be over the horizon here now. Because we're seeing a Sheriff and a Ghost on Draximov and Nexi. Just Spectres, full utilities still for themselves. Just waiting for the confirmation push from B main before he walls it off. So by a little bit more time. Still, South Build Esports just gonna slow things down here, Elu.
Yeah, they are just gonna try to take their time and make sure that they have everything they need to make an informed decision here towards that B site. They have crept up all the way in, but haven't really found the kill up until Ja does get that entry. Nexi does go down. Micro follows up with another one, and it's now 3v5. Spike has yet to go down, but they're being very deliberate with it. They don't want to make any false moves, so they will actually get out of dodge here. Full retake. They even left Micro all the way back. Look at how far Micro is. Just to make sure that they're completely open, but look at that lineup by Ja. Very nice double kill to get this third in the round. The only single in a 1v5. Doesn't even get a single kill. Clean. A flawless round here from SBE.
Very flawless round from themselves. Much deserved, but this is the proper gun round now. Things are going to be different here, but a Bulldog on the hands of Chowdy. You know, working with what he has. Now, changes it up to a Phantom. Can't get a drop from Draximov. But still, things are going to be different now. Operator on the hands of Exotic, and he is going to be playing the B main. While SBE is looking like they will be pushing out mid. Towards Tubes, question mark, towards mid. We don't know just yet, but we'll find out shortly. As SBE again slows it down, setting up the push for Tubes.
Well, that's an opening pick right there from Micro. He does get the pick on his counterpart. Draximov does drop. That is 4v5. Sort of manifesting itself here. One kill could be happening. It does here as this does drop. And in Kitchen, they're trying to poke and prod. Papi Chulo looking to gain some map control. Not really too much to be found. And once more, they're playing this very, very slowly, very, very deliberately.
I don't want to take their chances here. They want to tie up the game. Recon bolt's going to be thrown out. Not going to be spotting. Papi Chulo is aimed at tubes. Josh swings through. Not really in position. As I say that, Papi Chulo repositions to get that refrag. It's a 3v3. They still have the tempo for themselves. They have the spike.
30 seconds
Pretty
left.
spread out is LFO. Looking like it's an A hit for themselves. Wall is going to be thrown up. Prevent pushes from mid. They have to worry about the Reyna. They have to worry about Chowdy. They could spot him out, but they don't spot Nexi. Nexi will finally be slain by Papi Chulo. It's a 2v2. Not watching heaven. He falls down. Spike will be planted. Papi Chulo still alive.
Gets around the corner.
Just around the corner, man.
Last player standing.
Does have a res available. Can't use it, but he gets a third kill. Now it's a 1v1. Papi Chulo versus Chowdy. Papi Chulo with a 4K. Even could go for the res, decides against it. And Papi Chulo, how many times will he be clutch for his team? Yet again, another stellar performance from Papi Chulo.
Tied with Ja with 5 kills. I mean, these two guys have never really disappeared from our vocabulary for the past couple of games. And this just goes to show just how experienced they are. Just ice cold in their veins, in the ice cold wilderness of... Is this in Alaska? I think it is. But, you know, all things considered, still pretty good from South Built Esports. But no weapons here for LFO. Just a Marshall onto Nexi, upgraded pistols for some. Not going to be amounting to much. SBE pushing on over towards A.
Yeah, they will and try to get into it already as now the Blade Storm, can it find the kills that it needs? Nope, denied. Jack shuts down Exotic. Still sight under contention. Next to find the kill onto Aziz. And Symbol does respond, so the defense holding up. How well can they hold up? Oh my god, what a shot right there coming in through. Forces a res and LFO have managed to somehow make this a 1v4. And Symbol, what is this series that we're just witnessing? Everything going haywire.
You know, we're going to be talking about ecos for the most part this entire game. Let's just not mention that it's not a winnable round for the team that has
Yeah,
eco.
no, there's just no point. There's just no point in saying that at this point. It really, if it's an eco, it's practically a gun.
What can we consider an eco at this point, man? It's I'm just dumbfounded with the fact that these guys on eco still wins out rounds.
There.
Shouldn't happen. I mean, it could happen, but it shouldn't.
Out of my way.
You know,
It's been happening all series long. Now it's time for SBE to try to make their move here. Nice dash out as well. Oh, can't get the adjustment. Almost, indeed. Up against Draximov. But Draximov prevails here. Viper's Pit just to slow them down even more.
Gonna spray down wildly inside the Viper's Pit, but not gonna find its mark. They will be rotating out. Rightly so. The minute and 5 seconds in the clock. They
win
can
it.
choose to... Okay.
I just had to make that fun.
Yeah, I know. It's all right.
Because they do have a minute
To win it. Yeah, they do. Less than a minute now. and SBE
I would
is
love
leaning
to be a
towards mid.
game show host someday, just saying.
Hey, PPGL or ROG, if you...
Oh my god, we need a PPGL game show.
We do. Invite the players over? Question mark?
That would make my life. 30 seconds, they gotta decide, dude. And they're gonna go back to A side. Nexi here's the... Oh! Clotheslined right there by Aziz.
Hunter's
Fury a
Fury.
little bit superfluous at this point in time. 20 seconds left. Not really gonna find anything, so they're just gonna be able to get that plant for free, and it might be SPE to just take this round, retake this commence.
Yeah, that was a reactionary Hunter's Fury too. As soon as Nexi died, I'm throwing this to you now. Hoping that everybody was lining up for him, but it wasn't. Now the retake is on for LFO. Double Leers. He's thrown up, but Aziz gets a double kill off of that spray down. Simple, nowhere to run. They know where he is, and Micro takes him down. 3-3 is the scoreline.
What a shot from ASUS. It's like each and every one, they want their own moment to be in the highlight reels. Everybody has had it. Ja, Papichulo, ASUS, Micro Pro, and the same thing on the other side. Symbol, Exotic, Chowdy's had a couple, and Draximov as well. Everybody in the series truly contributing a lot. Look at look at that adjustment. Whew.
Man, Aziz. 3-3. We're even once again, Ilustrado. It's a repeat from map 1 and map 2.
I want an iron gun, buddy.
Revealing area.
They have one.
An iron gun, buddy?
Yeah, I don't have one. Why did he just tailwind? Was it a fake tailwind? Or might have been a misprint? Not 100% sure, but Nexi, right there,
Spike
waiting to
down,
receive. Micro's good for the trade.
That was an updraft tailwind at the same time, just so you get on top of tubes. But I agree,
No, but he
that
could
could
have
have been just updrafted that.
Yeah, might have been a mispress.
Poison's off. Toxins going up.
But there was a little bit of a delay before he went for the tailwind.
Nah, I don't know. Well, whatever. We'll take a look later. But anyway, ooh, good shot from Ja. That's gonna be another one from ASUS, and slowly they are dismantling the side of LFO. SBE played patiently yet again, and it's patience that pays off for them as they once more claim the lead in this ever close series.
3-4. SBE in the lead.
Do you like crispy corned beef or saucy corned beef?
It depends. I like saucy corned beef if it has a lot of onions on it.
Okay, fair. I like crispy onions with crispy corned beef. I like everything crispy. Just like the aim.
Yeah,
Snap.
crispy headshots all the time. That's what we look for. But crispy corned beef is nice. I'd mix that with like sriracha. A little bit of garlic and a little bit of onion. Spring onions. And then balance it out with a runny egg yolk.
The runny egg yolk just goes with everything.
That's true.
Poison's off.
Do you ever just sometimes just make a bowl of rice, just put the egg yolk there?
Yeah, that's a Japanese thing. They put like the soy egg.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I don't really do that.
It's good.
Okay, I'll give
But
it a
what
try.
is
But
good is SBE's push here. Ja takes down Draximov. I'm not gonna say anything because they're on eco, but the spike will be planted regardless. And this is Chowdy taking down Papichulo, trying to look for the heads. But Aziz takes down Symbol.
Well, they're still going at it. People dropping, but in this extended fight, it is the rifles that do have the advantage. And I think
As
they
it
will
should
claim
be.
this round, as it should be. It wasn't exactly the case a little bit earlier on. Timing not going for Chowdy exactly, but as this will claim that round. 5 rounds now for SBE. They've managed to take the lead by 2. And the save round has been, well, certainly survived by LFO. They did make it sort of expensive. The operator now comes in for Exotic. Not exactly successful with this last attempt. He did go to B last time with the operator. This time he might be able to try something else, go somewhere else.
Fairly early timeout here for LFO. They needed it. And it's going to be going through the legs of the agents here as we just wait for LFO to figure things out. And I hope you guys are enjoying the show. For now, if you're just tuning in, it's a 1-1 score line for LFO and South Built Esports. This is the final map. They're both at the cusp not really of being eliminated, but they're at the bottom of the group right now, and they have to bounce back from this. But we still have matches in store. Don't get us wrong. Team Secret and Oasis Gaming will be playing later on after the series. So you could tune in. You can still tune in, watch that final match unfold. As we watch the Observer, just give us a tour of Icebox. We're gonna be going on a trip on our favorite Not a Rocket ship. As the round is gonna start, Recon Ball from Symbol will potentially get the bulk of South Built Esports here. Just in time too, but Recon Ball is gonna be taken down. The rotate is now on. Spray down from Jackson from long distance. Takes down Aziz. Gets traded off by Bobby Chulo. And Symbol pushes through the smoke. Drops down. Takes a kill off the Jot. They make it a 4v3. Make it a 3v3 as Micro takes down Symbol. Spike will be planted. Retake is now on for LFO. SBE just has to play for time here. Wall's going to be coming up as well as Smokes. Just by a little bit more time for SBE to reposition, but Chowdy's already making his way inside the site, and Micro has no idea he's there.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to think about what he's going to do as he walks inch by inch closer onto the site. There's a lot of real estate gained, but Micro is cutting off any rotation coming here through Kitchen. Micro has just waited a little bit too long, I think, hoping to cut them off. And Nexi, very aware, swiftly executes him rather. As we get into a 4-5, LFO find another one. And it's again this whole back and forth. I don't think we've ever seen such a closely matched set of teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is the closest fight we've ever seen throughout the entirety of the VCT so far. I mean, from the start of Challengers 1, this is the longest, the closest games that we've had. Not counting yesterday's game, by the way. The Bren Action PH thing is completely different. It's a completely level. It's a level below close. Like, you can see the clear-cut winners there. But here, no, you don't.
Big shout out to our fans watching in the chat here. Hoping you guys are set because we still have more VCT coming your way. Another game after this one. But I'm certain that if you guys are tuning into this, you guys are glued to your seats. So many great rounds, and this series is delivering. The side hit does come through as Viper Spit will be deployed here for the side of SBE. Try to get up close. Hunter's Fury will make a little bit of a tag here. Can it get a kill? Doesn't look like it for now, as it does buy a little bit of space for the plant. Everybody else hiding within the Viper Spit could be very dangerous. They are just standing in it. Exotic does find a kill onto Pro, and that's going to be, a nice wallbang kill from Symbol, whittling down the numbers away from SBE, and that's all but said and done as ASUS goes down very much swiftly. A nice retake for LFO side. SBE once again rocked, and they get a tie once more.
It's not over until it's over. They're not giving up just like that. It's a 5-5 score line. Everything's tied up. It's gonna take a while. Definitely is gonna take a while before we see a clear-cut edge on who's gonna take this away. But even then, man, it's not as clear as day on who's gonna take the game. I'm fairly convinced we may just get overtime.
Well, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised. This is the only way that this match can end. If this doesn't go to overtime, I'd be disappointed.
Poison's off.
I have the spike.
I mean, yes, because we want to see that, just how close these teams are, and how bad they don't want to be at the bottom and be eliminated. There's still a lot of matches though, so they can fight from there as Chowdy just spots out the head, flicks onto it, takes down Ja.
Will not kill my allies.
Forces out the res as well, and Chowdy knows he's not gonna go for it. Chowdy takes down Aziz. Ja finally gets his revenge onto Chowdy. No res is available. Well, res is available, but it's too far away. Exotic will get taken down by Papi Chulo. They make their way inside the site. Wall's going to be placed down. Spike will be planted. Question mark right now. Snakebite's going to be pushing him out. Hunter's Fury is not allowing him to plant. And they barely get tagged by the Hunter's Fury, but Nexi takes down Papi Chulo. Spike is not yet planted. Shock Pulse is going to be thrown out. Almost! What is takedown simple? Now it's down to Ja to try to clutch this. He has to plant the Spike, though. And he will, and the rest of South Built... LFO. Going to go in. Wall bang. Elimination. 6-5. LFO is in the lead.
They are just stealing the lead from each other again and again. Everybody just no time to breathe here. If you lose a round, even if it is an eco or not, it's just going the extra distance. But I do want to give a quick props to LFO, the tenacity that they are showing. I'm liking the fact that they are never giving up. The reads have been on point here, dude. Just like every time that they get an opportunity to push or play aggressive, they really shove it in SBE's face. Now, SBE, they haven't exactly been responsive to that aggression that has been shown by SBE, that has been shown by LFO. But when, this is what I've noticed, when LFO lets SBE play the round their way, SBE wins. But when LFO takes the fight to SBE, LFO tends to win that one. So it's a matter of who is the lead on the dance floor right now.
Yeah, and that's Chowdy for now as he takes down Papi Chulo. It's a tough fight to be in. Like, mentally, this feels exhausting for these teams. They've been at it back and forth. And I think the reference you guys made yesterday of Dom Fry versus Takayama, this is more apt.
Oh, yeah. I can't believe it because we've just seen so many games like this. It feels like we're watching again and again. Don Fry Takayama game. But going back into it, 4v5 retake now underway. They got 3 players coming from the flank and they've already dispatched of Ja. This is when it's for the halftime advantage. Whether LFO can get it, it's like it's gonna be a resounding yes so far. Bro misses his shot. Micro as well. It's gonna be taken down shortly. And that's gonna be LFO. Okay, they're gonna defuse it just fine. They're all gonna stand in the fight for whatever. It's gonna be a 7-5. LFO take the lead at halftime.
And this isn't the first time.
Switching sides.
Wait, no, actually. Yeah, this is the first time that LFO has had the lead going into the half. It was more often than not, it was SBE getting a... Oh, no, I'm joking. I'm kidding. Game 1 on Haven, LFO got the lead in the half. 7-5. So, familiar territory for the most part for LFO, but just the whiffs are costing SBE here. Especially that round. They should have had that. But here we are in the second half. And SBE is down 2 rounds, looking to just try to get this pistol round for themselves as Ja is on the crates here.
Yeah. Playing up close, they do have 2 players on this crossfire right now, and they're hoping to shut down the players of LFO, but unable to do so. Ja barely rounds the corner there with 15 HP. I do think they will be able to heal him up. Papi Chulo does have a little bit of heal for him. The wall does come out through, but nice shot from Chowdy. Does land onto Aziz. Ja responds. And that's going to be a 3v3. Pistol could go either way at this point. Spike has yet to be planted. They are still trying to surgically, divide the site, but Nexi finds Ja. And that's going to be Pro to take down the scalp of Draximov. And now it's a 1v2. Nexi, they know where he is. 15 seconds until his heal. He actually can wait around, maybe even chip. Oh, no, they're just watching. They know he's here. He gets out. So this is a little bit of space for him to play with, actually.
No charges
Upgrades to a ghost, and with 2 seconds left, he can heal himself.
He will. He's going to reposition. And SBE, they're still going to be playing that angle, and they cannot hear him at all. So that's a free plant, all things considered, for Nexi. Will he be able to clutch this? That's the main question. He's going to be playing on top of tubes. Top of nest, I mean.
Surprised he doesn't take the zip line out, but maybe decides it was too risky. We'll be falling back now and going to play up on over here. Very much a really good, very good post plant for him, actually.
Recon Ball's not going to be catching him at all. And Nexi hears them at the very least, spots them out, reveals his location. He just has to play for time here for the most part.
One enemy remaining.
And he does get the kill, and that's a brilliant wall! He's going to be forced to drop down, and he's not looking at him!
Nexi, he makes it! What a clutch! That's an ROG clutch right there. Well played from Nexi, as he knows that the moment that wall goes up, he has got to hustle. He runs out, makes it so, and he takes down that 1v2 to perfection. A little bit, I'd say, rushed from SBE on that one. But dude, if I'm gonna say SBE are looking very rocky right now, I'm very worried about them.
I agree. This isn't the SBE that we've seen play on Icebox. And this is the LFO that we've all known from when they were still with SV Empire. It's like complete opposite of what's happening, as the shock bolt does catch Exotic just a little bit. Spike will immediately get planted. Very aggressive push here from LFO, and they get the kill onto Aziz as well as Papi Chulo and Micro. They spot out another one. It's just down to Ja in a 1v5. Highly unlikely he'll win this, because that's a flawless for LFO. They're 9-5. They're inching closer and closer to the double-digit scoreline here.
9-5. And they are the working men of VCT. LFO, they have been putting in the numbers. Slowly but surely, they're grinding their way to a victory. Nexion 17 kills. Look at that. Absolute standout performance from him. A little bit surprised Exotic sitting a little bit quiet at the very bottom. And it is still close as it can get, but this time I think SBE looking like they are running a little bit out of gas here. A bonus round right now, and if LFO win this, it might just be all over. Classic strat right now. We know how this one goes. Popularized by none other than Paper Rex. Last time we saw this, and it might just work out for them because they are winning the duels.
Yeah, and they have the numbers advantage as well. It's a 4v2. Make it a 4v1. It's 3v1 as Micro takes down Symbol, but it's still a mountain to climb here for South Built Esports. Managing all the angles here, but Micro able to spot anybody. Spots out the Exotic, but not going to be able to capitalize on that. Still sees him. Nothing much that he could do here. Just exit with a Vandal. Fight another day.
I do want to point out, this strat is so risky because so many teams know how to play up against this Paper X strat. A lot of teams know how to handle it. But to throw it out on a bonus round, what a way, because you're normally not going to win a bonus round anyway.
Toxin screen down.
What a time to do it. I think this is time to perfection here by LFO. It's a great call from their IGL.
Beautiful strat. I agree. And with that, SBE is tight on the budget. They got the hero Vandal here on the hands of Micro. Probably going to be dropping it to Ja, question mark, or Aziz? But no, it's still going to be staying on Micro's hands here. So he just has to make it work, and he's playing in B as well, so he just has to get at least 2 kills from this to make the Vandal worth it, worth the purchase. Potentially play for a retake, but they're making a lot of noise, and this being heard by Papi Chulo. The call for the rotates has been made. That Lear is going to be giving it away. Making their way inside the site right now as LFO still managing the angles, still trying to look for the heads of South Built Esports. They're all here right now. The party, the gang is ready to party here.
Yeah, everybody already coming in right now. The flank as well coming from Papi Chulo. As this is able to open up the round with that pickoff onto Exotic. Shock Dart lands nicely, but nothing too much to worry about. They do have a heal available for them. They're kind of stalling out in the open. They want to play the slow. SBE, they want to, again, make sure they have all their bases covered. as they push out into the side. They cannot get too careless because there are 4 members right here on the other side. Nexi, really good play from him. They could go for the res if they wanted to, I think. Yeah, he does have the res available. Could get Exotic up. Draximov finds Papi Chulo, and Jot responds and gets Nexi. Still 3 players each, a piece for the team standing strong. And Shouty on the 35 HP might be a little bit difficult. The Sheriffs in the hands of SBE have always been deadly, but can they close this round out? This would be massive for them if they can take it. Angle is good for ASUS, is able to heal up, picks up a Phantom. Can't adjust it. Symbol who swings out. Draximov working hand in hand with Draximov, getting a 3rd kill, securing 11-5.
I dare say that this might be LFO's game now. Like, they should be able to secure this. Nexi on that Sage with 18 kills. So that's not something you see every day.
Absolutely not. Battle Sage. And this is when you start to call the timeout. This is when SBE really needs to get themselves together, because it is not looking pretty, not by any means. Very much frustrating if you are on the SBE side to come so close, but only to fall at the stage in the game.
Well worth
and clutch this.
What do you think, though? 6 straight rounds? They have the economy.
I don't know. I think that just might be a little bit too much to ask. Because from what we've seen, LFO, they give as much as they take. And SBE, once one team starts slipping away, it just keeps going from there.
Now the question is, will SBE get this round? Because I could confidently say that we could expect SBE to come back if they get this round at the very least. Despite the fact that LFO still has bank in the economy, they sometimes freeze when they have this much of a lead. Sometimes. Take note.
Ooh, take flight.
So it's just a coin flip right now if LFO is going to be able to get the match point. But again, it's down to SBE if their defense can catch these guys. They're still sticking to B as well.
Yeah, B side is, again, where LFO have sensed the most amount of success and the least amount of resistance. Or even if there is resistance, they break through it. But now SBE has weapons. Could very well be a different story, or not, as Exotic easily takes down ASUS. They have a res, should it come to it. The wall is a little bit off center, a little, I'd say, placed incorrectly. So that's going to force them to slow down, maybe even go back. Because on their flank, they do have Symbol making way for them if they want to rotate to A.
And they are going to be rotating over towards A. Only, not Exotic, Ja is there. He's the linchpin here to the plans of LFO, and he needs to make every shot count. Calls are going to be made to rotate now. Gets the first kill onto Nexi. Tailwinds out of there, playing on vents. We spot out the next, flicks down, takes down Draximov. Pulls out the Blade Storm. Gonna make the knives connect, hopefully onto Chowdy. Be swinging through. Spots out Exotic in the air, gets the 3rd, and he will get the 4th and the defuse as well. Performance from Ja.
Oh, Ja, never underestimate. Never count him out. Pulling out the blades and then a massive couple of kills right there. Showing everybody that SBE is still not a team to be trifled with. A team that easily will back down, or because 11-6, sure, it's a bit of a gap. And there's only 2 rounds that
30 seconds left.
LFO needs. But if SBE can start grinding those gears, start, getting that momentum, might be able to take this one away.
I mean, LFO still has the economy on their side, but Ja has the bullet and the operator on theirs. And that just stops them from their pushes. He gets a good read on the L drone too, so.
You will not.
Gonna be repositioning on this angle, gets a res onto Exotic. Tailwinds out, barely makes it out alive. The smoke will save him just a bit. Cloud Burst is gonna be used up for that recon bolt. Aziz and the rest of South Build Esports, they have to capitalize on the clutch that Ja pulled off yesterday, but around back he gets Nexi.
So difficult to deal with this operator from all the way back right now, as they still can't really break through onto that site. And Shouty will be able to find Papi Chulo. Viper's pitch should help them weapon switch right there, because he knows he'll have to get up close. But Ja finding a triple kill. He's really a man on a mission right now, trying to find the rest of the members of LFO. Ja going from all angles, but he gets snuffed out by Symbol. 3v2 right here. As LFO, they have the advantage, and they're all playing fairly close to each other within this Viper's pit. Micro and Pro will try to identify where the threat is coming from, but Symbol is able to take it down to a 1v3. Pro is able to get Symbol, but gives up his position. And this crossfire, I don't think there's anything to do about it. I think it's got to be... Yeah, there's no more time. It's got to be match point right here. Time is ticking away. Pro gets another fadeaway shot, but it's too little too late. He backs off, and it's going to be match point here for LFO.
Just one more for LFO to secure this, and Chowdy still falls down, but it doesn't matter. He has money in the bank.
Match point.
Still, just one more round for LFO to secure this for themselves. They have all the rifles that they ever want, all the utilities that they ever want. SBE, they're struggling. Half armor for themselves, a Guardian onto Pro, a Sheriff onto Papi Chulo, and nothing else.
Oh, cute bunny.
I want one.
A bunny or or this?
A sticker that moves in real life.
Well, maybe trying to hang out with Harry Potter for that one. But look at this exotic already opening up the round. This spells disaster for SBE. Already a disadvantage. They do get the rest, sure. And things, but that's the rest out of the picture. Very, very scary time for SBE.
Very, I agree. I'm looking for rabbits too now.
For lunch or?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's rare, but it tastes good, guys. Honestly.
I'm not going to say no, but towards A site they go. LFO, they want to put an end to this. This could be the game this could be the round that finally breaks SBE.
That's info.
That's a little information. Ja gets one, dashes away. Can they trade? Can they refract? No, it's LFO with a clean execute. That's A site open. The crossfire fails. The defense shattered. And they're going to be able to get that spike plant down. A site completely open and theirs for the taking. Can they hold it?
That's a question. SBE could still come back from this. They still have Papi Chulo and Micro, but Pro's no longer part of the equation. Dismisses out of there. As Chowdy will not get a kill. Papi Chulo takes off his head with that Guardian, but it's still a 2v3. The man advantage on the side of LFO. Swings through. Micro wins out to fight the wall.
The Viper's Pit.
The Viper's Pit. The Hunter's Fury, though. A lot of the ultimates are going to be saved up, and they're buying a lot of time for themselves. He gets a kill.
He gets the kill. Can he get a time though? That's going to be absolutely crucial here.
Not a lot of time. He dies, and LFO, they finally win out the game against South Build Esports, 13-6.
And finally, what feels like an eternity, after what feels like an eternity, LFO, they take a victory. Big congratulations to them up against the favorites, one of the favorites to win this entire tournament, South Build, who have now lost 2 series in a row. It must be absolutely heartbreaking for them. But a big congratulations to LFO, who did show us what they are all made of. Great stuff from these guys. I'm thoroughly impressed here, Nomad.
Thoroughly impressed as well. I mean, it was a close fight. I didn't expect this map to not be as close as we wanted to. That was a pretty decisive win from LFO, all things considered, but we do not want to discount the fact that Ja just absolutely popped off for South Build Esports there, and we're looking at the stats right now. He has 22 kills, still the leader in this server, but the MVP definitely is going to Nexi with 19 kills on a Sage with a 2.3 positive KDA.
A little bit unfortunate here, if you ask me. SVE, they come so far only to fall short at the very, very end. And congratulations to LFO, who, despite strenuous circumstances, show that they can be tenacious. Let's take a look at the highlights of this game, and there certainly were quite a lot of them.
And it's just, for the most part, it was Papi Chulo popping off and Ja, but there are underlying performers here on the side of looking for org Symbol and Nexi just enabled the rest of the team for the most part. Even more so for Symbol. Nexi is just so sexy with some of his plays there, man. The way that he just rotated out from B all the way to A, just from that one single bar of the wall. But we're still going to be seeing the frag highlights here from Ja because he still pulled off a performance of his career. Not really the best of his career, but it was still quite a ridiculous performance.
I just think it's a little bit unfortunate that the rest of the members here of SB didn't turn up to the level of Ja. I mean, it's hard to do that, sure. But the stats don't lie, man. Ja well above and beyond everybody else on his team. Truly showing us what an inspiration he can be. But it's really the concerted effort that LFO showed us. Congratulations to LFO. They just took the series. However, we've got to go into a little bit of a break, though. We have one more series. Team Secret is playing up next, so I know you fans have been waiting for this moment. That's going to be coming up next after this break. We're going to take a short one, so don't touch that browser.
Well, guys, things are looking south for South Built as Looking for Org has found the victory and taken the series 2-1. Welcome back, guys, to the battle. Dax here with Asrai and Raf yet again. And before we give props to the amazing efforts of Looking for Org right now, looking absolutely acclimated in group stage, I feel like you guys have some very distinct opinions right now about what's happening here to South Built. So, Asrai, show me what you got. What are you feeling right now after that one?
Firstly, I feel like at some point we're gonna have to disagree with each other.
Oh yeah. That's gonna happen. I'm done predicting with you guys because I keep going first today. It's not working. Anyway, you're saying.
Yeah, peer pressure. Anyways, it seems like South Built still had an idea of what they wanted to do, but the longer the match goes, the more lost it seems what was happening to them. One player that at least was doing fantastic for the South Built roster, even if they did lose, was Ja, but that was about it. Everybody else was kind of faltering from what we expected for South Built to perform as.
Oh yeah, but oh my goodness. I feel like it's also a symptom of it's so early in the year. Maybe the stamina hasn't returned yet. Maybe we're still experiencing the holiday debuffs, but oh boy, that's still a lot to think about.
Yeah, well, we're gonna be checking out the highlights here, and we'll see how Looking for Org got that victory. And in all honesty, the biggest highlight has to have been in that last round on split, turning the tide for Looking for Org. But here, Raf, in the first map, looks like South Built had the inklings of what really to do to go for that victory. There was one turning point, though, and one star to watch out for LFO, and it was Exotic turning on up.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a warning sign for SBE to, well, let's buckle down, because I did mention that maybe they're a little shaky right now. Maybe the refinement isn't completely there for LFO, but the culture, the structure has definitely presented itself, along with firepower that honestly not a lot of us expected. LFO, you know what, guys? Their stock right after this series has gone up so much, but not just because of their excellent play. Probably because of, or rather, in addition to that, they kept calm despite jaw popping off like that. The way this map looked so early on was like, oh no, this is probably where South Built closed the deal, but that was not meant to be.
It was kind of crazy again how LFO have just competed from yesterday's matches. They looked kind of shaky. It was promising, but boy did they bring their A game coming into this second day. I think specifically what I really enjoyed about how LFO have played is that they're very close quarter and very trade heavy. Like yesterday, I think it was there, but today it really has shown there. You mentioned Exotic. I want to mention Chowdy here as well. These guys have been popping up, and they've been kind of helping each other with the help in tandem, with Nexi. It really has elevated the play right now for LFO, and because of that, I think SBE just couldn't match to the pace. They have these little setups, Ja will peak, Aziz will peak, but they never really were able to outnumber LFO for a lot of these encounters, and LFO just used numbers and force, and it worked so well for them.
Yeah, and LFO deserving that victory, especially the run they had there at the end of Icebox. But we got your ROG game MVP, and of course, it's the man with the clutch himself, Symbol. I mentioned it right before we talked about the highlights, and this Symbol having such a great game there on that split map. 27 kills on map number 2, 232.8 ACS overall, and 70.6 apparently on the kill count as well. But really, this is the LFO that we kind of expect for them. Remnants of the SV Empire roster, we always know that they can make it to a level of this kind of play. And yesterday against Naos, it does feel like there was acclamation from their newer players, but this is what truly LFO is about here, Asarai.
Yeah, again, there were so many questions that they had to answer, right? How was Hot Sauce? Is it really a big impact? Looks like not. Again, Symbol has been amazing. He can play almost anything. And again, as I want to mention, the Chowdy Exotic, the Chow Exotic, so to speak, has been fan-freaking-tastic. So with that being said, these guys have given themselves mentally a really big morale boost. And that's a important thing, considering that they have had some shaky waters, so to speak, turbulent waters when they were playing in previous tournaments, and coming into such a big one like VCT is such a big confidence boost for them.
That's right. And recovering from losing a core member, as you said, and not to discredit any of the members of that roster. Once again, remnants of the Empire, a new order has been established. Potentially, this could mark a new era for them. One thing that I have to highlight for LFO as well is that typically SBE operates on a very, very meticulous timing. The way they punished SBE's plays in all those small moments, they started to add up. Again, we never really saw a super lopsided round lead up until the very last map. But oh boy, they made it count, and now here we are. Maybe a new juggernaut to be born.
Well, let's hear from LFO themselves. We got Draxi on the line and Donuts there on the scene.
We are here with the captain and IGL of LFO. Well, let's all welcome Draxi, or should I say Draxish, because you won against SBE. So how do you feel about this win?
Of course, we're really happy about this win because we definitely needed it. Because yesterday, it was tough. It was a tough loss for us.
Yeah, you mentioned about yesterday's game. So did that loss against Naos inspire you to win this series?
Yes, we have errors in our plays yesterday. I think that's the factor that we lost. And last night, we improved our setups, team plays. So I think that's the factor that we won today.
Okay, that's good to hear. I want to really clear things out. You guys are the core of the org SV Empire before, and there have been comparisons in the panel between the three of you and the rest that have scattered around the team. So how do you differentiate LFO playstyle versus your former team?
I think it's still the same playstyle for us. We just teach our new members the playstyle that we learned from SV Empire, and I'm happy that they easily adapt our playstyle, and I think that shows in our matches.
Yeah, it was really shown throughout the whole of the series. It was a reverse sweep, but you took it so well. So I just interviewed you behind the scenes. You said that LFO has members from Cebu, Zambales, and Manila, and you're doing everything all on your own. Now, I want to ask you if you have a message to any orgs or potential orgs that are looking for a team.
I think it is time to sign us already, please.
So, if any of you orgs are watching, it might be a sign to actually sign this team. Congratulations again, Jaxie, and thank you for joining me. So that's it. That concludes the interview. So I'm gonna throw it back to the panel for their final thoughts.
Come on, guys. Let's just be real. Obligatory. Give them an org already. That's all we have to say about them. This is a roster that absolutely deserves it. And I feel like, especially if we could get one more name here in the group stage, it would be even better. But we're looking for one more final match, and that will come your way, guys, after this break. It's Team Secret versus Oasis Gaming, the re-debut on the looks you're looking for, or the bounce back on the other side. That's here with Asteroid and Raph, and we'll be right back in just a bit yet again.
In place, y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement. But my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs.
No matter which team you're rooting for here, this is the return you have all been waiting for. Welcome back, guys. Dax here with Black and Blue and Raph this time on the panel. And here we have it back from Berlin. It's Team Secret here in the islands versus, of course, Oasis Gaming, looking for redemption after their loss this morning. This is looking to be an incredible final match for day number 2 here at VCT 2022. But don't forget, VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the ROG Zephyrus M16 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more info. And of course, guys, we have an English broadcast, we have a Filipino broadcast, and you can tune on in here with our language redirect. Check us out at the English broadcast at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. On the Filipino side, it's facebook.com/PPGLGG instead. And both streams are separated there at our YouTube page, youtube.com/C/PPGLGG. And yet again, guys, we have to thank you for watching all the support, whether here in the local scene or the international. We're already seeing the amazing success of VCT 2022. That being said, though, Black and Blue, you're new to the panel. Final thoughts. I just want to hear something about that last series because Southfield, yeah, it's another loss for them, but looking forward, looking absolutely ready to play against the rest of the crew here.
Well, if there's anything I've learned from these past 2 days is that upsets are to be expected. A lot of the teams that we would kind of tout to be assuredly the winners of this have been really thrown for a loop, and I've also learned that when the panel all predicts the same team, well, you're just gonna darn curse it. So please, next time, maybe let's not go that way. We're gonna have differing opinions next time, and I think, you know, LFO, their name is everywhere. You guys should really sign these guys up.
I mean, I had to hold back a giggle there, okay? I mean, come on now. We are stats men. We went for the stats, but sometimes you just gotta go for the heart of the game, and that's what's been happening for the last 2 days. Honestly, the last series was still a banger. We've seen a lot of top forms from these teams. I feel like since we're still kind of easing into the league, we just need that consistency level to rise up, because I think the same thing happened to Bren. Now the same thing happened to South Built, where they had such a strong opening, but kind of gassed out moving forward.
I'm just done, okay? We are for sure not gonna have the same predictions this time.
Sure.
We are for sure. No, I'm gonna make sure it's gonna happen. And it's a matchup many have been awaiting for. A matchup really that can show another, I'd say, inkling of what the PH scene is all about. And looking at the two teams right now we're going to be having here, it is time for us to reintroduce a team that you may be familiar with, your 2021 PH representatives. Let's check them out apparently later on. So instead, we'll undo the hype. I never said anything, but honestly, redemption is something we are all looking forward to. And let's re-look at Oasis Gaming. Oh, Oasis Gaming, they didn't really wake up the right side of the bed, but they've had their lunch, they've had their snacks, and they've had their rest to get ready for quite a titanic matchup. Coco, Envy, Currency, Marky, Wild Oreo, and Ripper. That roster pretty much has been touted to be one of the hottest names this 2022. The Black and Blue, you're casting that match, and I feel like for Oasis, what's something they can really do to redeem themselves and get back on the footing for victories here.
Yeah, it really didn't look like the Oasis that we know of at least a while ago as compared to what we saw yesterday, and the Oasis of prior. And so there are a lot of small adjustments they could have done, but then again, Action were just a completely different kind of beast. Nobody really plays like them currently here in the scene. Maybe Zeal Esports come much similar, but for the most part, it's really hard to tell what exactly they can adjust from that game and still transfer over to Secret, considering those are probably two very different playstyles they're going to be going up against here for Oasis.
And I might just have to add on to that. I think it's the unpredictability of Oasis that gives them a bit of an X factor, but we are kind of looking at a wounded version of Oasis. Maybe the mental strain could be a factor that they have to take into account, but there is no animal more dangerous than a cornered one.
Well, they probably had their band-aids at the ready and retooled themselves to get ready for quite the matchup they will have. Yet again though, guys, you might know this team all the way to the global scene. They represented the nation we're in. The 2021 Philippine representative. Let's check out Team Secret. Familiar faces to dominance. It's Team Secret. The team that has just won tournament after tournament in the local PH scene, the regional SA squads, and of course, made it all the way to the playoffs of Valorant Champions. Forcom Dispenser, Dubstep, Bash, Wits, your main five, but of course, added with a new young gun here in this roster. It's Jeremy. And Raph, we know Jeremy from old Hashra and DR Esports fame from what I remember, but give me some thoughts because this is a new look for Team Secret, not only having a 6th player on the bench who can rotate in, but also they have a new coach in Fate, if I remember correctly.
Oh, absolutely. I've been following this team ever since they're adroit, back to the roots, and there's always been that elephant in the room when it comes to roster changes. How well is that new player going to mesh with the core roster, whether it be an age gap, because let's be honest, these guys, they're turning into gods, you know what I mean? But yes, since Jeremy is a young gun, there could potentially be clashing philosophies on the approach towards the game. But what we've seen from Jeremy in his previous outings in these teams is that he is a very calm player. His assessment of the situation is well beyond his years, so he might just be a perfect fit for Team Secret here.
Yeah, that young blood could definitely breathe some life into them, especially with Team Secret being one of the elder teams that we have here, both in tenure and, well, raw age. Who's Team Secret? Nobody really knows. No, we're kidding. Everybody knows who these guys are, so there isn't really much to break down in terms of who they are aside from the game, but everybody knows what they can bring into it.
At least the 4+1 problem was solved at the end of the year, became a main 5, and now it's going to be a 5+1 system. Maybe we can see a main 6 actually going into the near future. But the future is now, and the matchup is here. Let's check out the maps that we are going to have for this last best of 3. Day number 2. And of course, we're going to be seeing that Haven map one more time. Seems like Ascent will be in the map pool. And is Icebox truly the map ng Pinas, the Philippine map of choice from what we're seeing here? But the most important part has to be those picks. Ascent on the Oasis side, Haven for Team Secret, Icebox on the default, and I think for Oasis here, Black and Blue, it's just one of the old weaknesses of the Dead Bread Esports, now Team Secret roster, that they do have struggles against PH team on Ascent specifically.
Yeah, this is one of the maps that we have seen them, maybe not consistently, but somewhat. There's a pattern where they do lose it against PH teams, as you said about and talked about, and even they themselves have talked about how sometimes it's harder playing locally than it is internationally. There's just, too much familiarity in how they play, too much homework already done just by heart, and people, they just know each other sometimes personally. So there is that aspect to this, and that's the reason why, maybe other teams not as good as Team Secret can still beat them here locally.
Yeah, and familiarity is definitely something that they have to look out for because compatibility between playstyles is so important. I want to talk about this Ascent pick by Oasis. I am dead sure that they've done their research in that this is statistically speaking Team Secret's weakest map. It's the only map they don't have in the 60s when it comes to win rate. So Oasis, if they can break the hearts and the fortitude of Team Secret here, this could be a bit of a series. But again, these are the Berlin-hardened men ascending into godhood potentially.
And the Team Secret map pick there, Haven plus Icebox. Those are maps that we've seen international success from them, and no other PH team has gone to that caliber of play as Team Secret. But all in all though, it's a map pool that can work for Oasis Gaming as well. They love to play that Haven, they love to play that Icebox, and we saw them succeed on Ascent a while ago versus Action PH. So guys, prediction time, and I will put my heart on the sleeve. I will go for the possible Oasis 2-1, not just because of the hard stuff, but you know, that map pool makes it a probability. But hey, Black and Blue, I want to hear your thoughts.
Hey Raph, why don't we just copy whatever Dak says so we jinx everything, right?
You know what? That would be funny. That would be funny. So, what did Dak say?
No, I think we will go 2-1 for Team Secret. Everything, all things considered, like, respect to Oasis, but Team Secret's up on here. They've gotten this spot for a good reason, and whatever anybody says, they're the #1 team in the country.
It's hard to disagree with that, but maybe I'm gonna go I'm kidding. I'm not gonna go the next route. I have absolute faith that Team Secret has kept the momentum, the heat they've garnered from all their travels and all their training, and maybe even additional power, and maybe even an additional strat book, an additional layer. I'm gonna go with a 2-0.
There you have it. So we got the Team Secret votes there from our amazing analysts. Oasis. Oh, what Oasis? We are not gonna get cursed today. Okay, guys, I will still go for it. I believe in the upset.
There we go.
There you have
there
it.
We go.
Even production wants the curse.
Production does not expect this kind of vote right here. But in all honesty, this is VCTPH, and even Team Secret, they know that the local scene can even be the deadliest. They were a witness to it right before Valorant champions, and they have to be at their best game even here in the PH scene. But it is time for us to get into the matchup. Will we get the Oasis upset, or will we have the top 1 squad of APAC, Team Secret, do it yet again? It's Team Secret versus Oasis Gaming.
And here we are. What is basically the main event of the evening. Everybody's been waiting for this and looking to this. We are going to have Team Secret versus Oasis. 2 big teams, 2 huge fan bases here going to clash together. And for your casters, I am Black and Blue. With me is Raph, one of my best buds even before this whole esports casting thing. So I'm glad to share the desk with you and the table. How you doing, man?
That is some heartwarming lore, you know, battle brother through and through. And I'm going to give it a thumbs up, by the way. Just a seal of approval. Yes. But I am so excited to, well, have one of the biggest teams, if not, well, yeah, I went 2-0 with my prediction. Of course, they're the biggest. Of course, I have full faith in them. And who am I going to cast it with? It's you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we're going to be doing this, man. And all I can say is whoever comes up against Team Secret obviously is kind of like the underdog, no matter where you put them. Hell, even in like APAC in general. But we can't overhype things here, because we do know that if there's one weakness for Team Secret, it's locally, right? That's why people were kind of questioning like how they'll perform at Champions, because of how maybe they played in local tournaments against local teams. But right now we're the VCTPH. Whatever success they may have had abroad, they're gonna have to get to that stage again through this league.
Yeah, and honestly, when we saw the fact that Nats and the rest of the Gambit boys were bleeding, and it's because of Team Secret, everybody was hyped. Everybody was re-energized, and right now we are going to look at the agents, the weapons, the tools of the trade for both sides.
Here we go. Look at the composition here coming from the side of Oasis. Nothing too fancy as we're going to be playing on Ascent double innie, and the same thing over on to Team Secret, but they got wits on the Kaio. In APAC, it was not the super most common thing up until we saw players like PTC from Full Sense play it quite often and to very, very good success. And for them to have a player here like Wits, Team Secret, I think it's the right kind of, I guess, composition for what they have. Hell, even if it was like Jeremy playing, he could even still play that because of just how flexible he is. And what do you think about this, Raph? What does his game shape up to be based on what we've already seen?
One interesting note is that both of their prolific Sky players are not playing Sky. But with this KO pick, Team Secret is not afraid to bend things out of the norm. You know, they love to experiment. Honestly, that also helped bring their degree of success. They're obviously looking to recreate that. But again, Ascent has been statistically one of their weakest maps. This could be the blood in the water that Oasis is looking to capitalize on.
Yes, this is... The sharks are swimming around, the food is abound, and so are we in the map number 1. Ascending to Ascent Haven right after. Shall we freeze an Icebox furthermore? Well, let's all take a time to appreciate that very nice backlit scene. As we move into Ascent here right now, defending side will be Secret. Oasis on the attack, and it's going to be Secret here going for, look at this, a 4-man push towards mid-Raf.
Ooh, and if we are going to witness yet another Team Secret cursed pistol round, we are yet to see as Dispenser gets chunked so quickly, but will not fall just yet, as Wild Oreo finds Borkum through the smoke. Come on, man, you can't start the round like that. That's absolutely disgusting.
Sometimes you just need that look, man, that luck to really gain you there. Ooh, great shot dart there coming from Bash. He's able to get one as well, confirming the kill on Marky on the trade. Cannot find a second here, Raph. It brings him down to a 2v4 the retake. Very difficult, but Dispenser equalizes the odds somewhat.
That's right, Dubstep, who is considered the best player in Asia, still has a lot of tricks in his bag. But Envy, who is a very prolific initiator, doesn't need a direct fight to take Dubstep out. And the music is gone for the first round as Ripperoo tears into Dispenser.
Great job here coming in from Oasis. That's what you want. You are the underdogs. You are punching up and you gotta hit the chin every time. Oasis taking that pistol is one of the big win conditions they need to take this map and potentially take this series versus Secret. You got some Spectres going around. They will have that. He's actually already buying a rifle here in round number 2. So Marky will want to take no half measures.
That's right. And again, you gotta go with a dream. You know, you cannot let the presence of Team Secret overwhelm you, because sometimes that's what happens with teams. They get starstruck, they freeze up. But Oasis, they look unshaken, they stand tall, as the action will go for a bit of a crawl here. But instead, it's gonna be Dubstep with a Marshal being the judge, jury, and executioner on Marky, deciding that this Jet 1v1 is gonna fall into my hands.
Great pickoff from Dubstep himself. Now, this does help the fact that they're on the defensive side, so they can really choose their engagements, play these close corners. Wits prepping his molly in case they try and push on in. Shock Dart will destroy that and take some damage off of Envy. But he's going to get healed back up because of the regrowth here at Wild Oreo. Flash out, here comes the Hawk, the Bird to try and guide them in. But great timing on the molly to fend them off, thus also killing their momentum. The 0 points can make sure no utilities can be thrown in from Oasis. And Dubstep finds a second in the round. This is very doable now.
Doable indeed, but 3, 4 quick trades for Oasis, and they flush out everybody. Dubstep, the lone fragger of the round, is left to his own devices. Can he land a shot? Nearly does, but Wild Oreo cannot be tamed. He does take Dubstep down. Now, looking at that round, though, I did see Dispenser hanging back a little. I think they were anticipating the lobby push here, seeing that Oasis loves to get that early information. And Oasis, they've adjusted their playstyle, at least for the first 2 rounds. They're opening salvo beautifully to deal with this type of pressure.
They're able to fend them off somewhat, at least from the 2 shots by Dubstep going hunting, but now's the real round for them. A third, and they're trying to get their first. Bunch of rifles here up aboard for Oasis Gaming. Envy and Coco still on those Spectres. They're trying to take mid control early on right now, and Dubstep's going to catch Marky off guard. Wits taken down low, and they don't have a Sky to get him back up.
It seems that dubstep has been the single deterrent from taking any mid control,
Here.
which is something that Oasis has to respect here. Once again, they don't have that space creation that Marky provides on the table. They do get a little bit of a tag up here from that recon dart. Wild Oreo going for a little bit of advanced recon himself with that guiding light, but so far no dice. They are cooped up in B lobby here. This is going to give ample time for Team Secret to adjust. Oasis, they look to explode. They set it up. The stars have been set.
Why don't they have a star all the way towards CT? Envy gets a kill on the Vash, which is a huge frag to find Spencer. They know he's somewhat inside the site, and Dubstep's gonna punish Ripperoo because they do not have a star of smoke from that CT position. Spencer gets a kill on Coco, the opposing killjoy there with his nano swarm. One gonna get straight off on the wits, and so will he. He's good for 2. Both of them are. It's down to a 1v1, and Borkum clutches out the round.
And here we have Team Secret. They take the first round on the board, at least on their side, marking some, or at least a lot of efficiency on their buy rounds here. Oasis, they have to re-gear up here. It does look like they are going to settle with a half buy here, even a little less. They put a Guardian on Envy, and they have upgraded pistols on most of their members, barring Wild Oreo. Or scratch that, we only have Ripperoo handling that Sheriff. Meanwhile, Team Secret, their arsenal is still looking fairly healthy.
Bit of a timeout here. I believe this should be a tech, considering there's no pop-up of attack. But yeah, that's the risky run after buying, you know, rifles in round 2 and round 3 is if you don't win round 3, you're going to be in a bad economic situation for round 4. You're going to have to eco at the very least and potentially equalize things up to in 2. So it is a technical pause in this case. You know, you just want to get everything going on, but right now, Oasis, they come out hot, but sometimes it matters more how you end over how you start.
That's right, that's right. And Oasis, I believe the way they planned out that round, you know how it goes, right? They believe in the magic. They don't want the stats, which is pretty contradicting to how I look at things, at least on the analytical standpoint. But again, we cannot deny the soul of the game, the underdogs winning and whatnot. But the tech pause, a bit of a tradition for Southeast Asia Valorant, don't you think? Please don't look at the pizza again. Come on, guys.
You're making me hungry.
Yep. No. Oh, man. Okay.
Hey, Ref,
thanks.
have you ever ordered like a large or party-sized pizza for yourself?
Can we not like talk about the more shameful moments? You know what? No, I am not ashamed of saying. I mean, you know, who hasn't ordered a pizza for probably 6 people and consumed it alone in
thick crust too? Because I need the extra carbs.
That's right. Yeah. It's for the carbo load. It's for the gains, son.
Bro. Well, the only gains to be got in this game are these rounds that Oasis would want to pile on early. They're on the attacking side, so as long as they can get like 5 rounds, to be quite honest with you here, I think they're good. They're good. Obviously 8 would be, or rather 6 would be better. But you get 5 rounds on the attacking side, normally you're decently fine for the defensive side, knowing how defender side of this map can be. They've gotten 2, so they're almost halfway there, but I'm sure piling on more won't hurt.
That's right. Sometimes you got to consider the fact too that Team Secret, they have Jesse Vash. Again, Jesse Vash is one of those players that I've closely followed all throughout his journey, because again, he was an interesting mix towards the core of Team Secret, or at least back in the day, Adroit, and then to Brent, and now of course here we are. But yeah, the way he has meshed so well and has been such a rock for the rest of his team, clutching out many situations that he has no business of winning, has really brought a second win to Team Secret, making their morale even more unshakable.
Back then, the Team Secret squad was split up. Some of them Adroit, the other Cute Boy. Very, very different.
Oh boy,
very different scene at the start here of the Valorant, competitive scene locally when things did kick off. Technical pause, as is ritual in the VCTs and C in general. That's so sad to say, but that's just how it is. We're in an online tournament. It's the nature of the beast. We'd love a LAN. By the way, would you guys even go if we had the LAN? Let us know. But
that's right, let us know, so we can fill that stadium up up with fans, the voices, the roars, the energy, and of course our players smiling and waving as they enter and exit and get ready for battle,
as well as lanyards. We miss having lanyards.
Oh yeah
That's something for the home. Well, let's try and speak about the game. Although there isn't much to be said just yet. We're only into the 4th round, so
this would normally be about where we're going to a real gun round, but for now, Raf, let's muck about. Ascent, you know, I never really took a good look around Ascent, but this seems like a hazardous place to live in.
I love this lamp. I love the street lamp in particular. As observer, wants to keep torturing us, but you hear that magical sound of the game resuming, as we are going to be taking a look on how this attack is going to be formulated by Oasis. This time around, they look to take a slower approach.
Ooh, okay. Some early damage done to either side. Dispenser and Rebrew taking the brunt of it for either team. Technical pause is still up on screen. We'll try and get that fixed for you so we can see the time and all, but did you get that tag up top? With that, Wild Warrior knows he's kind of gotta fall back. They've taken mid control, and there goes the timer graphic. Thank you very much. It's Coco crawling up here on the short position, dissuaded by the smoke popped.
That's right, and we even have Wits here to pop that knife if we ever need that additional information. Honestly, I think this is one of KO's strongest positions in the map. Really works well with his flashes and his mollies. Right now, Oasis is doing a great job of avoiding just that. Wits already on his toes. He feels that something is awry, as if he is going to come through, but the timing, actually the recon dart assisting them. They are going to be blind for a second. They will be delayed by the gravity well, as Wild Oreo has found himself in a situation where Indy has created for them, finding Borkum. Now we have a lockdown initiated in a very, very tricky spot here too. They are looking to dissuade them. Dubstep capitalizes all on this space. Ripperoo will fall.
They've made their way into the site, and on this anti-eco, should be clean. Wits is able to get the double, and Marky able to trade him out immediately. Dubstep on the classic finds one. Marky a second in the round, but this time in six, there isn't much left in the tank, and Dubstep, he's going to get the third round, equalizing the game now 2-2. But that wasn't anti-eco, and by all means, a great eco round from Oasis as we move in to a gun round.
That's right, but this time around we have Dubstep on that operator. We know how dangerous he can be and how hot he gets. The question is, does he have his penguin? Because it seems like Dubstep here, very strong on the start. I love how clever he was using that classic. Honestly, I thought he was just gonna dip, wait for his teammate to assist, but you know what? I got this. I'll do it myself.
Keep it going. I don't need no help. Watch me. You ain't ready. Dubstep, round 5, operator out already. That flash ain't gonna do much to him. He is gonna be pulled vulnerable though, via the gravity well, but he's not gonna be dissuaded by that. Still wanting to aggress here, Raf, towards a main where Wild Oreo is watching.
Here. I feel like that was an interesting choice to pop that gravity well early when they weren't even assisting with any sort of utility or any player peaks, but it does work out in the end at the very least. Just a little expensive choice as Dubstep still holding on to this position. I don't think it's revealed that he's had an operator, but it does look like there's quite a bit of utility being chucked towards B. And a little bit of a reaction from Wits already making his way here, and then a bit of a crawl by Wild Oreo to secure some space.
Oh, Dubstep. He's in a committed position, but him being a jet and having that dash still up, the tailwind, he can back out as soon as he lets a shot ring, and Borkum can come and help him out from that short position. He has to be careful, though. If they pop a flash here, the jig is up. They're going to know what he's here right now. He gets the shot and dismisses back out into safety, dashes rather, and that's all he needed to do.
No more stop.
And Marky getting schooled by Dubstep here, but the school is open for every single person here. 3 for 3. Look at my Curry, super accurate on all these adjustments. Borkum comes for the assist. They do lose out on Fashion Borkum, but Dubstep 4 shots, 4 frags. Envy noticed, eliminated.
Not a single whiff from Dubstep. As we expect, this man, even before coming to Valorant, was the top operator player, the top sniper that we had in the game, and now in Valorant he's continuing that tradition, continuing that lineage here of top tier snipers that we've got in the Philippines, and Dubstep, he's right at the top of all that.
Spike down.
Great play from him.
Let's go.
Great adjustments and great shots, more importantly, as Oasis on another eco here, forced by his hand.
It's crazy. Nobody would really do this, you know? This is something that's somewhat uncommon at the top level to have such an aggressive peak without assisted utility. But this time, Dubstep just kind of wants to play his cards. Even finds Oreo. Hasn't missed a single shot in 2 rounds, and this operator has proven to be incredibly efficient He's very polite, greets everybody with a bullet to the face, doesn't go long to suffer, and he finally finds one, or rather if one miss, but Wits is going to be there to back them up. And now this attack on Oasis, incredibly disjointed. Despite saying that, Ripperoo finds Wits with his Sheriff, and now it is going to be a 4v3, still looking a little dire. The weapons aren't in the favor of Oasis.
He's walking up here towards short, and they have retrieved that rifle, as you said here, Ripperoo. Could help them out, especially if they get a pick here and retrieve one more. But that's going to be far in the distance for now, as they don't really have any good foothold to execute on either site. Ripperoo, he's walking his way up short, but he's walking right into Dubstep's crosshairs, who's ready to delete him as soon as he peeks, and that is the expected result.
30 seconds left. Disgusting by Dubstep here. Again, still has not lost any of that heat that they've gathered. And it does look like Marky will finally find a frag. Jesse falls. Looks to find a second to open up this B site. Spencer, he swings back. Bit of a gamble here, and it doesn't pay off. They open up the site now. Spike carrier is down, but Dubstep, he manages to stay alive as Borkum swings. Borkum finds a target, and yet another round for Team Secret.
Okay, good eco round from Oasis once more, but we're going to need a bit of that for them to close and convert. But for them to be doing good on those eco rounds does bode well for the potential gun rounds here. They've yet to win any single round aside from the two of the opener. Marky using his blades to great effect to open up the site, and his Sheriff, as he pulls it from the holster, follows up as well. 4-2, they have a 2-round lead, and Dubstep, he has already 14 frags. You can see there's a reason why this dude was unanimously voted the best player in Asia.
Please stop, and he manages to survive this. He shouldn't have, but it's Dispenser to bring him out. That is going to be the first death in a while. But Wild Oreo, who does chime in too, they run through that nano swarm, and it chips away at Wild Oreo. They lose one. Oasis still cannot find a foothold on these entries. They even have to expend this Killjoy ult. They want to salvage this round. We even have the Hunter's Fury coming out. And what is going to happen? It does look like they've made themselves home here in lane, and they do explode at the same time, but Team Secrets. My goodness, the Spirit is too strong, as none of their morals have been broken. Once again, they stand tall. Or rather, they resurrect Wits, but nope. Looking better now.
You rezzed him? Well, I'll take him down just once more. Thanks for the kills and the ult orb. 4-2. Could be Oasis cutting this down to a single round. Borkum's gonna have to pull some Borkum time here to bring this one on back. Dispenser coming in from GT on the stairs and trying to play this split 1-1 on the retake. You got information, one back site, one towards lane. He can't deal with it just yet though. Borkum smoking off the angle, but he's gonna get caught out by Envy. That hurt's gonna give away his intent in his position. A triple for Dispenser. He's gonna need an ace clutch to bring us back, but the time is ticking. All he can do is go for exits, and Ripperoo won't even give him that. Oasis cut the lead.
One enemy remaining.
A very, very important high priority round here for Oasis to win. This time the economy is still gonna look very, very strong on Wits. And their weapons still locked and loaded. We do have an Ares on Jesse looking to do a little bit of wall shenanigans here. One thing that we have to take into account on the side of Oasis is that they don't really have as much armor. They need to land those domes, of course, but I'm glad that they're recovering as well as they have been despite the hot start by Team Secret.
Did answer back with 4 of their own, but Oasis puts a cap on that for the meantime. Look at this. Dashing into mid lane, and they don't even challenge him. They have complete control of mid, as the A site is where they want to go. Borkum, he's all alone. He's going to have to go at least 1-for-1 here to really make it worthwhile. He could potentially do that, but Mark is going to catch him off. He was very low, so a single bullet or two is all he needed to do. And that he does. Marky going, dipping a bit too hot, I think, and Wits punishing for it.
That he does, and Wits making use of this new and improved Bulldog to retrieve that weapon if he can, as Dubstep creates a lot of space fighting Ripper. That is going to be the Oscar off the board here. They're not going to have a lot of utility later in the round. It doesn't really matter if the gunfights they come out. Wits comes out on top. 1v1. Wild Oreo has no health, but doesn't need any more than one. Plants one between the eyes of Wits.
We have a game. All tied up now, 4-4. No one has a lead. If anything, the only lead that is currently right now is the economic one that Oasis have built for themselves here over Secret. An eco round for Secret to come on in. Dubstep finds one, but unfortunately could not double dip for another. Wild Oreo barely scraping by in that clutch. Single bullet would have done him in, but fortunately for him, he's able to dodge and weave through all of that. Dubstep, he's got his blades up online, 50 frags already here. He's gonna and try and go aggressive, but Wild Oreo knew he was coming and shuts him down.
Wild Oreo making use of his rifles. Now they have a little bit of less to worry about. Dubstep being out of the game. Still, the Sheriffs can do some serious damage. What Oasis has to really do here is to just not drop weapons. This is their primary objective as of the moment. They want to keep this economy lead as much as they can. And they want to get as stable as possible. They even take orb control. Still crawling up towards A main here. Tree was vacated but now occupied by Wits. Players in heaven. Not a lot of utility to use here, but a lot of confidence to go around as Envy will find Wits. Takes the first here as Mark finds that dart, eliminates any information. A little bit of a team flash here, but still in the safety of the site.
Enemy remaining.
Here comes the peak. Envy, great frag on him. Dispenser. He's very deadly with his sheriff in his hands, as I talked about, as I suggested. He only gets 2 rounds. As Oasis now taking the lead over Team Secret. That is something that you would have not guessed to see, especially here on the attacking side.
Well, we're saying that because we picked Team Secret over Oasis. Dax must be smiling. He's grinning from ear to ear as of the moment. But it does look like the economy on the side of Team Secret, they are looking very, very healthy here. Potentially could have an operator on Dubstep. We'll go for that potential glass cannon, but Dispenser already making quick work of anybody trying to peek him. As Oasis, they have to buckle down. Playing ahead is also a skill in itself.
Timeout here for Team Secret. Talk things over. Really figure out what Oasis have been doing. Well, to be fair, they know that Team Secret like going for aggression, and Oasis have been kind of pulling back. And knowing to receive that has been one of their biggest strengths here from the possibly from the R&D department, Mr. Coach Fluffy and the rest of them. But I mean, it's hard for these guys not to really look in depth at what Secret are doing, because hell, I even see some Oasis people like cheering for their friends on both sides in chat. So yeah.
Absolutely. There's so much love to go around, you know. One love for everybody. Again, we keep it clean. We keep it very, very, once again, sportsman-like across the board. Oasis, as you mentioned, did get that recent fluff buff on their support staff. It does look like it's been working wonders. A lot of utility and a lot of fast play. Dubstep nearly landing that shot, but no dice. As Oasis, they smartly pull back. That is quite a bit of utility and ultimates invested into taking this. But they use this moment, they use this window, and it does look like yet another take on short is in order.
Still a 5v5, but not so soon as Dispenser finds a double. Not good for a third. Ripperoo gets a trade, but Dispenser's done the damage, and Jesse Vash will do the same. Borkum cleaning up house on the opposing Astra. It's all onto Envy here in a 1v4. He's going to have to pull something out of his hat. Does he know Borkum's here in the corner? Shots ring out, and Borkum's going to swing. A second for him in the round, and Team Secret tied up 5-5. But still, Oasis are doing really good right now on this attacking side of theirs.
Yeah, the problem with that is that he said he was going to pull out something out of his hat. Obviously, Sova doesn't have it. So, you know, that's the biggest problem. You got to identify the drip. But now, on a more serious note, as you mentioned, Oasis, they've been keeping this kosher. They've been keeping this very, very tight against a juggernaut. Looking at the buys, though, it does look like Dubstep is not ready to let go of this operator yet. They found quite a bit of success here, as it does look like they're not going to change up this defensive layout too much. Just a little bit more aggression towards A short. They do shoot the operator to dissuade them from rushing, but we got Marky very close, gets lagged up, but finds the knife. Now they have a free operator, but Jesse Bash, the Guardian, true to the gun, will stop Marky from doing anything here. Quite a bit of shock dart damage on the way too, and a little bit in return as he is dropped to 45 health. The rotations already in motion for Team Secret. Market looks to be occupied by Dispenser. This attacker Killjoy does get denied. Wild Oreo finds Jesse Vash. Boathouse is still safe though.
Falls back in, and Envy walks through the smoke. They don't even notice each other. He passes right by. Here comes Borkum, though, and Dispenser completely shredding them on the site because he's walked right through him. Witch, Switch, we're going to catch Coco off on that. And there's no real hope for Wild Oreo right now. He's suppressed. He's down to 30 HP. A pop flash comes his way, and Witch is blinded by his own, but he still brings it back. The recovery at the end. Team Secret make it happen, but that was such unfortunate timing. They did not even realize Dispenser just walked out of the market.
Oh my goodness. That gave me a mini heart attack again. Once again, VCT loves to play with my emotions. Everybody making the closest of all calls in the most dramatic fashion. As Team Secret, they take the lead away once more. They do, however, have a little bit of an economy situation here. Dubstep doesn't have the greatest. They do have Wits on that backup, so if they lose this round, they might fall into another reset situation. However, on the side of Oasis, they are going to be rocking that Sheriff on Envy. And I love how Dubstep is just not shaken whatsoever with all this utility. He just stands there.
6-5. Oasis, they're on their quota. They've gotten 5 rounds on this attacking side, especially against Secret, which is good. If they can get a 6, then they might be going to even steal map number 1, but I don't want to jinx it or call the cards before they're placed on the table. Spencer is holding down B main here, Raph, and he's going to be the first one to destroy this bot that comes his way.
That he does. Dispenser will regress, but not for too long. Decides to play lane here. He sees the jet dash. I don't think he was spotted either, so this could spell death for some of his teammates. If not, Marky nearly finds a second, but Wild Oreo on that Spectre will get a free upgrade here. They'll have one more defender in Jesse Bash, but Envy will fall as the trades are going to come out. That null command is going to keep Wits alive, giving him just a little bit extra time to give information. As the door is going to get broken down by Borkum. See what he can do. He will use that star for a little bit of safety here. They're gonna get the Wits up. I don't think Oasis can really contest this, but as I say that, Wild Oreo is upset. He doesn't want any of that. Finds Dubstep. Now we are down to a 2v2 in the clutch. Wits is down to half health. Stop quite a bit of utility. That silence is not gonna find anybody. They are double stacked here towards stairs. One good flash. Nolan takes 2 flashes himself, and Wits, he fights one down to 1v1. As Borkum, he seizes that moment, that split second of adjustment, and takes yet another round.
Well divided.
Goes his way at the very least, and they bring it 7-5. Oasis almost could have gotten a 6th round there. Let's see if it's going to bite them in the back later on. In the meantime, though, Team Secret, they're now on the attack. They have to set the pace right now, and it's Oasis who has to be ready to respond to this. There's a defender side map. So they got that going for them, but they can't rely on just that. Wits, so fortunate that he's got that ult popped up and he gets to get revived there by Borkum.
Oh man, again, just the stakes. Even in the first map, it's crazy. There's just so many stories being written already. But now here we have yet another pistol round. Secret, they've had a bit of a curse here. How can they break it is the question. Oasis has been pretty strong on their pistols as of late.
That is true. They've been starting off really hot each half, aside from that action game a while ago for the most part. But they made their way here to the A site. No real repel of that, no real defense here to stop that from happening. So they're gonna have to play the retake, but Dispenser wise about this. He knows that he's got the angle, but he's gonna get taken down here by Ripperoo on the trade. Good for one, but that gives him the information that there is a back flank coming on in. Ripperoo not able to find a single kill. Great job there from Dubstep, but he's traded out by Coco as well. The duels are coming from behind. 3 players out from Oasis have come from that back flank towards A main, as the rest of the 2 are trying to make their way towards the side. Jesse is gonna fight one, which is gonna do the same for Coco as well. On the Envy is taken down by Borkum. 2 players go down from Secret, but it's all worth it. 8-5.
And the secret curse, the secret technique to break it has been unleashed. I love how Witch just checks the box. Oh, he's dead. He continues to fight. But right now, I love that advanced positioning by Secret, really holding down the flanks here. And honestly, that's not an angle you expect, especially in pistol round. A lot of people and a lot of teams tend to play very coagulated in rounds like this. They want to overpower you with as much, well, pellets as they can. As the pistols, they can be pea shooters at times. But it does look like we are going to have a lone Sheriff on the side of Ripperoo here, hoping to do some damage. Dubstep has that Bulldog. He's had the hot hand, and he looks to continue that onslaught.
There's potential in that, Raph. They're stacking up here on towards the A side, moving towards short. They could catch Wits off guard, but the timing isn't there for them. Falls back into B main, and it's going to be Dispenser. Rather, Coco has to fend them off with just a Frenzy in hand. Not much bullets in that mag. And they go by real quick. Maybe close that switch, but Coco, he go 1-for-1. That's all he needs to do. Yes, he does, at the very least, and that gives him some lifeline.
Oh, it's the eye on
Player
Sheriff,
standing.
but no, is denied as
Spike planted.
Dubstep once again providing so much value and so much firepower on that assault rifle. Now we have Dispenser and Borkum. They are left to their own devices, as the device will find Ripper. That's a little anticlimactic.
Yeah, it's Timmy there getting the kill at the end. So he's got something to say. He wants to contribute. We'll let him by all means. Yeah. Team Secret, 9-5. They've gotten 2 rounds to open this half up, but Oasis are the ones with guns. And you can see they're looking to fight as well. Team Secret, they're gonna gang up here on A main, Raph.
We haven't really seen too many spread out defaults here on the side of Secret, but so far what they've been doing is that they've been blocking the lanes on everything that they've postured themselves in. As Oasis, they go for that one way. They absolutely blind everyone.
Enemy
once again, no one to capitalize on that. However, that info is going to be as valuable as it can be. But look how fast Dispenser has found himself towards Tree already. And he's already crawling up heaven here. The question is that glass broken? But it doesn't even matter, as Ripper is going to fall. That delayed power from the Astra is going to be so important later, as Marky finds his jet counterpart. And this rifle could be the end for this attack. Still, bonus is looking pretty good. They do a little bit of damage, and they force Oasis to expend a lot of utility.
Bulldog dropped as he saw the ping. Trying to retrieve that. Dispenser, he finds the kill on Marky. Very cheeky for him to hide in the corner. Marky had no idea, none the wiser. So they got this recon to try and force their way halfway through that A main and retrieve the rifle. That they have done, and Jesse Vash with a kill on Wild Oreo as well. 4v2, you've taken the site with not much in hand. They just steal all these weapons back, Raph. It's an arms race, and Secret are winning.
That's right, the Secret Warlords indeed, and this has to be heartbreaking for Oasis. Once again, they have the clear-cut advantage of the weapons. At Secret, they played the stagger so well, and played around the utility timing even better. And now this lead is looking a little dangerous as Secret heads into double-digit territory. They even get a few upgrades on their side, as Oasis Gaming experiencing a little bit of a drought.
Yeah, 10-5. Maybe you jinx it by saying it's a defender side map, Raph. I take all blame for that.
I don't know, man.
Sometimes that's how things go, but Oasis, man, they tried to go for the initiative there, which was nice, but on that A main push, I guess because the flash was so deep, like into A main, it instead of like blinding Secret at the right time, kind of blinded them too early, which forced them on back instead of letting Secret kind of walk into their trap and timing that flash that way. So maybe small minor adjustments here, but Oasis just haven't been finding their form this whole day, even versus Action a while ago.
Yeah, like I said, them being wounded is really not a good look for them coming into this one, but so far they've done as well as they have up until they didn't. The thing that they have to take into account, though, is that Team Secret is literally walking into their setups. The problem is, as you mentioned, the timing just has not been there. Again, at the very top level, guys, it is incredibly meticulous, very, very thin timings that you had to take into account. But Oasis, even with a frag advantage early on, they haven't seemed to find the space to really spread their wings.
It's been a struggle for them, to say the very least. To put quite kindly, even. Oasis, all sheriffs abound is all they got to work with. Nobody super close to the ultimate, but Ripper and Coco are 2 away, so if they can maybe pop off this round, then they can have it for the next. Secret, they know to take things slow. On an anti-eco, you can almost expect the opposing team sometimes to try and make a play and catch you off guard. Team Secret, knowing that, trying to see what is thrown at them first before they try and do their own.
Get out of my way!
Absolutely. They might actually use that ult sound to bait some sort of reaction, but Oasis, they hold strong, they hold fast. No reactions whatsoever. They haven't really let go of anything that they have to worry about at the moment, although that B lobby might provide or at least cause a little bit of mental pressure on the side of Envy here. They do back away. They want to play a retake here, at least a 5v5 situation if they can. While Oreo somehow has been dropped a considerable amount of health. It does look like the explosion is going to come. The knives they whiff, while Oreo does not, denying dubstep of an entry.
Great hold by Wild Oreo there towards the generator, but he's not going to be able to generate much more kills in that spot.
30 seconds
Spencer
left.
trades him out and brings it to a 3v4, actually 3v3 effectively, because Jesse Bash is quite low, but the Spencer getting that kill on the Ripperoo anyways. It should be clean around at this point. Can he maybe go get a kill, Oasis, maybe 2 even, especially knowing how low some of these players are for Team Secret. He didn't even need, actually no, he did need the head. He got the kill. Jesse Bash and Wits both low as they swing. They better be careful of how they peek, because Marky gets the head. Jesse Bash here holding down the line with the Spencer. They have to be careful of the Sheriff. He has no more ammo in B, and so he's just left out in the open. Secret around the way for match point.
That's right, just we are closing in the potential penultimate round. Oasis, they have something to say. They are going to use most of their resources here to provide a very, very valiant stand. It does look like Team Secret. They aren't shy about anything. They haven't been subtle with how they've been attacking. It's all been bravado. And the timings have been impeccable.
Here.
Quite unfortunate for them so far. 11-5. And Oasis, they have to put a stop to this. Make this stop here right now, otherwise Team Secret, you can guarantee they're going to run away with this game, as they already started here. Here comes now the ult. That's going to make things a lot more difficult as the null command comes on out. Everything is going to get denied from happening. Dubstep makes his way up top the lane, but Coco, great reaction on him to deny that from happening, and Marky's going to find the same hero on the Wits too. Raph, they completely crumbled upon this, but he's going to get caught out reloading in the open. Why don't you just fall back? Morcom gets the res too, on Wits from the Spencer, and this is suddenly shambled round from Oasis.
They do get a little bit of a consolation finding Dispenser, but Jesse Vash, hey, if you can do it, I can do it too. Ripperoo, last member alive against 3 angry men here. Morcom and Wits, they have a little bit of crossfire going on here from both as Wits finishes it off. Or at least he tries to knife it. It's actually Morcom. And it does look like Wits is a little upset. Hey man, I had that in the bag. Didn't have to step in.
Well, this looks like about a done game, but I have to believe that Oasis are going to give us one more round. Look at the ultimates that they've got. There's no way they're going to let this one end 30-5. One more round, I think they're going to give us before this truly ends. Blades up on Marky. Ripper has got his Cosmic Divide, and so is the Hunter's Fury and Envy and the Lockdown here in Coco's Killjoy. While Oreo, a single one away from his Seekers on the sky. So that's what they got going for them at the very least. They might not have a lot of rounds, but they got lots of ultimates to throw at Team Secret. Team Secret making it sure to avoid all that heat.
Absolutely. They do manage to make Oasis burn a lot of utility yet again, even before any action starts, even in the most agrarian phases of the game.
You are divided!
The moment we have a lone defender here, we have a Cosmic Divide coming through. They have to guess another one to counter, keeping a little bit of safety here as Coco, he needs to find that shot, and he does. He even gets a weapon off Dubstep. We have once again a 3v5 situation. This time Oasis, they have to capitalize because they couldn't, and Wits is making sure of that. Morcom chimes in, but how long can it last? As Jesse Bash is the last to pass. Here we are at Market. Nobody has discovered Wild Oreo. And Jesse, although he is ice cold, he might be melted as we enter yet another round and yet another lifeline for Oasis.
12-6. As I said, Oasis are going to give us one more round, maybe a few more even. This should be a done game, unless Ritz getting caught out there in the open. As Marky somehow not able to get that kill, but I'm sure other situations he would have prevailed in that.
Indeed. And here we have Dispenser actually overtaking Dubstep. A very, very quiet 22 from him. All business, no frill whatsoever. Oasis, once again, they have to buckle down because this onslaught hasn't stopped yet. The economy on Secret is no joke and is very, very healthy. They do make a move towards mid here, And Wit's a little antsy here. He feels like something is awry once more as Marky might be the first contact for his team.
He does have that dash to bail out of there. He so needs it. Coco, great kill on the dubstep. That's what they need to start this round off, but Wits returns it to the opposing jet as well. They both lose. They're only sole duelists, and Coco's able to get a kill on the board from Ripperoo, answering back.
One enemy remaining.
We got some responses here from Team Secret. Will it be enough? Can Dispenser bring it back? No, it's going to be Coco, the opposing Killjoy, to get the round. A 4K from him. This could be life breathed into the Secret way.
Once again, Secret, they have just enough to get a bit of a broken buy going on here. We do have Dubstep secure himself a rifle, as Dispenser will have to settle for that classic. But Coco is the guardian of mid. Has not been stopped whatsoever. Thou shall not pass, he says. And he is cracked as all hell in that round. Just hoping to find that consistency all throughout, as he only has 12 kills. Still stepping up when the moment arises.
They're gonna have to continue at least. For the side of Oasis here to stand up even more. Dispenser catches Marky off guard, which is a huge kill, and he finds another. It's gonna be Wits actually to get them the second in the round. Wits, such an explosive player. You can see exactly that.
Absolutely. Wits has always been this has been his trademark, and it's always come through at the most opportune times. But Dubstep looks to reclaim the crown on that top frag, Envy, as he does straggle along Heaven. They are wary of this. Coco, who was on a hot streak, has answered the call. Does find Dubstep, denying him. But a 1v4 situation. This is looking dire. He's done it once. Once is all he gets, as Borkum closes out the round for Secret.
That is all she wrote. 1-0, a quick early map number 1, and we know that, you know, when you're the underdogs in these type of matches, your goal is to be able to take that map number 1 away from the opposing side. You start off with the lead, you've got some cushion to work with. Doesn't seem like they're at the boot camp, so everybody at their own homes, everybody chilling, looking nice. So Team Secret, without the boot camp buff even, still playing really well here, Raph.
It's just the chemistry and the hours they've spent, you know, just grinding it out together. I have to say, the Oasis, there were moments of brilliance. There was flashes. But at the same time, it's been very thematic for them. It's been up and down. It did seem they had a couple of rounds to string. But again, they just couldn't capitalize on those early picks. So many times they found two. Just couldn't close it out.
Yeah, a bit of a struggle for them, to kind of put it lightly, but for the most part, it was a Secret show all the way through. Oasis, good start from them. As we said, you know, they take the pistol, they take a round right after, but then Secret answer back with 4 of their own, and Oasis answer back with 2, and that's just how things went. But Dispenser, you don't see this every day. The MVP of this game, 1.8 KDA. Initially, it was kind of like dubstep early on, right, in that first half, but then Wits, Vash, Volcom, Dispenser, they all stepped up, come the second.
It's crazy how 3 of their members have 2.0, 2.3 KD, and most of the stats, they go to Secret's way here. It's not the headshot percentage, but the efficiency will be witnessed in our game highlights in a very, very short amount of time. And here it is.
Well, a lot of these highlights that Oasis got, they were able to secure them some of these rounds, but a lot of them were for Nye, because Team Secret are just so good at responding and retaliating and recovering from the pressure that Oasis would place on. There are so many rounds that Oasis could have definitely won, like that 2v2 clutch on that B site with Borkum and Wits going up against, I think it was like Wild Oreo and Coco in that backside. So one of these plays were so doable, as well as we see here from Wits, almost flashing himself. And as much as there were heroics from Coco, it's a great way to win a round, not the most consistent way to win a series or a map.
That's right. Again, it is more of a marathon than anything else. That's why we keep highlighting the fact that you have to keep doing it. You have to keep going. One thing that I have to worry about is the fire going to be lit up because of Wild Oreo's valiant performance, or is Oasis going to continue to flounder?
Well, for their sake, I hope Oasis are going to answer back here, bring us to map number 2, and potentially hopefully bring us to map number 3, actually, more importantly, because that's what we all want to see. We don't want a 2-0 here. We want to go the distance because these are two great teams deserving of our respect and attention. But before we go on to that, we're going to go to a quick break. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Raph. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a hair.
Stabilizing, full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, because the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick. El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be
Welcome back here to the second map of Team Secret versus Oasis. A very one-sided show is what we saw, and hopefully that doesn't continue true. I'm Black and Blue, and with me here is the brother of Miss Eliza Taylor herself, Raph.
You know, please don't. You know what? I don't mind, but at the same time, maybe people might actually confuse us as a brother and sister. But the thing is, I'm not. I'm a clone. You know, you gotta get that right. We are from the multiverse. But again, guys, also another thing, I tied up my hair, man. You know what I mean? I tied up my hair. What an exciting first game it has been. Team Secret really showing why they are on top. And undeniably, they've been brutally efficient at it.
There's one thing you gotta say about these guys, and one thing anybody's gonna remember about these guys. Number one, they are the number one. That's all you really have to remember. Secret proved why they are potentially the best team in APAC. Dubstep proved why he's potentially the best player in APAC as well, and a lot of people voted for him. But more importantly, they also have struggled previously in the local scene. Not much of that showing so far here versus Oasis, ref.
Again, it's an interesting footnote to really bring up, but at the same time, the evolution of Secret has been rapid as well. You know, it's not just the talent and the sheer hard work that the players put into it, it's also the way they mesh with their support staff. Again, these last 2 days, I keep praising the support staff of all these players because I firmly believe we all have players here that are capable of soaring to the top. It's just a matter of R&D and how it's implemented. And I know Black and Blue knows a thing or two about that.
Well, apparently there are many qualms to that, but
absolutely,
at least we are back on here for map number 2. We're just waiting to get on it. If I remember correctly, if I'm not a bum, it should be Haven for map number 2, and yeah, Icebox for map number 3 once more, as we did have in our previous series. But in this case, Ascent, just a one-sided show. I'm looking to see if, you know, they can really answer back here on Haven, and we talked about how sometimes losing in a stomp is less hurtful than like a long drawn out game, as I said, like kind of like a fling or a relationship. You know, if it's real quick, then
wow,
easy done. A long one, that stings, ref.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we did mention about Jet and angles where they have to commit to. Maybe that's the reason why Jets can get away with quite a few things. Good thing we are both Sentinel controller players, so we know a thing or two about holding it down. But talking about holding it down, once again, Secret has the challenge of keeping this momentum up and not letting them not letting it poison them into hubris.
Well, we're about ready to get into the agent select here, Raf. Haven to be played, and this is one of the maps where we've seen one of the most diverse composition pools from all the teams here that we've seen so far play Haven. You can get whatever honestly coming on in. Wits this time on the Sky, Wild Oreo doing the same, Marky on that Jet, and Envy is the one on the Breach with Vash on the Sova on the opposing side. So nothing we actually haven't seen so far. We've had, I don't remember which two teams ran these two compositions against each other, but we've seen these lineups go against each other before. One side having Sky and Sova, the other having Breach and Sky. So there's a lot here for them to both work with. What do you think is going to come out on top?
It is so thematic that Secret has a secret pick, although we know what it is, right? This is just thematic as all hell. But again, talking about compositions, once again, Wits on his signature Sky here. He's looking to do quite a bit of damage. Again, the double initiator has been an absolute baby of Secret. They've been really loving all that advanced information gathering, and they've been capitalizing on it so well. I would say that Secret has one of the strongest, if not the strongest default we have in our scene.
They definitely do, and that's part of the reason why they're so effective and so successful, right? Having that good defaults when you just want to roll things back to what is the basics of the game, that's where you really build on things, and that's why their fundamentals are in tip-top shape here, especially opening map of their entire VCT run for 2022. It's a great showing already here, Raf, and proves why they deserve to be in this spot, as if there were any doubts about that. But it's on Oasis here to try and come back, to make a play and make something happen, bring us into Icebox.
That's right. Again, to find an Oasis first, you must cross many a desert. And that is exactly what's happening to them right now. Hopefully Haven will be true to its name, maybe a safe haven, but for who? Now, I gotta say, again, I have been gushing about production all day long, and the same has been said about yesterday, but my goodness, look how cool this is.
Yeah, look at those reflections. Look at all that post-processing goodness on all the lightings and refractions.
Yes.
Lovely. I love it. Very, very nice.
Yep.
Well,
but for all you tryhards out there, you'd probably turn it off to get as much FPS as you can.
This would look completely flat on a pro gamer's computer. There's no reflections, no lighting. Everything's just a flat texture. if
unless,
the pros
of
were
course.
Unless.
Oh yeah, unless of course you are rocking
all
the ROG gear that we've been throwing at you. You get that. You don't have to make any compromises whatsoever. You get all the advantages in the world. You get to enjoy the game in its beauty, as we are going to be jumping into said game.
That's why you're here, because you know when to throw in the good stuff when we need it the most. And here's more good stuff for you. We're going to map 2.
And that we do. It is going to be a setup phase. Do you see anything different in how these teams are approaching their opening rounds?
At least so far, Not really. Like they both kind of went aggressive on their opening
Right here.
pistols on the attacking side, and we've talked about how B site is such a common site for a team to rush on their attacking pistol here.
Right here.
But that's not what Secret are going to be going for. Instead, though, the wall bang from Envy finds its mark, and Spencer, it does land.
Beautiful flash here. Wild Oreo once again slain by Dubstep. Dubstep could be in a similar situation in the previous map where he heats up, but look at Jesse Bash. He's cleaning house. So many weapons, but Coco, he will have to make him simmer down. Envy is still ways away, but is looking to do a little bit of a pincer movement here. Look at the lurk indeed, and we have Coco in the defender spawn. Still, no Borkum. Not a lot of room, not a lot of Borkum indeed.
Borkum, he's all the way there in the CT spawn, as he said, and he could actually catch Envy off guard if he walks his way to a yard. Yeah, this is gonna work out for him. He's gonna peek on Heaven. He's gonna find Envy and just delete him. Oh, Envy looks his way. The timing, does it work out? Envy knows, but Borkum does as well. A site ripped open. That should be a plant from Team Secret.
And that it should. They have all the space. No more perpetrators on the other side of the world here, but Coco
30
has
seconds
40 HP here. A decent amount of ammo, but maybe the morale is in question here. So again, the odds are against him. But if he keeps dreaming, if he keeps believing, and he finds those isolations, this could be a different story. But not all stories have a happy ending, as Dubstep proves to be the villain he can be.
Great opening round here for Team Secret on the pistol. They did take a hit early on as Envy found 50-50 kill. By 50-50, I mean 50% skill, 50% kind of luck there too as well on that spam. But hey, he plays those shots well and they connect definitely. Team Secret opening with another pistol. Team Secret winning pistol rounds? This is not the Secret
What
I
is
know.
this? That's right, the development, it's crazy. What kind of sick training art did they go to? Hopefully they didn't lobotomize anyone while doing that, as they are going to use that turret to gain just a little bit of an information advantage here. Although they are making their way across the map, not a lot of grass room has been taken by Dispenser. Instead, he has a bit more of a passive position here. They're using their trailblazers and whatnot to just take as much space as you can. Something that I've noticed with Secret too is that they don't really take a lot of map control. They just use as much as they can with what they have.
Yeah, they focus on one part of the map and just completely spear through it is kind of been their game plan. So far, that position looks to be the C site, which little do they know is completely open. Like, you don't even have, they can literally just walk into this. They can go in blindfolded, W key, and they can get the plant. But they don't know that, so you have to take things tactically. Look at this. Ooh, let's clear this out. Shock dart the back side, turret out. Little do they know it's open.
Grenade.
Little do they know it's open. But in turn, Oasis, they do have a healthy retake, or at least somewhat of a healthy retake. That could potentially be in play here. However, really retaking with the pistols they have.
30
not
seconds
the greatest situation in the world, and Wits gets just delayed by a tiny bit. Instead, they go for an open plant here. They know those pistols might have a bit of a deficit in range, but Ripper has found himself in the ideal position to take down Dubstep. Wits will get encompassed here, but Jesse glowing gold with that Champion's Vandal. Ready to rock and roll. He finds one. He anticipates the trade, but the rest of the world, they slay the rest of Oasis. And oh my goodness, those deserts that I've been talking about are still very, very present. Those dunes are very tall.
He has a Champion's Vandal on round 2. What did you expect? Anything less? Nah,
that's right.
He's gonna deliver, and Secret does.
Should I
all
play
of them.
some stars in
Wits
this
has a
reality?
Bulldog. Dubstep, is he gonna confirm that Guardian? No, drops it over. W on the Vandal this time. Can still make this happen. If it's the third round, the economy, rather the arsenal, should favor Oasis, yes, considering how much rifles they have, but Team Secret, they can make work with what little they could potentially have.
That's right. Dubstep brings out the bat, looking to be as great of a detective as the previous people who wore that mantle. Dubstep, though, in his investigations and in his inspections, have found a nobody to resist on B. And this could potentially be a little dangerous for Oasis. They're still operating on a weapon deficit. This retake could go Ori. But don't have a commitment yet on the side of Secret. This time they do throw flashes. No reaction on Oasis side whatsoever. It seems that the seeds of doubt have been planted.
Yeah, they've made their way to the B site, but Oasis not so convinced just yet. It's only Dubstep, though, who's in that deep. And the spike is nowhere near even getting planted right now. It's all the way here at the bottom of grass. So it seems like this play was just to send Dubstep in. It's a bit of a risk, and for now it's could potentially work on out, but he's got to check two angles, both A and C link, and even he himself is not too sure which one to mark for the meantime. Coco realizes there's some presence coming his way, and I think that's going to pull the Oasis defense, but they have to be careful of the lurk catch here from Dubstep on the rotate.
Goodness me, the way that Oasis has been rotating is a telltale sign that they're not too sure. But what is a positive for them is finding all these members. Once again, that was a very intricate play that hasn't really benefited a Secret. Bash could not find that frag as he does fake the plant, but this time has to commit. Has no choice. He does have two of his teammates alive with him. They have to set up some sort of crossfire, but Ripper is red hot. Flash is gonna come through. Maybe Ripper will claim another, and yes, he does. Only missing one to complete the ace.
A flawless round here from Oasis, and that's what they need to get back into the game. Was obviously Secret going for a bit of a bonus there, and with that they took some risk, sending Dubstep with a Vandal all the way to the back of the site there towards Gong. Almost worked out for him, but unfortunately for Secret, Envy snuffs him out and sniffs him right out of the position as well. Oasis, good job, but you're going to need another one to tie this up and force Eco on Secret.
That's right, but again, it is a very precarious for Secret, or rather Oasis, to keep guessing on the defense like this. So far, they haven't established any early round information gathering, and Secret has been playing off of that so well. This time, they split. They send the Jet to lurk towards A. But this could be dangerous. If Dubstep peaks, Marky is here to take revenge on him. He is ready. He even has the support of Wild Oreo. But once again, Secret going for that somewhat aggravating pace where they just kind of slow things down and explode. Secret, they are so good at that off timing. I don't think I've seen a team in our local scene utilize this type of tactic as much.
They have really good timings that has gotten them the distance. Dubstep, good kill. Oh, even though he's half blind, he gets the kill on Wild Oreo as well. Not connecting as much as they thought it would have, I assume. Dispenser here, waiting on the back of the site. Actually on the sewers as Envy finds a double. It's only good for those two, though. They've taken the site now, so the retake is going to have to come in from Oasis. They have that Astro, the Cosmic Divide to use, but Dubstep. You know that Coco's here. He does. And straight out by Wits.
I mean, that's tough, man. He was half blind. You knew, or at least if you were playing, you knew you had a kill. But again, they apply the odds. And Ripperoo looks to do the same and finishes the 1v2 in explosive fashion as he gets yet another round on the board for Oasis. This has been a hard-fought 4 rounds.
The best clutches we've seen in these past 2 days, today and yesterday, have been from Astras by far. We've seen like 3 amazing ones already. There it is. There it goes. Dubstep. It wasn't even really blind at all. Great dodge off of that flash. Flashpoint not even connecting for him, and he certainly turned the timeline around for the meantime, but Ripperoo's the one to end it. Eco round now forced upon Team Secret after Oasis take 2 in a row.
That's right, and Oasis is no slouch, guys. For those who haven't brushed up on their history, Oasis is also one of our fabled teams here. And of course, that should be obvious. They're in VCT, guys. Come on now.
Yeah, every single team here is capable of making this such a difficult run for any other team that's in this group. Every single team formidable. Anyone could be the champion at the end of these 3 weeks we have upon us of VCT. And a tech pause to come on in. Hopefully we get everything settled as the Secret Eco comes in. Well, they've got something to work with. They got those blades on Dubstep, and Vash has got the Hunter's Fury. So if they find a pick or two, this is easily winnable for a team like Secret.
That's right, and we must appease the Southeast Asian Valorant gods. We must give our tribute in the form of tech pause. Now, the good thing about tech pausing on Haven is that there is no food to torture the casters with. And I am very, very happy about that. I don't know about you, man, but I am.
I am very, very hungry. So I appreciate it.
This is what I mean.
Yeah.
It is 6:30, guys. This tech pause could be the perfect opportunity for you to go get some food, maybe order, stay in, you know, have a little chat with a loved one, or do whatever you want. Go start a fire. Not actually a fire in real life. A fire in someone's passion.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. In someone's life, in someone's heart.
Yes. Not literally.
Yeah, not internal combustion. Not here.
Placing
I'm
sentry.
I am hungry. I've only had coffee today, but I'm not the one who has to play a tournament right now, and so for their sake, I'm hoping
true.
Oasis aren't running on fumes here, as I am, because they're going up against Team Secret, and if they want to win this, we're gonna have a long series all the way to the third map. I'm not too sure what the technical pause reason is for. We'll try and ask that. Hey, can someone shout that into our ear? But we'll try and get that information to you once it's online. Never mind, doesn't need to be said, as we're gonna figure this out with our actions. Round going on, Wrath. The fifth potentially should be in Oasis's favor.
Absolutely. Although once again they've had a little bit of issues. Not Marky landing the shot on dubstep. Again, Secret opening will take a little bit of damage on that shock dart.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, what a tease. What a tease indeed. Has been reduced to 26 health. And we have Ripper trying to reinforce Garage here.
Looking down the site, they fully give it on up. That's something uncharacteristic of Oasis, especially here on like the C site. Rolling Thunder comes out just to make things a lot more easier on the swing. Ripper just swipes by bits there. He finds a second, Envy gets it done as well. Backline here for Oasis doing it. Marky found off the open pick to save his operator. That gives Oasis the lead.
And that it does. The question is, the task at hand is to keep this alive. Once again, they have to stove away the drought that has affected them in the previous outing. This time, we might see a little bit of a change up here by Secret. It does look like their defaults are not going to be all that different. I am currently checking the ults, and they still haven't expended that Hunter's Fury. They even have a Cosmic Divide in the back pocket, as grass could be the point of interest that they are going to concentrate on, and nothing is going to be gathered here as Marky looking to get lucky once more to heat himself up with that operator.
Team Secret touching grass as of the meantime.
Amazing.
I mean that literally too. I bumped into Borkin in Boracay once. It was unsuspected, but at least I know that these guys, they get their chill time, they get their leisure moments, because
that's right.
It's going to be a very intense VCT season, as evident by our games already here these past 2 days. While Oreo on the back site, be able to destroy that recon, but the Hunter's Fury is going to apply some pressure. And he finds one while Oreo doing the same. These initiators from the side of Oasis are really shredding apart the Team Secret offense. Coco going double, and Wild Oreo, man, the 5th kill, a flawless one, Raph, from Oasis.
Ooh, and Oasis, have they reached the promised land? 4-2, they take a bit of a hold here against Secret. Secret, they might have to settle for an eco here. And once again, guys, to compress every point we said from the tech pause up until now, get some rest, get good food, enjoy your free time, and that, honestly, mixed with a lot of hard work and dedication to the game, obviously, will produce fantastic players. So don't forget to take care of yourself. That is a PSA.
Yeah. But if you're watching, buckle up, because I have a feeling this could go the distance. Marky operating hand made his way to short.
Oh,
shot not able to land. He finds an opportunity for a second, but it doesn't connect still, Raph.
Again, a little bit of heartbreak there by Oasis. They found that heat. They need to maintain that, otherwise this fire will consume them. The utility is going to get thrown out. Wild Oreo, who has been as wild as he can be, is looking to take a fight here, but he has to be careful. Overextension might occur. We still have a minute left of round to play. And Oasis, they haven't really taken a lot of map control themselves. They still have a lot of stagnant players towards B-Link and C. But Secret, they are, well, true to their name, good at keeping this under wraps.
Flash out towards that sewers, gives them away. I think he already had some idea there, Wits, that they're going to be playing close. On Oreo. Catch him off guard. He's completely blinded by this. They walk into him, but no, he's able to dodge it actually and still get the kill before going down. If he finds a double, a triple, a fourth, why don't you? There it goes, as advertised. 5-2. Oasis building upon this lead.
And that they are. Secret, this is the time where they hit the lab, hit whatever strategy book they have in hand. and somewhat open up Oasis, because as the moment they entered, once again, prophesied the promised land, they have not let go. And this is such a good sign. Maybe this is their ticket to the way up. They even have a good arsenal here. They're
Swarm grenade.
They have a lockdown and a cosmic divide, and even have skies on the ready. They have honestly the option to play retake here.
They have the utility to do that as well. Borkum finds an opening pick on the Wild Oreo. That's a big hit to the Oasis defense. They've got the lockdown here, and they have that cosmic divide, as you said, to play that retake. So that could be the game plan. Here comes out the aftershock. They're using that Dave. Marquis only able to find one, not able to dash out into safety as Dispenser betrayed and secures that nobody's going to be walking out of CT. The plant should be able to go down, but they're kind of hesitating. They know that Oasis can just throw a bunch of bolts at their face.
That's right, and we even have Envy. He has the Rolling Thunder here. Rather, it is going to be Coco setting up the post plant already. And, or rather, trying to deny the post plant. My goodness. The Rolling Thunder is going to come out. It is going to tag most of Secret here. The question is, can they tag it out? Oh dear, and they find one. Oh, they find two. However, he salvages the situation. If you spray control, oh my goodness, you are a heartbreaker for Oasis, but no, it is not meant to be, at least for the moment. Dispenser, quick to recover, gets that gun, picks it up, and Oasis, oh dear.
That should not have been around, that secret one. Crucial mistake. Perhaps they could have placed, you know, a star there towards that C-long, the wind, the pocket, that will, you know, pull Wits into the lockdown. It's normally what you would do, and they still had 3 stars on Ripper, so by all means they could have. One smoke on long, one on sewers, and then that 3rd star to pull him on in, but it doesn't go that way. Wits, a great play from him. That would have not been a round, that secret one, without his endeavor there.
That's right, but the ult economy is still very, very good for Oasis. They do have that cosmic divide ready to shatter any expectations here. They're still looking to recover from whatever loss they experienced in that previous round. But once again, the symptoms are the same. Not a lot of early information, barring Marky here. And he is kind of playing with Borkum. Borkum has to find the correct timing here. He does use the stars to create a bit of a distraction. Marky still holding strong, holding patient. Seems to have sniffed out the fact that they love to put Borkum here. And my goodness, Borkum, he forces him out. But Marky is too quick as he capitalizes on that. And that is going to be the controller out of the equation with 50 seconds left.
Very difficult. And to try and challenge Marky when he's got an operator in his hands. Back, recon on out. The Ripper is going to find the kill here on Dubstep. Dispenser does the same on the Wild Oreo, going 1-for-1, but it's down to a 4v3. Wits, blind for the most part, is able to recover as Envy does take him out. Marky finds the second in the round, and it should be a quick cleanup job on Vash. He's going down 6-3. Oasis continue this lead, Raph, and they're playing real good here on this defensive Haven side.
Absolutely. This is the form that they were going into the year with and started the year with. Now we are the VCT. We did see them stumble a little bit in their previous series, but it seems that they picked themselves up there holding on to this. I love that Marky didn't go for any over-aggression here. Although Dispenser did find Wild Oreo super early in that fight, it did not dissuade Oasis. As once again, we are going to have a little bit of a podcast. Hello guys, welcome to the Tech Pause.
Yes, the hypest and most awaited moment of this broadcast. Tech pauses, yes.
I know the crowd loves them.
Yeah, where you guys can, you know, chill out, listen to us instead of having obviously the best teams play out in front of you. Who wants to watch that? You guys just would rather look at this skyline. Yes.
Oh yeah, no, the players, they're the side attraction. This is what we come for.
Yeah.
How long can we keep the tech pause up? Again, guys, jokes aside, thank you, League Ops and everybody involved, to giving everybody the smoothest experience. You know, for the viewers, for the players, and everyone involved. That's just big kudos to all our unsung heroes, really.
Where does Haven even take place? We're like at some temple, it looks like, almost. I'm not sure.
There's a tree and a rock. That could be anywhere, man.
That could be maybe somewhere on Earth. Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
That'd be a good distinction. Are there off-planet maps? Not yet, I think.
Question mark is the question. Are we gonna have an alien agent?
Ooh.
Question mark.
I want that. We got robots. We need aliens, and eventually
Alien robots.
Alien robots. Yes.
Ah, we got those.
Yeah. Technical pause.
Once again, guys. Oh man, you know what? This is a good time for, well, unintentionally at least, for these teams to just relax. You know, again, the tension of playing in such a grand stage could get to you, could really hurt your performance. But looking at the game right now, Oasis does have a very, very healthy buy, and this could honestly be potentially yet another round.
At the very least, you know, during a technical pause, you can't talk. It's not like a tactical pause where you can talk to your coach and stuff, but well, that might not be the reset they're going to get. They will get the mental reset of just, you know, taking a breather, having maybe sipping some water, eating some popcorn, brushing their teeth. I don't know, whatever they got to do in the current moment.
Brush your teeth.
Yeah, so
gosh, guys, do it.
Do it twice
but
a day.
Anyway,
and floss.
Read the rules. Yes, read the rules, guys. Again, that honestly is a pitfall with some teams. Sometimes they forget to brush up on the rules, but please, guys, exercise the muscle of reading. Do that so you don't waste games and time and everything. But again, here we are, VCT with Team Secret squaring off against Oasis as we once again enjoy the scenery.
Let's talk about how Oasis have actually been turning things up. They've been really good at receiving the aggression that they expect from Team Secret, and that's where they've been making their mark, and that's where they're up now 6-3. You can see that while they might go forward a bit and dip into the fight, a lot of times after getting a pick, their immediate reaction is fall the hell back or completely retreat. You just do not want to, if you maybe get the pick on dubstep, sure, yeah, but you do not want to deal with basically the rest of his homies coming up to, I guess, get some retribution for him. So we're going now into the round number 10. The tech pause is done, and they're going to go to the site. Oh, so close. Shred them apart. Farm these boys while Oreo is
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
And it looks like we have yet another quick round, but Borkum will find a little bit of a consolation there with Envy. Doing a little bit of economic damage, but the rifles, the ops, they will stay where they belong. And the lead, it grows. And looking awfully a lot better for Oasis here.
Great farm there by the double initiators.
One enemy remaining.
Mid position towards the grass. And Oasis, they're at 7 rounds already here. We're at round 11. They could pile this on 9-3. I don't think the curse could come back at them, but who knows? It's Team Secret they're up against. Rifles abound. And look, they are all either a single or 2 ultimate orbs away from their ults, aside from Vash, who's like 3.
That's right. Again, the ult economy life is definitely hard for such a valuable ult like Sova's. One thing we have to take a look at, though, is that Oasis, although they do have quite a bit of advanced information now, they haven't really made any adjustments towards their defense, and Secret still hasn't snuffed it out. I'm not entirely sure what the philosophy or the mechanics of this matchup are, at least at the very deep minds of the players, but Coco, he will get shocked for his troubles, as a Trailblazer will have a little bit of a bite on Envy.
Very slow attack now from Team Secret, taking things at a snail's pace. A while ago, they lived in the philosophy of a hare, of a rabbit. Now it's a turtle. That's right. It might be the right call, though. As they dash on into the side dubstep, he's melting in that swarm, and he has to escape somehow. Witz gets a kill wrap, and Dispenser, he follows up. Dubstep, okay. When it seems so dire and they execute, they make it work out, and they've taken the site.
That's right.
30 seconds left.
Secret, they look to take a little bit of extra leeway and a little bit of room away from Oasis, as there is a bit of an attack from too long. The defender from Garage is ready to rock and roll here. It's Marky with the Operator. He has to deal with one fast, because you know how Operators can be so unwieldy in retakes. And that's it. Wild Oreo gets traded out by Dubstep. Now they're focusing all their attention on Marky. All they have to do is to not pick him one by one. The dash is going to confuse him just a tiny bit. Secret. Oh my goodness, Wits. You scare me once more. But Marky, he is making a stand. He has to run. Dubstep finds the perfect timing. Barely perfect. As Marky, the hunt is on, as Jesse, true to his agent, will close it out.
Almost
Last
escapes there
round
with
in
the
the half.
operator. Unfortunately, Marky could not land the shots. Wits playing with fire a bit. Fortunate he isn't burned by that. Look at this. The two initiators from Team Secret. A single orb away from their ultimate. On Oasis'
love
side.
ducks.
I mean, they got that Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide. Lots of ultimates potentially to be thrown out here in this final round. I mean, it's the time to do it. We're gonna have one hell of a round 12, ref.
Oh, that's right. Again, I got a little distracted from the sprays here, but something that people have to take note is that this map is famously known as an attacker-sided one. Secret, they are, once again, fumbling just a tiny bit. Hopefully the recovery is a little more graceful than this, as they are engaging in yet another gun round. And as you mentioned, these ults, they are getting closer and closer. We already have most of the high-impact ones ready and waiting. But Coco, who is also doing the same, might actually not get snuffed out. Oh my goodness, that was such a close call. And he swings, but Secret, they maneuver themselves out of that gravity well. Coco might look to reposition here, yet another 2v1. But Borkum, he sees him. What an adjustment he finds Coco. The C side looking a little more vulnerable. And the rotations from Oasis a little bit ways away. It is gonna come through the form of a flank. But Dubstep finding that breach, eliminating him from contention. Borkum chimes in, finds Waldorio. But Marky and Ripper, they want to equalize this. They don't want to go down without a fight. The Hunter's Fury, it comes out. But Dubstep, once again, a chef. 1v1 with the Jett. A bit of an anime battle, but no, Jesse! He hits him with the Hunter's Fury again.
He trails him all the way. There, he knew, he was like, okay, you're in garage. I'm gonna throw it out there, and he lands and connects. Job from Vash. At least get into that 5th round before the half ends. The Oasis, they're still the lead here right now, Raph, and they're on the attacking side. Arguably, formerly at least, the better side here on Haven, but it just hasn't been that way recently here in the VCTPH. We've seen more teams do better on the defense here on Haven, if anything.
That's right. Again, the meta shift, it will come in ways that a lot of people won't expect. Sometimes it comes around people discovering new things. And one thing that has been pretty popular, or at least for a good amount of our teams here, to just completely let go of B. Just play retake on that. And might be a good sign for most of these teams. But Dispenser, he is going to be holed up in garage here. Doesn't really have a lot of support from his teammates, although the stars are going to come through. They're trying to lay Oasis. Oasis, they take a more careful and measured approach, but look how deep Team Secret is in their spawn.
Secret? No secret to who these guys are, but sure, Oasis want to keep him guessing. Marky, he dashes into the garage, takes it, but he doesn't have that dash out. Coco! Oh, that could be a bad whiff, if anything. That's that kill. And Coco is able to actually convert, okay, and he stays alive too. It somehow works for him, Raph, at the end.
That's right, they shoo away the spirit of Ben Simmons, who's now in net. Anyway, back to the game here. Jesse Vash, the utility master, banking it off, looking like Timmy D. Once again, hits the post up, hits the recon dart, he fights one, but Oasis, they come alive. 2v1 rather. Marky and Coco, they are a sneeze away from death. As Dispenser, one right click is all it takes, but does he check? Does he check?
No, he doesn't.
Nah.
Coco gets it, and somehow that detrimental whiff became a completely positive force in the end. The butterfly effect, sometimes you think it's a negative, but that's why you don't want to change the pass. As you said, both of them very low, a sneeze away from death, although that's... But Jesse Vash holding on for 2 on the round. Coco gets a 3rd. Great job here from Oasis. They win they win this pistol rather. They didn't win the opening pistol from a while ago, but they did now. And this is looking like potentially map. Actually, I'm not gonna jinx it. We're just gonna get there. Technical pause in.
Yes. Well, welcome to the technical pause. Once again, may I reintroduce you to who we are? My name is Raph. This is Black and Blue.
And
I hope you guys are
with
sitting
the TPP Technical Pause Podcast.
Hey. Whoever gets those ideas, you heard it here first.
Yeah.
You heard it here first.
Wait, let me what do you call this?
Don't do it.
Let me trademark that.
Yeah, that's right. Director, please take that. But again, guys, talking about the game here, Oasis, they're definitely postured, capitalizing on the swing. Secret, although they've been notorious at stealing rounds away, specifically this one, haven't really cracked the code for Oasis, at least for this map, and maybe, just maybe, we might see a map 3.
8-5. Man, map 3 is looking hopeful for Oasis fans out there. I gotta say,
that's right.
Lots of you in chat. Won't name any, but I see you. I see you guys.
We see you
supporting both sides. I can respect that, at the very least.
Right. Again, guys, we are championing the development of our scene as a whole because once again, we got a lot of whiz-bang players from all over. And, well, we know what else we got in plenty. The tech pause. So again, guys, just a quick reminder that this is done for the experience of everybody involved, viewer, caster, and of course, our very, very important players.
I don't think it's for caster, if anything. If anything, just kind of makes our job harder. But it's okay. It's part of the job. If you can't deal with the tech pause, I love it. If you can't deal with the tech pause, you don't deserve to be here. So
that's right. Absolutely. Don't deal with it, man.
Deal with it.
Right?
Observer, I'd appreciate if point that down a bit. Yeah, there. That's a bit more.
Keep it family friendly, man.
You know,
gosh.
I actually think the observer is a how do you say this? A woman. So she has good taste. Is all I'm gonna say.
Yes, and again, a lot of good taste in everywhere. But the technical pauses, once again, I'll bring it up. It's a little sour. Talk about sour. I am hungry, man. I am kind of hungry. It is. It's 6:50 p.m. or at least in this multiverse universe.
For the moment, at least if you're watching this live and in somewhere in Southeast Asia, for the very least, as Oasis versus Team Secret once again. I'm gonna say it's a slugfest, but not a slog fest by any means.
Absolutely. Again, every game we've had has been super entertaining. A lot of surprises on the way, or rather all the way up to this point. But we have become so familiar with this. We have become so familiar with this. One thing that I am not familiar of is... Ooh. Oh, never mind. That is going to be reserved for the next episode of the Technical Pause Podcast. Once again, guys, welcome back to the game. And here we are.
Yeah, thank you for closing that segment off, just so everyone's aware, those may be listening by radio. For the meantime, Team Secret, all they've got to work with is the Marshall, but Dubstep, he's proven deadly to that, and Thrifty as well. Flash out by Wits. Oh, unfortunate. He's not able to get one. Little did he know Wild Oreo is just there on top, free for him to take. It doesn't go his way.
That's right. And Wits, again, a lot of utility being removed from the board here. Oasis doing a good job of keeping this as safe of a play as they can, using quite a bit of utility to stave off Team Secret from re-aggressing on this position. And they have quite a bit of avenues here to take from, but they do expect quite a bit of resistance from Garage. That is not the case, as Dubstep is the lone man on the stage. How long can you keep up this defense? And the answer is not very long, as Marky using the weapon superiority to clear it out. We do have a little bit of a flank guard here by Coco. We know, or rather they know what Team Secret loves to do, and they are putting a stop to that.
Coco? He spots him out because of the turret, giving away Vash's intent, and punishes him. Morcom able to find a take with
player standing.
Always it feels bad if you're on the receiving end. Wild Oreo is going to take that frag free on the Spencer. Easy kill for him. 9-5 Oasis. If they get this bonus, we could be having a bonus map in the pool.
That's right. That's right. And although things have been a little disjointed on more fronts than one, teams are still looking to make this as cohesive as possible. Again, beautiful cleanup by Oasis. It seems that they are repairing all those holes that they displayed in their previous game. They found the opening picks, but this time around, the follow-up is even better.
Going for the grass push here. They're gonna try and take some things close as they are on that bonus. So they got SMGs and playing on the B side. Everything's close up, and Marky's gonna get caught off while he's trying to fall down from the heavens here. Behind the gong, the Spencer was waiting, but not for too long. The trade did come on in. Here comes the plant. They're not going to be able to deny that for the meantime. They do got some things to work with here for the retake, as these rifles are going to come on in. Orca finding a double. Envy, a quad kill on him. It's down to a 1v1, Raph.
1v1 indeed. And the blood, the pressure. Everything, tensions rising, but Coco! He bites onto the bait. The hunter lays its trap, finds its prey, undoubtedly. And just a little bit of a double tap. Don't ruin the pelt. Keep the trophies. Jesse Bash, just making sure those zombies don't come to life.
9-6. Coco, he fell for that bait. Hook, line, and sinker, man. You could wait, a few seconds just to infer he doesn't have a half defuse, but tried to get the timing right for him. Jesse Bash, one step ahead. That was the bonus, though, by Oasis, and by all means, it was a good bonus. They got the plant, they got 4 kills, and they, by God, almost won the round itself. So, Team Secret, they're put on check right now.
That's right. They have to keep them honest here. Just can't exercise their will willy-nilly, as Dubstep will have to burn that dash, that coveted dash, to avoid the gravity well. It seems Wild Oreo has been discovered. Still not dissuaded. Wits finds one. Can he have a counter flash? No, that guiding light will not save him, as Envy will find that trade onto him, but Dubstep still has not been shooed away from the sewer position. Somebody send some help, as Marky is getting peppered away. And those shots, they will add up. Marky lives for another day. We have Envy here. They will coalesce towards A main. Does look like we don't have a lot of aggressive flanks here by Secret. We do have one postured towards B main, and that's going to be Dispenser. The majority of their bulk is going to be in A. And Oasis, it does look like they're kind of playing into it, but Secret, they're not really sure of this information. We do see Dispenser clearing it out, but the stars have been set. Will they align is the question.
They have their stars set up to potentially blow this galaxy wide open. Here comes a pull. Not really gonna catch anybody. Marky's gonna be set vulnerable by his own team's gravitational pull. Well, keep him there for the meantime. Marky down very low, as you said. He's been peppered this entire round. As he did drop some salt on his own. Here comes a retake though. Dubstep with a wall bang on the Ripper is able to get with the Guardian. High Pen is really going to help him out in this case. But that lockdown is going to keep him at bay. This is going to buy them more than enough time to try and re-secure themselves. But can they hold it off from the final push of Team Secret?
That is yet another conundrum that they have to deal with. As the firing squad, they line up. Jesse could have clutched, but no is denied by Envy. And Oasis, they touch double digits here. 10-6. Secret, they are yet another back foot as they are forced to relegate themselves on an eco. And Oasis revitalized. Look at mighty impressive.
One enemy
Very
remaining.
nicely done here from the side of Envy. That stun was perfect. As soon as they knew he was coming out of CT, he threw it out. They were stunned and they were shaken, stirred as well. Team Secret once on an eco again. Oasis, man. 10-6. Looking at taking 11th round. Can't get complacent though. This is Secret they're up against. They can never get too easy on a pistol in an eco round like this. Dubstep peeking for the classic. Able to what? That hit him somehow from that range. A one shot. He's able to go for a double kill. And things are equalized now. 3v3, but no guns to be retrieved for Secret.
Oh my goodness, I feel like Oasis kind of bit into this too. They will use all those ults and all that utility to close this out. But Marky, he is styling on everybody but Borkum. Sneaky boy. Wild Oreo will secure the man advantage here, and they use those rifles to re-navigate. Very aware of the rounds here, but they are going to leave a few rifles behind. Spencer will not be willing to make that gamble, and I think they hear his footstep clash on those wood boards, and I don't even think... Oh no, maybe I thought wrong. What a read here. But the stars, like I said, they have to align. He has to get so lucky. They don't even deep-clear this. And they find one! Wild Oreo on the cusp. Or rather, Dispenser. So close, yet so far as Oasis. They snag this away once more.
Envy. He's closing out the round, but that was quite expensive for Oasis. Fortunately for them, they've got... Actually, no, they don't even have a full buy for this round. They're going to probably have to drop like a Bulldog here, the Ripper. Marky's got blades. Okay, they can drop the rifle because Marky's got his blades, but no, he's going to actually hold on to them. Will he invest? Won't he? What will he use? Let's find out in this episode of Valorant VCT. Yes. Secret, they got the operator in Dubstep's hands. They mean business.
And that they do. As Dubstep looks to be as heroic as he can be. Dispenser finds Wild Oreo. First to strike. First to find blood. Set. Didn't get. That round win. And Borkum and Wits, they chime in. Coco is the first to frag on the side of Oasis, keeping these signs of life alive. But 4 players, they're still up and running. Dubstep still on that up. Coco and Envy will be the tandem to remove Dispenser. The Rolling Thunder is gonna come. But Borkum, how long can he stay alive? Not for very long, as Coco will make sure of that. Suddenly reduce the 2v2 situation, but look at the hell.
Yeah.
Look at the hell.
They're halfway into the Grim Reaper's boat. And here they come, Jesse Baptist way. They're still choosing to fight even low HP, and they're gonna get cleaned up. 11-7 is the scoreline. Quite convenient for Oasis here, but they've got to shop for a bit more if they want to close this game out. Not really able to afford the full arsenal that they would want here for round number 19.
Bit of a highlight here, Envy. 26. The server clearing menace has been reawakened here. Envy very, very close to finding glory for his team, or at least setting it up. Jesse, rather the rest of Team Secret, they do buckle up. They find a little bit of footing there. But now, as you mentioned, this operator is still in the hands of Dubstep, although they didn't find success in the previous round. That is going to be an X Factor, but look how deep Marky is. Borkum will easily clean him up. Coco is going to be a victim of this hold. Borkum finds a second for himself. But again, guys, this is going to be an eco. The swing may not be totally in favor of Oasis, but this is just a big, big freebie here.
Yeah.
Ripper should find one.
Last player standing.
Envy takes the round to at least, get 2 kills, but he's going to be taken out by Wiz here. So, good retake on the site. They got the plant, so by all means, okay, decent eco. Not a great one, but not a bad one either. 2 kills and the plant. Hey, that's something to go off of. Oasis, they have a gun round now, and they have to convert. They let Team Secret bring this 11-9, then things could come crashing down, and that's not something you want to give to Team Secret. So tactical timeout called here by Oasis.
Okay. That's right. The black and white that they need to recolor their worlds here, as that eco didn't really get too much value out of that. Or at least, it's okay. It's one of those things where if it happened, cool. If it didn't happen, even better for Secret. But looking at Secret right now, I'm not entirely sure the importance of this tiny tidbit of information, but I don't think Oasis has heard a single shot from Dubstep yet. They might just overplay their hand here in one of the sites, and if they're so unlucky to run into Dubstep, then that could spell doom, at least for this momentum swing. But at the very least, their economy is looking mighty impressive, and we are going to have a full gun round.
They have to convert this. Dubstep's on that op, who's been having a relatively quieter game than what we saw from map number 1 on Ascent. Secret, they're no slouch on Haven, yes, but this is Oasis's best map. It wouldn't look that way a while ago when they were facing Action PH, but Action are also just on a tear right now, no matter what map they're playing, so it's kind of hard to take that at face value, especially that being maybe their warm-up game for Oasis. Team Secret right now, you can see they're going to send Dubstep here to the sewers, try and get an aggressive peek, but the entire Oasis squad is going for a C-split.
That it is. They're fairly interested here, but Secret, they are doing their best to get as many, at least advanced positions here towards A. Once again, just utility stopping from anyone entering B here. Their rotations are going to be nice and safe, as Oasis hasn't established any lurk threat on this attacker side as of the moment, but they are looking to go with an iron fist on this C side, but Borkum, he opens that, unfurls it. They lose such an important member. Spencer thinking about popping it, and yes, he does. He will commit to this, and he will find a spot. That is going to push them maybe into Wits. Wits, will he hear the footsteps, though, as Oasis, they are once again quite bunched up here. They are not dissuaded whatsoever, though. That lockdown has passed. This cosmic divide will too eventually. And that recon dart is not going to find anyone at all.
It's a 4v4, which typically does favor the attacking side, because the defense will be split up no matter which site you decide to stack up and go to on the attack. So Bash. No more utility for him to play on. Spencer here hiding. He gets him through the smoke. The timing works out for him, even without any utility placed. Spencer going for another peek. He gets a double, not good for a third, as Bash was able to clean up house on the remaining C-Long players. That is another round for Team Secret to close out the gap.
11-9. The heat, it is piling on. Oasis once again. Potentially a little bit of a crumble. But Secret also capitalizing so well. Again, it's just a little too close to call right now. Anyone can win. It's the craziest thing. Spencer having a valiant hold and using all that time to delay. Could have found more, but was enough to drag them through. And it does look like Oasis, they've seemed to relegate the taking at least advanced positions on this attacker side somewhere else. It seems that they are much more interested in brute force, as Dubstep misses and Wits falls. The support wasn't there. It does look like they've laid claim to A main, but there is going to be a little bit of resistance here as soon as that smoke dissipates. But yet another shot missing. Crucial as Jesse is going to fall. And Secret, they might crumble. Marky finds all 3 frags.
He's styling on them right now, Rat. He's taking the operator as well. It'd be good for a 4th. The Spencer's gonna shut Envy down. That's a lot of initiating power taken off here, but still a 4v2. Able to retrieve the rifle at the very least, and they should be able to get the plant down. Borkum going into Astro Fork right in front of them. Very dangerous spot, but he has no carry the road. He makes Marky miss. He finds a frag. Won't be able to find a second. The retake here from Secret. So deadly. So tense. He pulls out the classic right click coming from Borkum, connects on the Ripper, but he's got to reload. Does he know that Coco's here? No, he doesn't. Does Coco bring Oasis to match point?
So close.
Match point.
They can taste it. It's Secret, they're put on the ropes. This second map, Oasis is looking to steal this away. But we are going to be slowed down to a crawl here. And it does look like Oasis Iron Fist on this offense. Oh my goodness. It's looking unstoppable.
Now they have to convert. 3 rounds is their cushion. They do not want this to go into overtime because we know that Secret, that is where they live. That is where they score in those dire moments. Push on out. Force any aggression from Secret on this A-long position out and try and play your own game is what Oasis is trying to do right now. You scout out that sewers. Know that there should be a player there. Dubstep is going to fall back. No more operator for him this round.
That's right. That is going to make these defensive lines a little thinner as Ripperoo finds the crack in the armor. Jesse Vash is quick to patch it up, finding Ripper, potentially removing another one, but no. He runs out of Hunter's Fury here, but Dubstep living on a thread. So close here. Found the lead as well. They are still holding on to this A. On this A site, rather, as Oasis, they are very stubborn. They're not rotating away. They're not shying away from the fight, not the resistance. And Dubstep has been tempted by fate, tempted by that scan. Oh, dear me. Still, the God spot has not been cleared out. Wild Oreo doesn't have a Trailblazer to give. He does have a guiding light. And will it flash? Still not really helping the case on the guess, but that is information nonetheless.
Here comes a rolling thunder to bring the storm, and Jesse Bash is able to answer back for 1, and Dubstep's going to go down. He was already low in the first place. Wild Oreo opening things up here on the site. Down to a 3v2. They do have the Cosmic Divide on Borkum, and it's about Borkum time, but he's completely blind from Envy. What a great clash from him. All on Dispenser, and he's going to be dispensed. Envy takes the round. Oasis take the map. We're going to Icebox.
Oh my goodness, and the magic. It's there, it's alive, and it's undeniable as we have a series on our hands.
What a performance here coming from Oasis on map number 2. Their map pick, Haven, is where they wanted to make their mark, and we are all witnesses to the Oasis primetime show. We thought that this is going to be a secret game. I mean, we predicted 2-1 at the very least, but lots of people thought that this is going to be secret. Now we're just going to wash through this. But no, this is the VCTPH. This is the top 8, and every single team in this top 8 can win this entire shebang. We're going to check out some of the highlights, some of the stats here before that as well, to really tune in to the deeper side of the game. 1.3 KDA for Borkum, but it's Envy. We got to be looking at 2.5 and 30 bomb he drops.
They rally behind their initiator, and true to his name, they find breaches in absolutely every category. They do outdamage them. The headshot percentage, I think this is the first time we've seen it go above 30 as a whole. But oh dear me, Secret. They gotta dig deep now because Oasis, they are fired up.
Look how many rounds they won off of kills. They have 13 rounds, and 11 of those were won from kills. Only 2 from the actual plant, and that's, you know that they mean business. They don't come here to play nice. They don't want to play tactically. We want to destroy anybody in front of us. Secret, well, they were on the receiving end. They had some good moments here, but Dubstep's been having a colder game, and when that happens, he's your only duelist, and if the rest of the team can't pick up that slack, then they're going to struggle. But it isn't his fault. It isn't his fault because they also have to support him to be able to enable him to do that. And at the same time, Oasis have been doing a good job of making sure he doesn't get that momentum. They know he's opping here towards A main potentially. They're going to stun that. They're going to drone it out and make sure that he doesn't get that free peek. So learning some of their lessons from the mistakes that happened on Ascent, they applied immediately here on Haven.
Right, and the pressure is on once again. Oh man, I mean, what is there to say about the series so far? None of it has disappointed at all, and everybody has been kept on their toes. Like, this is a long night and a very, very enjoyable series for everybody who's watching.
Yeah, it's, if you're not entertained, then I don't know what will. Maybe you're just quite a mood person, but we are going to be going into a break. When we come back, final map of the final series here of the day, VCT day number 2. We'll see you guys in a bit.
But don't look too amused. This is her queendom. Please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, and Hef is coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. Queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests of the broadcast. I hope you've been having fun because this series, they've been turning it up to 11. Once again, my name is Raf, and I am joined by the most overpowered two-tone combo known to man, Black and Blue. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Thank you, brother of Miss Eliza Taylor. I'm doing really good right now, and I am very excited to get this map going. Not because I am hungry for food, but because I'm hungry for great Valorant games. And we're getting a really, really entertaining series here so far. And we're going to Icebox, map of the Philippines. This is the map that, I mean, Team Secret, they put Gambit on notice, being up 13-6. If you're Oasis, you'd be feeling the shivers right now.
You should be feeling the shivers, but what Oasis has done is that they have defied expectations already for, quite a lot of people who are non-believers, and Oasis fans, they make that known. Now, Icebox, like you mentioned, this is where gods have bled. Oasis, if they take this away, oh my goodness, it has been the first couple of days, but it has been all upsets, or at least mostly upsets.
Yes, it's been a very big turnaround from map number 1 into map number 2. They came back on Haven like it was nobody's business but their own, and they kept Secret away from it for the most part, and just a lot better of a showing coming from Oasis there. Lots of adjustments that we saw. They're really good at receiving the aggression coming from the side of Team Secret, and more importantly, when they got to the attack in the second half, they're really good at making sure the operator in Dubstep's hands wasn't as effective as Team Secret would want it to be, and that's what they need to do here, especially on a map like Icebox once more.
That's right, and again, we know that aside from Dubstep, we do have quite a contingency in the form of Wits. Wits has been absolutely explosive. You can't truly stop that man, except contain him, and that's what Oasis did. Again, that was a game that was, I would say, too close for comfort, because the swing potential on those rounds that Team Secret won were still very much prevalent. But again, the denial by Oasis, my goodness, they made a series. I'm pretty sure they've entertained every single one of us.
Yes, this is already a very entertaining day. But Raf, if I've learned anything these past 2 days, and hell, even the entire year last year for year 1 of VCT,
oh boy.
Well, the only thing you can expect is the unexpected. The only thing you can assume is going to happen is an upset at this point. And who knows, this might be the biggest upset we're going to have at least this weekend, or who knows, we might have even more. But we've had upsets yesterday. We've had upsets today. You think we're going to end today on an upset, or are you sticking with the 2-1 prediction a while ago on panel for Secret's favor?
My prediction has already gone awry as I've lost that 2-0, but I stuck with Secret. I've stuck with them since Adroit. I have no intention of, stopping my support, as I claim that they're going to win this series. Oh god, please don't jinx it, Raf.
Raf going with the answer of the heart. Now, I would want to, always, I guess, put up the underdogs. That's a team I kind of want to support in this case, but something tells me, their Secret have something in the bag for Icebox. They're a great team on Icebox. Oasis aren't bad on it. I'm not going to say that, but it's not their best map by far. It's about like mid or higher tier of their map pool, but it's no Haven of theirs, right? And that is a bit of a concern when Icebox is one of the best maps that Secret have played internationally at the very least. Locally, that's a different story. That's where we are right now, and we're kind of just waiting to get into the Adrian Select in just a bit. But you guys, let us know. We've been talking about our opinions. Let us hear yours if you guys, or you Secret, Oasis, huge fan bases. Honestly, from the 8 teams that we got here, they probably have the 2 of the biggest fan bases of any other team aside from maybe like Bren. So yeah, I'm sure you guys would love to toss your opinions in. Let us know.
They'll let us know. They're gonna let us know.
I'm sure
they
they
are not
already
gonna
are.
be quiet about it. And you know what? That's how we like it. Support your team in all the ways you can. And my goodness, don't forget to not be fickle, obviously, because a lot of teams, again, this could potentially be unrelated to the teams we're watching right now. They will have their ups, they will have their downs. It's really just up to you if you're, willing to stick with a rebuild and whatnot. But again, I think I might be getting a little too ahead of myself, because these 2 teams, they are juggernauts in their own right. As I mentioned, Oasis is already a storied team themselves, has picked up a multitude of rosters, but the core has remained relatively the same. Meanwhile, Secret on the opposite end of the spectrum, they change but one player at a time.
Yeah, that's what has been the winning, I guess, recipe for Team Secret so far. But we're going to Agent Select to really see how the show will go down, what agents we will have on the board when all is said and done, which pieces are going to go against each other. For the side of Oasis here on Icebox, well, seems like they're going to be going for Ripper on that Viper as expected, but the big thing that we really got to talk about here, Raph, Chamber on Wits. I think this is really smart for them.
I like this pick. I like this pick a lot. And who doesn't want to see Wits on an op? Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Come on now. And I'm glad that they are honestly brave enough to try out, or at least experiment with their lineup, because we already know Icebox is a map where we have a very, very defined meta in. And it does look like both teams are willing to change it up. We even have a Raze, which is fairly uncommon, although it does have its merits.
What's interesting is that they're using a Raze with a Jet. A lot of teams would use a Raze with a Reyna instead, because then you still have that Leer, you still have a flash. This composition means they do not have a single flash for any of those tough moments that they just gotta brute force things their way in. But they do have the Chamber, which in many ways, you kind of play like a duelist, but you also, obviously, he's a Sentinel. He's more of a Sentinel with dueling powers as opposed to a duelist with Sentinel powers, I guess, depending on how you play him, depending who you ask. But if there's a map to pull him out, Icebox is one of them, Breeze could be the other. And so, for the former, that's what we see here right now.
Yeah, Breeze. I hope we get to see Breeze. I think we need to see a lot more Breeze in this region, if I'm being honest with you. But again, the way the Chamber is, unlike other Sentinels, they try to push you away. They want you to stay away. Chamber is the type of Sentinel that has no qualms of letting enemies play into him. Again, he does have that Headhunter and that Fable Tour de Force that we've seen time and time again rip apart teams.
That's really such a big thing that a lot of teams who have gone up against a Chamber here in VCTPH have struggled facing a Chamber every single time. We've seen it like twice on Split already, and both teams really struggled on that. But we're going now. Map number 3, Team Secret versus Oasis. Kicking it off into Pistol. Whoever wins this map takes the series and goes up further, at least in their group, over the other.
Again, the double Sentinel on the side of Secret here could potentially slow down their attack, though, as is the nature of having a Chamber on. A lot of lurking potential. Not really a lot of utility that you can provide, at least on face value, right? Right now, we are going to see First Blood once more on the side of Dispenser, finding Ripper, and that is going to be quite a bit of a denial. But Marky on the trade in tandem with that shock dart, as Wild Oreo is here to chime in. Has a recon flyby over his head, but Dubstep can't find anything. And it is now reduced to Borkum and Vash versus the rest of Oasis.
Well, they're all very low. Coco will have heal in about 20 seconds. So that's something that they can at least, keep in mind. But that's only going to heal one. They're going to have to wait a lot more to be able to heal 2 of them up. That's not a good prospect to be in as of the moment. It's Team Secret. Okay, coming here on the push. Borkum found. They still give the kill away to Coco. That lets him now just run their way all the way here to the B site. Bash has given away his position. He gets a kill on the Marquee, but Envy's not going to let that last too long. No hijinks here. Oasis take the opening pistol again, Raf.
Could you put this as a secret curse? But honestly, Oasis played that beautifully. They understood that they all had low health. They capitalized on the fact that Vash had to pick a target. He knew, he was aware. Once again, Oasis using this information to their advantage here, despite losing that Viper super early. Right now, we are going to see a very early rifle by Marky here. Last time we saw this happen, not the greatest fortunes were put onto Oasis.
Let's see for ourselves if misfortune is going to happen once more. Borkum, very aggressive push here with a very aggressive wall as well. This should alert them that, there should be a player close here towards Oasis's side. So knowing that, try and pull back, leaving Marky to be the sole player here, but he has no idea there's a rat under the tunnel. A snake, rather, in this case.
That's right, there is a snake in their boot, and they have to get rid of that as fast as they can. But it does look like speed is not the name of the game here, as both these teams really outmaneuvering each other. We do see Vash, we do see Jesse, but it's not him to find Marky. It's Borkum with a classic, which is a little bit of a consolation here. They are going to deny any pickups here on the Spectre. They even expend the wall and both slows as Jesse, once again, trying to creep up towards main, but it is Wild Oreo who has been, has been calling up his number. Envy chimes in as well, and I would say this is a pretty much done deal for Oasis here. They do get that spike down, and we only have classics. Oh, never mind. Wits gets that Marshall and that scope that he's been longing for.
Maybe you can find a few picks here. Not really expected to do much more. Ripper's gonna clean up the round 2-0. And that's Oasis taking the second, as they're expected to. Well, Team Secret now, gun round for them. And it's a lot more difficult to convert these kind of bonus rounds on maps like Icebox and Breeze as compared to, like, you know, the smaller maps, because the range that you're fighting at with these weapons are a lot more beneficial for the team that's basically not on the bonus.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And as we can see, that is one of the greatest examples of the Statesman's being said. Looks like we are going to be experiencing a little bit of a default on this bonus here. Oasis not too willy-nilly, or rather not willing to remove or give these guns away, as they know that Secret is going to be armed and dangerous, as Jesse, or rather Dubstep, finds Marky once more. Again, Marky has not been, or has not received a good treatment from his fellow Jet player.
That was mostly dry too. A lot of times when teams would do that, they'd like send like owl drone just to make sure there's clear information. They did use a recon, but it was destroyed even before he got to peek halfway through. So good job here coming in from Team Secret, from Dubstep especially on that taken pack. Ripperoo, he's gonna get caught off guard as Wits peeks all the way from the deep kitchen halls, and that gives him a 5v3 advantage. Make that 5v2.
Spike down B.
That's right, and here we go. We have Dispenser fighting his fellow Sage as well. A lot of mirror image encounters, but Dispenser does not want to look Envy in the eye any longer. Wild Oreo, we do some crazy things, but the Spectre, once again, will fade into the other realm. As Jesse with the Vandal looks to violate everybody's faces. Right now, though, that is going to be the first round on the board for Secret, and this is going to be the real round, or at least one of the indicators of how this game is going to go.
It's a graphic mental picture given, but
please don't think about it. Yes.
Well, Secret, they're on pace to, you know, equalize this game on up, but Oasis, they do have the guns here now. 2 for everybody on Oasis' side. 2 frags. Nobody more, nobody less. Seems like team play is the name of the game.
That's right. And once again, they bring their talents, they bring their grit towards A, as Oasis, not really a fan of taking quite a bit of map control. Instead, they focus all their efforts in holding it down. Secret, on the other hand, they have a little bit of a philosophy contrast team to team. We do see a little bit of shoulder-to-shoulder action here. We have a beautiful flank watch and rip her. Oh boy, perfect timing there. Got caught on a bit of a pause as Jesse Vash will find Wild Oreo, and this is looking quite surgical.
4v4. The retake is to come in here from Team Secret. Marky gets that kill on Dispenser, which is going to make things a lot more difficult. That barrier is not going to be too useful now. Marky gets another in Borkum, and Ripperoo finds Wits on the back line. It's all on the Vash, and he's going to be taken out in the dash. Envy opposing Sova, making his dominance known. 3 rounds now for Oasis. Secret still have a gun round though, fortunately.
Fortunately indeed, as the fortunes and the fates, they will see how this goes. A lot of utility on both sides here. They are looking fairly healthy. They have no qualms of duking it out once more. On A, as Oasis, it makes a lot of sense. There are no Bs in Oasis, only As. Therefore, they're attracted to A. Right now, Secret, their defensive game plan of taking a lot of advanced map control is somewhat bitten them in the behind, as the rotations for defense have been somewhat disjointed.
They're going now to this B site, or rather this A site, to try and at least reinforce it in the nick of time. That seems to be the case. They have good positions now anchored here on the site. There's like 4 players waiting just to respond if it does come to them. Dubstep, none of them are going to overpeak. None of them are going to show themselves to A main, not to give away their positions nor intent of anchoring this site down. They do not want to play for retake here. They want to get these kills. Dubstep gets the trade immediately. Good for a second. No, he doesn't, because he's going to trade it out immediately by Ripper as well. Coco doing work here on the back line. The dispenser goes down. It's Vash once again, and he's been scanned. They know he is here in hell, and that is where they intend to send him to.
That's right. And Ripper, just a barely nick of time, finding Jesse Vash. And oh my goodness, Oasis, this impressive streak continues. And this is the Oasis that every single fan was hoping for. Now they've found their stride, and it seems that they don't want to let go, they don't want to stop. A beautiful duel here. Found by, well, the non-duelist roles.
It's been the backline here of Oasis that have been shining. Team Secret call a timeout. A smart call from them. They got a new coach in the seat now. Coach Fade. He's moved in here. Well, it's been remain to be seen how much effect the new system will work for this Team Secret squad. Everybody, well, I guess, assumes that this squad's going to make it to the APAC playoffs and potentially make it out of that, but will they be able to prove that here in the VCTPH to make it to that stage? I think so, but it's not going to come maybe as easy as some fans might think.
That's right, the resistance and the competition this time around has proven to be incredibly stiff, incredibly dangerous, as the time is going to wind down here. Secret might have to give this round up. Again, the primary objective here is to do as much damage as they can, because the economy on the side of Oasis isn't the greatest. They do have two players with enough reserves to buy for their team, but Dubstep found himself very far into the map, at least for now. But look at the patience on Oasis, though.
1-4. Not a scoreline most people were expecting here for Icebox. It is an attacker-sided map, but Team Secret, they're formidable no matter what side they're in, so they cannot make any woes as Wild Oreo is gonna twist it, lick it, and dunk it on Dubstep. Gets the kill and opens up the round. It is an eco, yes, from Secret, but those blades were something they were really counting on.
Yeah, they really needed Dubstep to create some sort of opener, or just an opportunity to get any weapon, really. As Oasis, they've read the situation perfectly. Once again, the development for our teams on this map, they've been amazing. They've been something that has been... Oh, I think Dispenser, he spots out a shoulder there. Pardon myself for cutting. But oh! He finds one. Not enough to stop Marky. But that is going to be enough of a signal for Secret to move into place.
This gives them that B site to plant in safely as soon as that snake bite does expire. Hunter's Fury out by Jesse Vash, and he's going to find a frag at least. And potentially get another tag. Yes, he does. Softening them up, and now the pistols are going to be more deadly because of that. Done good work, but won't be enough to confirm the round. Vash goes down. It's going to have to come down. Magical Borgum time. We can't land the shots. Wild Oreo farms for the round with 4 frags.
And any risk of any economical damage has been alleviated by Oasis here, brilliantly reading what Secret, or at least the speed of Secret. Now Secret, they do respond in kind with guns of their own, somewhat stifled in the side of both ult economy and armor economy. One thing that we have to note about chamber comps is that we don't necessarily have the impact of, let's say, a lockdown or even a neural theft. It has to be a very direct fight for that thing to have value.
Yeah.
But this operator and Dubstep, it is gonna looking shiny new.
And it does come down to it also basically being a skill shot. You don't just place it down. You don't just use it and press a button. You actually hit the darn thing. And find a situation where it's applicable. Here comes Wild Oreo, though, just making his way onto the site, cleaning up house. Dispenser and Dubstep, the double D domination taken out early. And Envy's gonna get the kill on the Wits. This is completely a one-way show from the Oasis powerhouse.
That's right, an Oasis. I can see their eyes. They're glowing. They are overflowing with power. As Borkum and Vash, they are in a very wary mental state, worrying about what could happen. But Jesse keeps it calm. Borkum chimes in. Doable. This is winnable. This is the word that you want to hear in a clutch situation. I feel like they're just going to save their economy. Very smart move here. Very safe play. The hunt is on for at least one of the members, and that's going to be Envy, who's been shining very bright. But Oasis, once more, they take a round off Secret.
Just making sure to keep Oasis in check. They're feeling it right now, Oasis. But things can turn. I as well. Oh, Envy had the right idea. Fortunately, that's not going to punch on through. Team Secret, what do they got to work with here, Raph? Not much. 2 rifles. This could kind of make them almost want to buy up. We've got 3,500 credits for one of those players that we saw. Dubstep does not have his blades just yet. So, what exactly do they intend to do with what little they've got? They've been very scrappy in the past, but this is an Oasis team that will not let that go to waste.
Scanning ahead.
Right, both players that we've expected to frag out have somewhat sizzled out here. It seems at the moment they hit them, or rather set foot on Icebox. It's been a little too cold. The breeze was blowing from Oasis' side. Oasis, they look to secure this. They send a lot of their players, if not all, towards A once more, and it does look like strong arm tactics. This is going to be the name of the play. But Borkum, oh boy, if you run into this rifle, you could meet with a bit of resistance, but they jump him. And then Trisova, that's very interesting. But what is even more interesting is that this tour de force is out, but somehow the value, we still don't see it yet.
Planted.
They've got the op on Wits to use. It's going to be very difficult to use in a retake. It's Dubstep. Gets that kill. The res will come on in to get Wild Oreo back into the fight, and they just clean up this duo. Oasis get a 7th round on Team Secret.
The expectations, they're being defied right now. And again, guys, what is the question here? What is Secret? Are they still adjusting to the growing pains? Are Oasis, what did they eat? Did they have dinner? I haven't. Have you?
I wish.
Right here.
Oh boy. Long series. A grueling war of attrition.
Well, this is going to be an all-out battle for sure. Dubstep moving up real close with that operator in hand. This is a play we've seen from them before, but Oasis, they unbeknownstly go the right way here towards mid. But that operator won't really be much of a problem. Wild Oreo finds a kill on the Wits. No more, well, trademarks can be activated because of that.
That's right, and we have Oasis here still holding on to their precious lead. One thing that they have been doing is securing their side of the map so brilliantly. Secret, they haven't really done anything to maybe rather take this away from that vice grip. But Oasis, they've been doing it perfectly. For lack of a better word, they still have spike control. They even have a numbers advantage as Wits was so early to fall here. And it does look like Dispenser will finally get him back up to speed. And now we have yet another reset, but Borkum could be the X Factor. He finds a double. Can he find more? The answer is no, as Envy is going to be here for his team. Dubstep get another crucial shot. He misses, but he finds Coco. The Stage, they have to get this backside now. This is going to be so precarious, especially in a 2v3. If they can isolate Dubstep, it is not meant to be. Wits, angry with a second life, finds Wild Oreo and Dubstep. He finds rectification from all the sins of the earlier round. And Secret, they string together, at least find a breath of fresh air.
It's gonna be a real good deep breath from them. Float along, fill your lungs. Team Secret need every bit of breath that they can gather right at the moment. Borkum, he could have gone for a third, but he's done his job. Dubstep missing that opening shot, but as you said, he was able to recover. That is what the Secret have to do right now. Recover from this lead. Definitely doable. And welcome back to the Technical Pause podcast here, presented by BNB and Ref.
That's right, guys. Hello, 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 hello. This time around, we are experiencing a bit of a more chilly climate, as Icebox is looking mighty fine this time of year. And that being said, we are actually so close to summer. I am ready to get burnt. Not literally, but again, you know how the summer heat is.
And on the eastern side, we've got some cloudy weather. No, I'm kidding. Well,
oh dear.
That's a hell of a ship, if anything.
Indeed it is.
Well, Oasis, they're just flipping everybody's expectations on their heads. They're keeping this game a lot more entertaining than maybe a lot of people would have thought. And for a big-time organization who really came out of the woodwork last year with, both content-wise and everything in that umbrella, their pro players, this professional team of theirs, does not disappoint.
Absolutely not. And we see, well, what are we actually seeing? So many things. You could be looking at the map, and we are going to look down a metal tube. That is very, very profound, as we walk along this barrier.
We're at
the same time, now we're at the kitchen.
Now
Congratulations, Paul, whoever you are. Please don't say that.
You see that? Wait, Raf, you see that chart?
No.
Okay, never mind.
No, I don't. No. It says the weather. There's a little bit of a blank, but it says the weather. That's all I can see.
That's all we're going to focus on. I did not know that this is a lab right behind that. It makes sense. Probably an Arctic lab, right? As things would suggest. Mill base. But speaking about the game, Team Secret, they are on the defensive side, yes, but they just plainly have been struggling to get a good look for themselves. There are moments where, they kind of have some showings of that, like the last round, but what if, for say, Oasis did go towards the A side where Dubstep had an operator? What if they went towards the B side instead? You're not able to recover from those retakes. That's what's been mostly happening in Secret, and I'm not too sure what adjustment they can make as of right now with the information that they've got to counteract what Oasis have been doing. It's not like Oasis have been doing the exact same thing every round. They're playing the exact same way. They play fast sometimes, they play slow some other times, and with those mix-ups that Oasis are throwing at them, even Team Secret looks stunned, even after that timeout they called.
Right, and the conditioning has been pretty much impeccable by Oasis here, really keeping, as you mentioned, Secret in a bit of a kerfuffle. That's a word, kerfuffle, but Dubstep, maybe he found the right read. He reacted to the first shot here. But he is going to get rid of that drone at the very least. Will they expect the aggression from both of them? The answer is no. And Jesse looks to block off any flankers as Dubstep finds one. Jesse has the save. Marky and Ripper, they want to join the fragging party. Marky is going to be the last one alive here. He does have a Blade Storm. And Dubstep and Dispenser, those heads, they look awfully vulnerable. This could be a shining moment. But Dispenser, he has the perfect timing. Once again, the profundity of it all will not be in question as Dispenser dispenses the equalizer.
Nice frag by Dispenser there. Dubstep missing the opening 3 shots in that mag of his operator. But he lands the final 2, and as I say, it's more important how you end. Team Secret finally gain a second round in a row. One that has eluded them for so long, and Oasis still are on a good path here right now. 7-5 wouldn't be a bad scoreline, but against Team Secret, you want every single round that you can get on this half, especially now that you're going to be switching to the defense right after. I think this is a tech pause. Yeah.
Yes. And that brings us to the main gist of the show, ladies and gentlemen. If you are, once again, just tuning into the stream, look at all those beautiful snacks in that fridge. Yeah. Come on, man.
Welcome back from that in-game break that we had, and we're now here to the real broadcast, which is our Technical Pause podcast. I'm here with the brother himself, Miss Taylor, because she's gone back to the Filipino broadcast, so we miss her, so we're like, oh, we'll just take your brother instead.
Let's go with that. Again, you know what, guys? Sure. That's the lore. I am the secret experiment, question mark. Again, Dark alleyway is not ideal. Oh man,
Well,
I mean,
It's looking
I'm
really
honestly
dark right now for Secret Ref.
yeah, that's what I was about to say. I'm so worried for Secret right now because somehow they've stumbled. The recovery has been pretty impressive so far. Right now, that 4-round lead isn't looking too big. The gap doesn't look like it can't be cleared. But Secret, remember the way that they had to fight out of this slump has been pretty gritty. We've seen what 2 good rounds and a few really close ones. Oasis, if their gas is starting to run low, this is where they kind of have to pace themselves. We know the explosive potential of both these teams. It's just a matter of rationing it now.
They're going to have to find some way to distribute, the workload amongst everybody here for Team Secret. They can't rely on that solo operator, which, to be fair, they haven't, but it's been one of the only few ways they've been successful to take a round. The 2 rounds out of the 3 that they have won here, Team Secret, were rounds that Dubstep were able to get at least 2 kills with his op, and so that's not something you'd necessarily want, especially on the defensive side. But hey, if it works, it works. You just gotta force that condition time and time again. But Oasis, they're a smart crew, a smart bunch of boys, and we know they're gonna have some adjustment to this operator of Dubstep real soon.
That's right, and real soon is the no return point of proper dinner time. Look at those penguins. Again, guys, all right, let's talk about food. Let's address the elephant in the room. We've talked about the game. We have a little bit of time to spare. And since we are in Icebox, oh man, I love ice cream. Maybe a little too much, for somebody who uses his voice for work.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the healthiest thing for your voice. Casters,
yeah.
Would-be casters out there, people starting out, you want some advice? Don't drink dairy before your cast, nor eat ice cream.
Yeah, I mean, I am lactose intolerant to begin with.
So
do I adhere to that strictly? No. Nope. Do you adhere to that? I will answer for you. You probably don't.
Definitely not. We were not made to be bound by rules, only to create them. But the rule of thumb here right now for Oasis is they want to get this 7 rounds that they already have got, yes, on this attacking side before switching to defense, but they're going to need every single round that I've talked about. 8-4 would be a decent scoreline for Oasis to try and close it out in the second half, but defender side, not always the best one here in Icebox, so gotta be careful with how they play these next 2 rounds they've got left in the half.
That's right. Again, those 2 rounds could be the make or break moments that we all, clamor to see. But it does look like a lot of people, or rather a lot of players, are moving now. They're just kind of getting their bearings straight. They're kind of getting everything ready. As we are going to take a look at this beautiful icy ocean that probably has a lot of fish. My goodness, I love blue marlin. My goodness, I love fish.
I love fish.
I'm hungry. Fish is good. Did you know there's I completely forget the specifics, right? But apparently, I think it's somewhere in Mindanao where there is a festival that
for
is...
fish?
Not okay. It's for one specific fish, right? That's become a bit of a delicacy. It's basically they eat puffer fish, which is crazy,
Puffer
right?
fish.
Yeah,
Those are poisonous.
Yeah, but apparently it's delicious. I would love to try, but if you don't hear from me tomorrow, then
you know why.
You know what happened. What I mean?
I'm sure it's good, as fish always is.
Yeah. You know
Right
what
now?
else is good without proper, repercussions? Skydiving.
I mean, if it doesn't work out good, you're not going to live to tell the tale afterwards anyway. So that's like a 100% customer rating.
Maybe that's why people are like, oh my goodness, skydiving is so safe. Like every single person is like, oh yeah, dude, let's just go eat a bunch of puffer fish. Let's go skydiving. Let's go free diving. Dude, everybody I know who's done it has told me that that it's so cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're going to be around if it wasn't. Well,
yeah, definitely.
We're riding on this belt, riding our way into, hopefully, the 11th round starting as I call it right on time.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely perfect. You are a genius.
Well, ultimate there towards the B
Enemy
site,
mark.
Raph towards B long. That's going to lock things down, but the entirety of the attack from Oasis are going towards the A side right now, where Dubstep was waiting towards mid with his operator, but that's not going to be a crucial factor just yet because he's far removed from the situation.
Indeed, it is a crucial situation as Wits tries to get a little bit of resistance towards top pipes here. He might get the read right here, but Marky has found himself deep into the site. What he doesn't know is that there are three players here, and one is looking his way, but a crucial whip by Wits. It doesn't matter, Dispenser. He does find the frag on Wild Oreo, and that is potential thrown out the window, at least with all that utility, but Jesse Vash, he finds Envy. And now, Secret, it seems that they have found a second win in this matchup. Marky, he is reduced to half health. We have one snake bite, a barrier orb, and a slow orb onto Coco. What can they do? It does look like they're going to try out to reduce the amount of angles that they have to clear, but Marky, once more in a very, very familiar
30
position.
seconds left.
This time he wants to rewrite history and get that dub.
Veto presence known, and Ripper is going to find the kill. Dispenser finding one. They do have the advantage here, and Team
Spike
Secret
down
off
A.
of Dispenser's back are looking to take this fourth round. Found 3 of the round so far, and it's just so fitting that he gets a fourth.
Oh dear.
Last
oh dear.
round before
that
the
gap,
switch.
it looked like it was insurmountable, but now it is within grasp of Secret. As we are so close to reset point, I would say this is one of the most important rounds of the game. I will say that this is going to be the decider, because Oasis, they are streaky. They have been streaky all day. Secret, they have to stop that. They have to lay down a brick wall, as Dispenser did so valiantly, annihilating everybody trying to break into his space.
Making their way into the site, as you saw there, very, actually, like, calmly. They didn't just run rush onto it. They were like, okay, slow orbs, let's slow things down. It was Dispenser had something to say about it, but Wild Oreo, different philosophy this time, just blast backing his way straight into it. He's got his big boomstick out, not gonna find anything, unfortunately, for the Oasis side. They do have a good close back here with this Viper's Pit.
Indeed we do. Again, so much utility being expended here. Oasis, they want to go for the throat, but Dubstep, he has something in mind. He will go for the jugular, especially with these blades out. But where's the room? Where's the space that he can work with? So many angles to guess. Getting cleared up by this drone. Slow arms are going to come out. The information is there. The Cloud of Doom is going to extend its reach in the form of Wild Oreo. And once more, Envy finds Spencer, but Morcom! He is not dissuaded, but Marky takes it up close and personal. It's up to Wits and Jesse Vash to try and seal this. But as I say that, Jesse falls, and Wits, he needs to come alive. He needs to come alive now as he fights one, but couldn't anticipate Ripper. And that is going to be the 8th round on the board for Oasis.
He just didn't have time. Even if he popped off every shot there, he would not have hit it, or at least got within the time frame that he needed to. 8-4 Oasis, commanding lead here to go into this second half. But now they're on the defense. Now it's up to Team Secret, who gets to determine where the fight happens, when it happens, and how it happens. That is when Secret are very deadly. This is an attacker-sided map traditionally, but Oasis, I don't think they care about tradition.
Not at all, as they are once again defying the odds, believing in their own magic, and rightfully so, as this lead looks to be fairly secure. And oh, welcome back, folks, as we have gone away from our little sideshow there, little side quest. And welcome back to the Technical Pause podcast. My name is Raph. I am joined by Black and Blue. How are you feeling, sir?
I am doing very well, and for another moment, we get to talk about how much we want food. So, Chatter is, you guys are being really nice today, right? Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
That's right. That's right. Remember, this is a family-friendly broadcast. Again, guys, this is one big endeavor that we are all contributing to. And I have to say, might be feeling like a spaghetti and meatballs night. I love pasta.
I myself am more of a pesto guy. Yeah, Francer.
Oh, pesto's nice. White sauce? Yes. But again,
yes.
Yeah. And again,
yeah.
guys, if you are wondering why we are not talking about the game specifically because this tech pause has ended, and now the gods and the fates have toyed with us once again, and here we are. A fast take onto mid, a secret. They barrel through. They want this pistol. They need this pistol because Oasis, with one more swing, is going to put them into double digits. A dubstep without any resistance at all, without any hesitation. He puts down the spike. Envy is going to be one of the defenders here. Or rather, one of the deterrents. So far, no dice. Kitchen looks to be occupied, and Wild Oreo will receive that right click from Dubstep, and he will have to be relegated to observing.
Wits gets a kill there. That fight inside the kitchen could have gone either way, and Envy's gonna find one. He finds a second. They're trying to stick the defuse, but this smoke is gonna decay him so much. Envy gets a third. They almost get the defuse off, if not for it. That is the round towards Team Secret, even with the wall up. I'm not sure how he killed him through it. If that wall was up, he shouldn't have been able to get wall banged with a pistol. But maybe there was a different angle there. I would have liked to see how exactly they were able to get that kill. But still, all things considered, great job from Team Secret to get that plant off and get the round.
This is a very, very gritty matchup. This is honestly the battle of mental fortitude. Because, again, we've seen what happened. We've seen how the events have unfolded. My goodness, it could rattle, or rather rustle a few minds here. As Oasis, they take a different approach this time. They go for a little bit more of a defensive line towards mid. This is going to give all the space in the world for Marky to aggress here. But the sound is going to get spotted out as Jesse is so quick on the response.
What is the reply here from Oasis? We got that Marshall on Envy. Seen a lot of teams like pulling out the Marshall on the second round. Kind of ecos of theirs commonly. Wits only has his headhunter to work with, but I mean, that's all he needs. He's an absolute crack shot. Top of his class.
That's right. And again, Wits may not be having the best of games, but we still know the ability of this man to just outright explode, and that is something that Secret is counting on. Oasis, they are operating on a deficit here. They are gonna lose an orb to Dispenser as he is crawling towards that res ever so slowly. They do finally explode, or rather take the site. They get that spike down once again. Very uncontested. It's time.
Your fault.
Oasis a little worried about the kitchen, but Dubstep cooking up that blind fire into Coco's. Shock Dart is gonna go take a vacation here as Yellow is the hot spot, but Dubstep! What is going on?
It's the smoke kills that he's getting, but Ripper, okay. Oh. He is actually accurate with those shots. If Dubstep was doing it via accuracy of fire, well, Ripper had something to say about it. They get the weapons back, save them, those rifles, to continue on. But still great play there by Dubstep. Here comes the gun round now, though, from Oasis. Got 2 picks in that round.
Your fault.
Look at that, the last bullet from Dubstep's spray. Just well lands.
One enemy remains.
Enemy taken out.
He's using his mind to predict every single person's movement here. However, the reads, they have to come through consistently. They have to come through fast. Because the adjustments, once again, they come through here. That looks like they're gearing up for an aggressive play here. But are they going to account for Dubstep's verticality? That poison orb is going to take a little bit of, or rather is gonna make him vulnerable for a period of time, rather decay. Oh my goodness. Words are hard, but what is harder is Oasis at the moment keeping this lead in check.
This lead is gonna slowly crumble if Oasis can't get a grip of things, can't get a grasp of the situation. B-side execute is where they're gonna be going for. Right now, it's a bit of a stalemate here. Bit of a standoff, waiting for someone to budge. There's a bit of a gap in the smoke, as is normal. And you can see all the way to danger. Coco's in a very dangerous spot, to be safe. And Oreo somehow gets a kill on the Wits. Why? Oh, how is he alive for that long? Well, Oreo gets a kill with a nade as well at the end of it. And this should be Oasis securing a round.
Wait a minute. It's been reduced to a 2v2. We still have a Spectre and we still have a Sheriff. They've landed true.
Last player
now
standing.
It's a 2v3. Rather, it's a 2v3. Marky reduces the odds for Secret here, and Ripper once again the closer for Oasis. It is 6-9 at the moment. potentially could be slipping away from Secret.
Well, it was a bonus round from Secret, so Oasis were expected to win that, but here is where they're going to be tested. An actual gun round on their defense. Oasis, can they repel the ferociousness of Team Secret on their attacks? Or Team Secret going to find some way to punch through this defense of theirs? Oasis have been really good on that second map a while ago in Haven when playing a defense. Both Viper walls to be used here towards the B site, but will they actually commit to it?
That is indeed the question, as a lot of utility has been used to, once again, dissuade Secret from playing the speed that they could potentially want. But we have Dubstep here positioned towards Belt, looking over any potential flankers, or at least any potential aggressors towards his area. But the spike still hasn't been committed anywhere, like you said. The wall is going to go down B, so that may be an inkling to what they want to do. Oasis, they're not biting on the bait, though. They still have a very, very good control over the sight lines that they need to occupy.
A Bulldog in the hands of Coco, but aside from that, everybody's got a Vandal. Who said the Phantom is meta?
We are a Vandal country.
I approve of this.
Yes.
I honestly suck with that. It's just, I don't know. But I'm not these guys. I'm not these crack shots. Borkum, not able to land the shot there. Envy jump spotting, getting that information. He commits to the fight, the peak, and wins it too off of Borkum. That's a smoker down, and Secret don't have much concealment to make their way into the site now.
But they don't, as we are looking at, yet again, a deficit that Secret has to compensate for. You don't have such an important vision blocker. And while Dorio, he even denies Wits of anything he can do. Dubstep, he finds him. But Dispenser and the rest of the Secret crew, they fall apart. And Oasis, they are looking mighty strong.
They just pound and pounce on any opportunity given to them by Secret. Oasis one step ahead. Kind of a cold game for them a while ago in Icebox versus Action. But this is Team Secret, and they're playing better. Everybody's surprised too. Oasis right now, 2 rounds from series point versus Secret, and they are on par to reaching that. Especially with this round being an eco on the Secret side. They've got Blades to work with, and Dubstep, he's going to have to come up big here because that's all they've really got. The Wits, a single orb away from his tour de force, from his sniper rifle, and none of those blades connect.
Ooh. Again, a bit of a heartbreaker on the side of Secret here. They even get tagged up. This plan for mid is not going to work out. But Wits with the Headhunter finds one. Coco will be the Guardian. He will be the shield of B. But Wits, is he alive? He is awake. He finds second. Third, he needs to equalize this as much as he can. He's the only gun, or at least the only longest weapon on that side.
They think it's enough. They think it's on the second floor, but that's not where the plant is. He has no idea it's right behind the Viper.
Oh my goodness.
Well, Oreo, he doesn't know that Wits is there. Wits! He's good for a nice clutch if he gets his kill. Wits keeping Secret alive. When it's so desperate, he found where the spike is. The plant goes down, and Wits! What an amazing clutch coming from Wits, keeping Secret alive.
Oh my goodness, and we were just talking about the potential of this man exploding, and Wits, he goes nuclear. Secret is alive, and Oasis, they can't help but feel rattled. They have to respect that. Come on, Wits, you can't do that. Not here.
An amazing round from Wits. When Team Secret look like they've crumbled in the eco, when the blades wouldn't connect, Wits shall not falter, and that he doesn't here when it matters the most. They get them, give them a rope to hang on to, and pull themselves back into the game.
What a hero, but here we have the neutral, the reset. We cannot let hubris take over the momentum. I know it's so tempting, I know it's so tasty, but Secret, they are wiser than this. They don't want to fall for the bait. Marky wants to make use of the Sheriff. He wants to maximize this killing potential. But Dispenser, he is hot on his heels. He understands that there could be a potential flanker. It's going to be all about patience. But Ripper, he's found himself in a bit of an off angle here. Secret might not expect this. But now that Wits is red hot, everybody has come alive. Borkum finds Wild Warrior, but still, nonetheless, an important kick. As Ripper, he finds yet another Dubstep. Wits, I don't know if he can replicate the hero play. Borkum finds another. Ripper, he rips into Wits. 2v3. this is already looking like a fantastic
they are.
eco on Oasis.
That Hunter's Fury is very close to hitting another target. They do have the man advantage here. Oasis on this eco of theirs, on this kind of
30
forced buy.
seconds left.
But they're not even shaken by what happened in the previous round. They have the advantage. They've got sheriffs to work with, but they can be very accurate with that. Especially Marky's already found the pickoff early in the round with that
One
sheriff.
enemy remaining.
But Jesse Vash coming in from behind, and they do get the res up online. Coco gaining that orb in the nick of time, and now they can actually go for a potential clutch in their favor.
Ice cold Jesse. He feels right at home now. Although it is down to a 2v2 still. Ripper and Coco, they have minimal, if not no armor whatsoever. The same story can be said on Secret, but this momentum that they're riding, it looks like it could be a potential deadly wave. Jesse does. He is left alone, but can he replicate the clutch? And no! Ripper once again tearing the heart out of Secret and crushing it in the palm of his hands.
What a round from Oasis, converting the eco round. They had like what, 1-2 rifles at most at the start of that round, but they gained it in the end. They had to burn the res, but it was all worth it. Yet within reaching distance of match point, and Team Secret are on an eco with Oasis at the cusp of taking the series point already. They're gonna have to pull out some type of heroics here this time. Dispenser and Vash both got their ultimates up, so Rez and Hunter's Fury. But will that really be enough to secure a round here?
Oh my goodness, the questions, they keep piling up, they keep adding up. Secret, they have more to deal with. 7-11 in the favor of Oasis is looking mighty strong. Wits looks to be the hero again. But oh my goodness, this is just looking so difficult. Oasis, their adrenaline must be pumping. They are about to become slayers of gods, the denier of titans. Once again, he cannot fall onto hubris here. The job isn't done. They get the plant down. The spike is going to be very well defended here, but the spray damage is going to come through. Borko will live another day, but he will recover with a little bit of a scratch to his name. Dubstep is also taking a little bit of damage here. And Oasis, they fall with that dispenser shot onto Marky. The trade is here, but Dubstep, he makes the sheriff work.
Oh,
everybody's chiming in, but Envy! This Vandal!
So close right now. 2v2. They're denying them from getting the defuse off. Coco's on that defuse. He's sticking it. Ripper gets a kill on the Wits. And it's going to be all in the Vash. Who's still got some kills to work with. He's not able to deny the defuse.
No way!
And Jesse Vash, even with a kill in the end, does not stop Coco. That barrier was the only saving grace. The wall between him and death. And Oasis takes series point.
My ult's not ready.
Oasis. They can taste it. Glory. Everything, it's right there. Secret, they have to make a Herculean effort here. Those rounds, they are just numbers, but oh my lord, the tension, it's building up once more. They need some sort of sign. Any signs of life, really.
Something. Throw these boys alive because Team Secret, they need it right now. Dubstep, very assertive on his position here on top of B-Long. You can try and drone out, make completely sure there's nobody lurking by. Here comes the default wall from Borkum to try and help them on the cross and help them on the plant. That Sorb's gonna make things a lot more difficult here, Raph.
Indeed it is. The time, it's winding down. 1 minute 15. This could be the 1 minute 15 of Oasis' second day, or rather their first appearance here. Right now, minute 8. It's still ticking down here. Nothing is moving. The tension still rising up. Everybody, they have to make a very committed push here. It does look like B is going to be Secret's choice. Will the sprays through the wall? It's not going to get any, but it is going to give ample time for Oasis to recover and reposition themselves. Nothing too crazy as of the moment. Everybody keeping it safe. Wild Oreo will find Dubstep, and that is going to be one of the stars to fall into the ground. We are going to see the Rays pop a boom box.
One enemy remaining.
Final information, but the Rays are coming out. Wild Oreo!
Oh, but Vash, he's given them a bit of breathing space. The plant is down, 1v2. Vash, he's very consistent in these situations, but if he's being stuck, there's no way to deny that from happening. He's gonna go down to Envy, and Oasis take the series. Send Team Secret down 2-1, and they have made the retribution happen. They may have faltered versus Action a while ago, but not this time. Not against the number one. Oasis take the game, the series, and the night.
They are gonna sleep so well tonight. what a series. Nail biting. I'm at a loss for words here. Again, I just can't fathom what I saw, but Oasis fans everywhere rejoice. Oh dear.
Man, nobody could have expected this outcome. And this is why, you know, this is a curse. I blame production because they put out all secret a while ago on the panel. But hey, Dax, this time you are right. And this time, Oasis are the righteous. They take the map, they take the series, and a stunner. I told you, Raph, going into this, the only thing we can expect are upsets in the VCT. And this is one hell of an upset.
I have no words, man. I mean, the belief, the faith, it was all there. But I have taken so many L's on the prediction. But does it really matter to me? No, of course not. Absolutely not, because these games have been the best. And if this is how we're starting the year, oh boy, you guys are in for a treat.
Dude, we are only 2 days in, and by God, what are the clips we've been delivered here? Here's some of them. Highlights coming on, and I am going to expect we're going to see Witz's ace clutch here, because that was impeccable. That was amazing from him. Really making a case for why Chamber can be super valuable. Unfortunately, not valuable enough for them to secure the map raffle.
That's right, and oh my goodness. Again, on the other side of things, Ripper has been so consistently good. Despite the onslaught that Secret has been sending over and over and over again, he did not falter. He kept cool. And as a controller, that's what you need to do. Dubstep, on the other hand, didn't have the greatest showing here, didn't have the greatest game. But credit that to Oasis's adjustments, their positioning in the way that they've been, I would say, handcrafting their positioning towards this. And oh boy, there we go, folks. That was it.
Timing just works out in their favor. A lot of skill involved, a bit of fortune, but hey, it favors the bold all the time. Those who dare wins. Oasis, they dared, they took the one. What a great map from these two teams, honestly. What a great series that we've been delivered. And the top dogs everybody expected here today, not the ones who came out of it. Not Oasis during map 1, not SB during series 2, and not Secret definitely here during map 3. Upsets is what we got. We're gonna get the breakdown from the panel right after this, which is still going to be us after the break.
From me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hitters. Generations cope up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they want to move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, I came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is every everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever? You gotta be kidding me, man.
All roads lead to the Oasis, and Team Secret could not pay the toll. Welcome back, guys! And what a victory we have just witnessed here for the end of day 2. Dax here with Black and Blue and Raph. And what a stunning conclusion to the end of day number 2, as Oasis Gaming has beaten the top team of the APAC scene, Team Secret, 2-1. The PH scene, absolutely deadly. But guys, first things first, told you so, we're breaking the curse and we're calling the predicts right there. Ref just took it off. Like, no, listen
He ain't hearing
to me
any of this. He ain't
when
gonna...
I tell you, man. But Black and Blue, come on, what a series and what a well-deserved win by Oasis.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oasis, they played their hearts out. This is the Oasis we expected to come out of the gates a while ago versus Action. Didn't come that way, but they definitely came out where it mattered the most. They might have started the day strong, but they ended with a definite hot note.
Like I said, I'll take that L on the prediction. I honestly at this point I don't really care. The matches, they were very, very good, and I feel like that's still an understatement. But like you said, Oasis, they had a prolific rise entering this year, and this time I believe this could potentially be the cherry on top, or maybe even another stepping stone for them to jump off. But oh boy, still have a bit more to talk about, don't we?
Yeah, so win there to keep the year of the Oasis back on track. But come on, guys, let's check out those amazing highlights from this series because there were a boatload of them. And Raph, it started off with, Team Secret doing Team Secret thing. Yes, Oasis Gaming would find the aggression, would find their form from round to round. But looking at that Ascent map, this was the Berlin brilliance that we saw from Team Secret.
One thing I did notice, and I did say that this is potentially the worst map for Secret, at least win rate wise, right? But my goodness, the way they strong-armed Oasis here and just really shined was, as you mentioned, that is the Berlin burn that they are so happy to bring home. But once again, Dax, it is so crazy that the same thing has been happening all throughout these days. Teams start strong, but what is going on? What is pulling their legs?
It's been such a roller coaster of expectations not exactly being met, but at the same time not being surprised that they happen, right? So many upsets, teams that we would put on top of the pedestal, that we would kind of separate from the rest of the pack here locally, just not able to take the series that we think they should, losing these maps that we think they should be able to cleanly sweep by, as opposed to what we actually got, wherein upsets after upsets after upsets. We're only 2 days in, and I can expect even more of the same for day 3 and 4.
And okay, guys, let's just put it out there. This is a bit of the concern we had for Team Secret coming into Valorant Champions. They took a break from the PH scene, guys. They said, we'll go for global, we'll get to the playoffs, we'll be in that top 8. And once they come back to the Philippine scene, they remember how difficult and how potent this local scene is. And I have to ask you, Black and Blue, what gives right now for Team Secret? Because we can see that they can be brilliant, they can be amazing, but beyond that, there are still those struggles when everyone is gunning for them.
I don't know, I'm not too sure if they've really gotten back into their form. When we saw them in Berlin, they were a lot more structured, but now a lot more individual plays is kind of what they've been relying on. You'd see sometimes they would, I don't know if it's a call by them, but they'd send Dubstep out on his own, but they don't really support him the way you're supposed to and help enable that. And look at the MVP here. No introduction needed, Dax.
Yeah, there you have it, MVP. It is Envy, one of the best flex players, considered by some to be the best flex player in the PH scene. 228 ACS, 16.2 average kills. And what is up with Breach players in our series here so far? Envy being one of them, just having that amazing map number 2, if I remember correctly. And it really proves how the Oasis restructure has truly refined the team. This has just been quite the show of force from Oasis Gaming. And Raph, do you feel like this is what Oasis' standard is going to be going forward?
Absolutely. This is a milestone that they have to build upon. This is a benchmark for their performances because once again, I was talking about how are they able to slay these gods, the support staff, everybody from the players, from the bottom up, they've been absolutely on fire. But man, again, is it that what a welcome home, right? Envy was like, well, Secret, you may take that first slice of the cake, but the rest, it's ours.
Well, it's certainly a very warm welcome in a multitude of ways, especially for a map like Icebox. And I'm not too sure if it's a bit of a kind of feeling out period for Secret coming back into the year, or maybe some confidence was waned after losing map number 2, but there were definitely adjustments from Oasis that you could see leave a lasting mark on the Secret side, especially come that map number 3 where they just struggled to get their foot in the door in the first place.
Yeah, and just Team Secret right now, yes, they've been able to show why they're really some of the top players in the APAC scene, but need to get back to the drawing board as they have hit the shores of their home. But let's talk to Oasis Gaming. We got Coco on the line, and Donut's there to talk to him.
It seems that Oasis ran dry in map number 1, but they found a stream of motivation to get through. We are here with Oasis Coco, their IGL. Hello.
Hi.
So you've beaten the number 1 team in the PH. Tell me your secret, what was going on in the backlines to take them down.
It's all about belief. Like from the start, we know that Secret is our enemy for the first match. Then it got moved. It became APH. We believe that we can beat Team Secret at the first place. We know that we got the firepower to do it, and they're a very good team. We look up to them since Counter Strike days. They have the best players in PH, but we just believe in ourselves that we can do it.
Okay, that's a great answer. You mentioned a little bit of a loss that you did against Action PH. So did you consider that to be really your warm-up game and that motivation to get that win for against Team Secret?
Yes. Actually, that game, when nag-usap kami after, we talk about it. It seems like our game was off, but props to our APH because they read us well. Like their attacking side is really good. They know what we're gonna do in the defending side, and I think we just focus on Secret, and we forgot the other team. Well, not forgot, but like we did not focus to the other team, like more focus to beat Secret because we know that they're the number 1 team right now.
Well, one thing that we must not also forget was losing map number 1. So was it something that you guys expected? And what happened? Why do you think that you guys lost?
We did not expect to lose map number 1, but I think we just rushed things. That's why we lose. But I'm happy that we made a comeback.
Well, yes, you still have to ease in the tight shoe. So basically, I just have a final question. Envy has been known to be a duelist, and how is he fitting in as that initiator MVP for the team of Oasis Gaming?
Actually, Envy, which is Jigs, he can play every agent. He's a really good player. Like he's a complete player. I've watched him play since when he was still in SV Empire or Hashira. I know that this guy has a really lot of potential. Like he really play really well, and his utility usage is very insane.
Well, thank you so
I love
much
this
for
guy.
bringing us a little bit of insight. Well, I guess he's there right now,
Yeah.
so fist bumps to him. But thank you so much for joining us. That is the end of the interview, but this is not yet the end of the stream. There's more at the panel desk. Dask, Raf, and Black and Blue, back to you.
Thank you for all the interviews for today, Donut. And well, you can feel the love and you can feel the cheers there on the Oasis side. They know that they have made such a mark of history just at the start of the year here for VCTPH. And it really feels like now everything is topsy-turvy as we are going to be checking out those standings. Because honestly, it really feels like so many of the pre-group stage predictions, they are completely on their heads. Look who's all the way at the bottom, guys. You have Team Secret, Bren Esports, and Southbuilt Esports, the 3 teams many considered to be at the top coming into the group stage. Oh, what is happening here, Black and Blue? What is reality right now?
You guys don't actually know, but when that leaderboard came up, I scratched my head. Like actually, I was like, wow, that's something that we wouldn't have expected. Although, to be fair, Bren and Team Secret have not played their second game just yet. So it's really Southbuilt who are down in the water right now because they played 2 matches. They've only taken 1 map from those. So Secret and Bren, they're the ones who have to kind of step things up. But Dax, this is honestly a beautiful sight. This just means great things for our scene because it shows how competitive and how close these teams are to each other.
Yeah, this lake is absolutely competitive, and this is why the PHRs have been touted to be some of the scariest in the APAC scene. But we still got more matches for you guys tomorrow, and let's check out that schedule because we know it's gonna be even more hype with 3 best of 3s coming your way. And let's check it out here. You got Naus Esports versus Zeal Esports with the perfect records right now. Gonna be staining one another there in the first matchup. And then it's Bren Esports versus Team Secret. The old guard versus the new guard. The labels themselves clashing here. And finally, it's Zeal Esports versus Looking for Org. And Raph, come on, give me one of these matches. Which one are you the most excited for in these three?
I mean, honestly, how can I not be excited for all of them, right? This is where...
don't give us a safe answer, Ralph. Put your cards down.
Pick one!
No. All right, guys. I'm going to say it right now. Honestly, the Zeal matches, I can't really pick one of those because this is where they really have to stretch out the consistency that they... honestly... Or not the consistency, rather. They have to be consistent with the things that they showed in the first day. Because, again, a lot of people might be on that copium. Oh, maybe that was a fluke. Come on now, guys. Have some faith.
All right.
Yeah, you just gotta believe there. And, of course, this stream would not be possible but all the amazing brands just supporting us and making sure VCT 2022 is a possibility. So guys, VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the ROG Zephyrus M16 powered by UPS to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more info. And what another incredible day, in all honesty. Yesterday, historical. This is just gonna be even more so. And at the end of the day, I just want to hear some closing thoughts from each of you. Black and Blue, it started with you. What else can you say about today's games, man?
Things are bright for a lot of the teams here in our local scene. It's such a pleasure to be part of it and such a pleasure to witness it firsthand. And man, oh man, we've been thrown in for a loop. I can only be excited to be more surprised once we go into week 2 and 3.
Absolutely. This first week, these first opening days, that has been the trial by fire. And honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way.
And you know the trials and tribulations, they're still set for more this week and the next. The VCTPH group stage absolutely in full swing, and we are in full hype here on the Casting Edge. But on behalf of the English and Filipino crews of our interviews, and of course everyone in the backstage area for VCTPH, we thank you for tuning on in. Tomorrow, same time, around 10 a.m. for that first matchup, and you can expect the talent pool to still be there for you. Got highlights also at the end of these broadcasts. If you want a little bit of a taste of what's happened today, you can check that out. But I've been Dax here with Black and Blue and Raph. This has been the Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 1 2022 Group Stage Day number 2, and we are signing off for tonight. Have a good rest. We'll see you guys in the next one, and we'll be enjoying more Valorant action in the future.